Ma'am, you will have to give me share screen options.
Yeah. Just a moment. Just a
Right.
moment.
I can see Dr. Nigam there. Good morning, Dr. Nigam. I can see Neeru ma'am. Hi, Neeru ma'am.
Hi. Hello. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
And Sudhi, the person who is the base of all this, Dr. Himanshu Shrivastava is there. He's the patron of all.
Good morning,
this.
ma'am.
Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Just a small formality of lamp lighting and then we go.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
आप सर बैठ के ही एड्रेस करिएगा हम लोग करते हैं। ठीक है।
Very good morning, sir. Principal sir is there. Professor Kaushik, most welcome in the conference.
On behalf of Department of English, VSSD, this college.
Two mics are on in your department. Yours and Fatima's. Huh? So Fatima, right now, please switch off your audio and you can start it later on. Yeah, right. Thank you. Right. Thank you.
College Kanpur. I heartily welcome all of you. This session is a joint effort.
There's an echo. There is an echo.
This session is a joint effort of academic social research. Is still echo? Hello, madam, is it fine now?
Yeah.
Or still we have echo?
No echo now.
Okay. So this session is a joint effort of academic social. The topic of the session is NEP 2020 challenge
Voice is breaking.
In research and innovations in English study. Hello?
Her voice is breaking.
Yes, ma'am.
So ask all others to switch off their videos also. I'll switch off my video too. Right? So that he can get more internet.
Yes. So I request Professor Pradhan and Professor Ashna to welcome our sir. Professor Vipin Chand Kaushik ji, the principal of VSSD College, is a dynamic person and we are blessed to have him here as our guiding star. And we believe that blessings and greetings are the oxygen that keeps organizations healthy. So very humbly, I invite him to bless us and deliver the welcome address.
Switch on the audio, Fatima. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Neeru ma'am. थैंक यू नीरू मैम। दोनों बंद।
यू वेलकम सर।
ASR और इंग्लिश डिपार्टमेंट BSSD की तरफ से जो यह अंतर्राष्ट्रीय सेमिनार आयोजित किया जा रहा है और इसमें आप लोगों ने मुझे मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में बुलाया है, इसके लिए समस्त आयोजक समिति को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। यह विषय जिसको हम लोगों ने NEP 2020 के संदर्भ में और इंग्लिश विषय में शोध और नवोन्मेष जिसको इनोवेशन के रूप में हम लोगों ने स्वीकार किया है, यह विषय आज सबसे ज्यादा प्रासंगिक है किसी भी विषय के लिए, केवल इंग्लिश विषय के लिए ही नहीं, किसी भी विषय के लिए यह सबसे ज्यादा प्रासंगिक है, क्योंकि यह स्वतंत्र भारत की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी शिक्षा नीति। पहली शिक्षा नीति 1968 में आई, दूसरी शिक्षा नीति 1986 में आई जिसको रिवाइज करके 1991 में हम लोगों ने लागू किया था, 1986 से इम्प्लीमेंटेड था, और ये तीसरी शिक्षा नीति हम लोग की 2020 में है। अगर हम लोग तीनों शिक्षा नीतियों की कल्पना करें तो पहली दोनों शिक्षा नीतियां लगभग 1200 पृष्ठों की शिक्षा नीतियां थी और 1200 पृष्ठों में हम लोगों ने इस देश के लिए अनेक प्रकार के संकल्पनाएं संजो के रखी थी। स्वतंत्र भारत था, संसाधन अत्यंत सीमित थे, शिक्षकों के लिए, छात्रों के लिए अनेक प्रकार के आवश्यकताएं थी, लेकिन उन सारी शिक्षा नीतियों को उस पूरी तरीके से क्रियान्वित नहीं किया जा सकता। नई शिक्षा नीति जो 2020 में आई वो नए परिवेश में, आज भारत दुनिया के विकसित देशों की दौड़ में शामिल हो रहा है, शिक्षा के क्षेत्र में भी दुनिया के अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संस्थाओं से मुकाबला कर रहा है। हमने यह शिक्षा नीति जब बनाई तो इसके 3-4 आधार थे जिस पर हम लोगों को गहन चर्चा करनी चाहिए। इसका एक वैचारिक अधिष्ठान था, इसका एक क्रियात्मक पक्ष था और इसका एक संरचनात्मक आधार भी है। अगर हम वैचारिक अधिष्ठान देखें तो इस शिक्षा नीति में कहीं कहीं हमको विवेकानंद दिखाई देते, क्योंकि अगर भारत में विज्ञानवाद कहीं आया, शुरुआत हुई आधुनिक विज्ञान की, और ये आधुनिक विज्ञानवाद देखें तो उसके समस्त संरचनात्मक आधार विवेकानंद जी ने दिया। और इसका प्रमाण है इंडियन स्कूल ऑफ साइंसेस बंगलोर में जो बना, वह विवेकानंद जी की ही प्रेरणा से था। उनका था कि भारत विज्ञान के क्षेत्र में भी जिस प्रकार एक आध्यात्मिक देश है उसी प्रकार से विज्ञान के क्षेत्र में भी आगे बढ़ना चाहिए, और उस संस्थान से निकले हुए तमाम ऐसे वैज्ञानिकों ने देश के विभिन्न भागों में काम किया। वर्तमान शिक्षा नीति में भी इस बात का प्रयास किया गया कि किस प्रकार से वैज्ञानिक दृष्टिकोण को अपनाते हुए हम इस शिक्षा नीति को जन सामान्य तक बनाएं। यह शिक्षा नीति जन शिक्षा नीति है। कहीं कहीं इसमें हमको गांधी भी दिखाई देते, अगर वैचारिक दृष्टि से देखें तो महात्मा गांधी की छाप स्पष्ट दिखाई देती है, क्योंकि महात्मा गांधी जी ने कहा था अपने शिक्षा नीति में स्पष्ट रूप से लिखित है कि शिक्षा के साथ साथ रोजगार भी होना चाहिए। हस्तकला को, कुटीर उद्योग को, लघु उद्योग को किस प्रकार से प्राथमिक शिक्षा के साथ से ही जोड़ करके व्यक्ति को आत्मनिर्भर बनाने का, स्वावलंबी बनाने का प्रयास करना चाहिए। वर्तमान शिक्षा नीति में उसकी स्पष्टता दिखाई देती है। जब कस्तूरी रंगन जी ने इस शिक्षा नीति का एक रूपरेखा तैयार की थी तो उसमें उन्होंने गांधी दर्शन को और गांधी की शिक्षा नीति को पूरा पढ़ा, और गांधी शिक्षा नीति को जब उन्होंने पढ़ा था तो स्पष्ट रूप से उन्होंने इस बात का उल्लेख किया था गांधी जी की शिक्षा नीति से कि शिक्षा प्राथमिक स्तर से ही रोजगार के साथ जोड़ना चाहिए, हस्तकला के साथ जोड़ना चाहिए, आत्मनिर्भरता और स्वावलंबन के साथ जोड़ना। एक तीसरी संकल्पना अगर हम इसमें देखें शिक्षा नीति में, हमने कहा वैचारिक अधिष्ठान, इसमें तो कहीं ना कहीं हमको रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर भी दिखाई देते। रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर की शिक्षा नीति कभी हम लोग शांति निकेतन में जाकर के देखें या उनकी तो नीति संकल्पना नहीं होनी चाहिए। विज्ञान का विद्यार्थी भी साहित्य पढ़ सकता है, कला पढ़ सकता है, साहित्य का विद्यार्थी भी, जो वर्गीय विभाजन पिछले 70-80 सालों में हो गया था, वर्गीय विभाजन खत्म होना चाहिए। अंतर विषयी अध्ययन और किसी भी विषय को किसी भी बच्चे को रुचि के अनुसार, ज्ञान के अनुसार, अपनी कल्पना के अनुसार पढ़ने का अवसर मिलना चाहिए। अगर कोई फिजिक्स का विद्यार्थी और वह चित्रकारी भी पढ़ना चाहता है तो उसको पढ़ने का अवसर मिलना चाहिए। रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर जी की शिक्षा नीति बिल्कुल इसी आधार पर थी। उन्होंने अपनी शिक्षा नीति में सभी के लिए मुक्त विषयी व्यवस्था बनाने की संकल्पना प्रस्तुत की थी। वर्तमान शिक्षा नीति में स्पष्ट दिखा। एक चौथी जो अवधारणा इसमें दिखाई देती है, अवधारणात्मक आधार पर हम लोग जब चर्चा करते हैं तो कहीं ना कहीं इसमें हमें तिलक का राष्ट्रवाद दिखाई, पंडित दीनदयाल जी का अंत्योदय की संकल्पना भी दिखाई देती है। यानी भारतीय शिक्षा नीति में जो भी संकल्पनाएं, मौलिकताएं हमारे प्राचीन काल से चली आ रही थी, जिनको पिछले 1000 वर्षों में हम लोगों ने विस्तार दिया, ने ऐसे तमाम विद्वानों ने उसको प्रस्तुत किया था। साहित्य में आप देखिए कालिदास ने और तमाम अन्य संस्कृत साहित्यकारों ने जिस चीज को खत्म कर दिया, जिसकी कला को विसार दिया था, हम लोग आगे चल करके पाश्चात्य का अनुकरण करने लगे थे, उसको फिर से स्थापित करने का। यानी भारतीय अध्ययन पद्धति भारतीय संस्कृति के हिसाब से कैसे बने, इस पर हम लोग चर्चा करेंगे। तो कुल मिला करके बहुत संक्षेप में मैं विषय इसलिए रख रहा हूँ क्योंकि मुझे लगता है कि बाकी लोगों को भी मुझे सुनना चाहिए, लेकिन सिर्फ एक पक्ष अभी हमने इस पर चर्चा की कि किस प्रकार से एक वैचारिक अधिष्ठान इस पूरी शिक्षा नीति में क्रियान्वित रहा। दीनदयाल जी ने जब अंत्योदय की संकल्पना की, इस शिक्षा नीति की एक बहुत गहन विशेषता है कि सुदूर आदिवासी क्षेत्रों में भी शिक्षा को कैसे पहुंचाया जाए और उनको मुख्य धारा से कैसे जोड़ा जाए। इसमें कहीं ना कहीं ट्राइबल एरियाज, अंत्योदय की अवधारणा से जो एकदम पहाड़ी क्षेत्रों में या घने जंगलों में रहने वाले लोग हैं, उनके लिए किस प्रकार से मुक्त विद्यालयों की संकल्पना की गई है, वहां तक विद्यालय कैसे पहुंचे इसकी संकल्पना की गई है, उनको पूरे संसाधन उपलब्ध कराया जाए ताकि पूरी दुनिया में क्या हो रहा है उसकी वो जानकारी प्राप्त कर सके। ऐसी कल्पना, अंत्योदय की कल्पना, इसको इसमें शामिल की गई है। यही इस शिक्षा नीति की वैचारिक विशेषताएं हैं। और समस्त आयोजन समिति को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद कि आपने एक ऐसा प्रासंगिक विषय चुना और मुझे बोलने का अवसर दिया। इसके लिए मैं आपको पुनः धन्यवाद करता हूँ।
Thank you so much, sir. On behalf of Department of English and ASI, I would like to just a small token, a memento from our side, and thank you so much for joining us. Now this session is being chaired by Dr. N.M. Nigam. I think all of us know her very well. She is the person behind this event. And you all know her, but students, you must know that she is a person who is academically strong. She was principal Mahila Mahavidyalaya, she was dean student welfare, she was convener. So whatever posts were there for an academician, she was behind everything, she did everything, and still the way she is inspiring us, guiding us to move ahead, that is unparalleled, that is just beyond description. So we welcome you, ma'am, and kindly request you to chair this session.
Thank you. Thank you.
And the speaker of the session is Professor Sudhir Rajiv. I request the senior professor of our department, Professor R.P. Pradhan, sir, kindly introduce our keynote speaker.
Good morning to all of you. Professor Sudhir Rajiv Madam is presently Vice Chancellor of Haridev Joshi University of Journalism and Mass Communication, Jaipur. Earlier, she was officiating Vice Chancellor of Jagat Ramanandacharya Rajasthan Sanskrit University, Jaipur. She was Dean International Relations at Purnima University, Jaipur. Again, she was Professor and Head at Department of English and Vyas University in Jodhpur. Professor Madam did her PhD on African American literature in 1985, and her book Forms of Black Consciousness was published in the year 1992 from New York. She has supervised research and published widely on South Asian literature, African American literature, global English, and women studies in India. She is an active researcher, has a teaching experience of more than 4 decades. She has attended many conferences across the world. During the year 1993-94, she was
Yes, carry on, Dr. Pradhan.
Audible. Dr. Pradhan's, please check. Please check. We are not hearing anything.
Professor Sudhir Raji,
Yes, ma'am.
yes, now we can hear.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you very much. The latter part of the introduction, I can tell you that I have, been on a Fulbright fellowship to Harvard, and I also taught at Ohio University. So the experiences that I gathered across, different places that I went is, I think, what will help me to put together what I'm going to talk to you this morning. So very, very good morning to all of you friends. And I thank the Academic Social Research Publication for giving me an opportunity to interact with all of you. I'm thankful to Dr. Vipin Kaushik, Dr. Neeru Tandon, my very dear friend, Dr. Naveen Nigam, Dr. G.S. Nigam, Mr. Rahul Tyagi, Mr. Pradhan. And of course, my co-speaker, resource person, Dr. Shri Deepa, Neeru ma'am, Himanshu Srivastav ji, Rahul Tyagi ji. So all of you who have been very kind enough to give me the platform to interact with you on something that I think is very, very important. So with this, all of you must have definitely, done the 3 or 4 pages of quality academic research that we have in the NEP 2020. I will just run through that, and I'm just going to share the screen. I have quite a lot here, but I'm going to go to slide number 5. Because I think somehow this is not showing. Can you see my screen? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Is it visible now?
No.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Yes, now it is visible.
So what we have to do is, at the society, through research and through higher education, we enable the development of an enlightened society, right? So just 1 minute, my live captions are on. We will build socially conscious, knowledgeable, this is not going, and skilled nation that can find and implement robust solutions to its own problems. Higher education must form the basis for knowledge creation and innovation, so that what you have is there are greater opportunities for individual employment. So we will create cooperative communities, and that for me is the most important point that the NEP has, that we have socially engaged cooperative communities and a happier, cohesive, cultured, productive, innovative, progressive, and prosperous nation. So these are the adjectives that I'm going to use to build on what I have to share with you. Next, and so what I'm going to talk to you about, I can stop sharing, is that we have to close this. I have to rethink universities. And how would I rethink universities? Just switch it off. Just exit. Thank you. So when we rethink universities, we need to restructure ourselves. And mind you, what we have in NEP is, that we are education service providers, right? But what through research we are doing is, we are creating a knowledge society, and a society where we the challenges that are before us, and the roadmap until 2035. So the institutional framework and the structure within which we have to work is still old. And we need to steer our society, we need to steer our education system into what ultimately we want to do. So first, I will talk to you about the challenges that we have. We are looking at academic research, and we are trying to do, make this research more rigorous. But let us go to the library, the repository of information and knowledge, essential for essential for higher learning. So a good library needs large number of books and other learning media. And of course, a trained librarian who can guide the students to search for the information that you are looking for. Unfortunately, fully qualified librarians you will seldom see in the universities or in the colleges. Although our IT industry has made a significant mark and change, and it has changed the way we look at life, yet we do not use it very meaningfully in our libraries, right? What is missing here is we do not have the CD-ROMs, nor do we subscribe to AppsCo host, Questa, or things like which should put us in the forefront, where you can also take corporate membership of those people who have books and who can share their books. The second thing is that the library timings are a hindrance, because most libraries open only during college or university times. Therefore, what happens is, after office hours, in my university, we have just given out an order that the library will be available for the use of the students and the faculty from 8 in the morning to 8 in the evening, right? But when I was at University of Pennsylvania, the libraries were open for almost 20 hours. And when you went there once again in the morning, but they would be fresh receiving you. So that is the kind of, things, libraries that we need to look at if we have to make our research more useful. Secondly, the infrastructure. which is needed for the growth of research and for innovation is sadly not there. So within the framework of the national education policy, we will have to look at changing in the infrastructure. If you have the space, you do not have the equipments. If you have the equipments, you don't have the know-how. We are always staff, right? And the next important thing is the institutional and non-institutional partnerships that we must have in order to build up our research programs. In state universities, if you have to sign an MOU, you have to run through it in the board of management, that this is what is important for us, and this public-private partnership is how we are going to develop it, or with other institutions, because what is important for us is the internationalization of education. We learn from people outside our universities, outside our nation, only when we connect internationally. If we have to be globally relevant, this is what we need to do. The next challenge that I think we have is that globalization has increased our competition. There is this revolution of information. We use that during the COVID times, but the divide that we have of the access to this IT and the non-access is very, very huge. When I went to a village, the girl in the family said that I get all my notes and I get everything when my father returns from work on Saturday, because the one phone that is common is used by the boy in the family. So this gender divide, this class divide is hugely to be addressed as a challenge before we can actually think of doing anything. The other two important things that I look at in terms of research is that PhD scholars, irrespective of discipline, need to train in teaching, education, pedagogy, writing related to the chosen subject during their doctoral period. And also, as always, they also have to do some hours of teaching or laboratory work. So what it says is, earlier you had to make a presentation to your DRC or the research advisory committee in some places once in 6 months. Now it is every semester, which I think amounts to the same. Say it anyways, but these are some of the important things. And the other important thing is part-time PhD is also a part of what they are trying to do. So we need a fresh look at the entire way in which we conduct research. We need to look at how we can encourage introspection, creative reflection, how we can encourage the researchers to raise pertinent questions, because often I see that they don't even have the research question in place, and to recognize the multifaceted nature of social reality. I'm talking of English literature, and what are the new areas in which we can go and work. Because one of the most important and significant things that the NEP 2020 says is multidisciplinary research. And the setting up of the NRF, which is the National Research Board. So for me, what is important is that we look at research, give it a fresh perspective. We have always looked at ourselves through the eyes of the West, right? What we have done so far is Even our tryst with destiny was in English. So the epistemology about India is not Indian. And that is what I think we must aim at. And this is what we have as an opportunity that we need to look at. We need to look at the success stories of the Indian diaspora abroad, right? But this is, of course, a different issue to be addressed elsewhere. But there is a need for expansion and modernization of quality education, because only by imparting it there will we be able to enrich our research, to enrich what we are doing. So English is a living language, which means it is evolving and changing all the time in response to the needs of people who are using it. So if I borrow, from the US News and World Report, it says English is out to conquer the world. English here, English there, English everywhere, right? So what happens is that English language, has the market potential of teaching of English. And therefore, what happens is that to survive in the present global school, there is an important need of repositioning the minds of the researchers. The question also that we can ask is that when we are researching or using English language, are we teaching a skill and a subject, or it is just a code of communication, right? So this distinction becomes very, very important. But also we must remember that language and culture cannot be separated. They are inextricably linked. And therefore, what happens is that English now is spoken more by non-natives than the people in Europe. English no longer belongs to any one country. And therefore, it has become a symbol of international citizenship, the language of technology, the language of international communication. So what we have to do is to catapult ourselves into the global arena. So if I talk of the English language, then the corporate world in India, what does it do? It can give you those jobs, internships at newspapers, the TV, the libraries, the different places which can help the students build up their research acumen. Then there are those other areas in English where, alternative medicines are being used. And therefore, for me is important in terms of what English literature can do is that we have to look and tell people what India is about. We have had a very rich past, but we cannot rest only on what we had in the past. This wealth of knowledge that we had definitely needs to be made available to the world, to the international community. However, we have to stay in tune with the times. And therefore, what are the things that I have lined up for you when I talk of English literature and research in English language? So the English that we are using is the Indian English. We are using English, but please, whenever you are researching, the value system should be our own. Gandhiji at one point had said, when he had gone for a convocation, I don't remember the name of the university, he said Indian universities are the blotting papers of the West, right? So because no new ideas have been generated We are only commentators on what is happening. The criticism that comes out, we use it and we adopt it, but there is very little that we do to make it our own. Yogendra Yadav, a political scientist and a cephalogist, said that no new ideas are coming into our country in literature, especially because teaching is not happening. What do you mean by teaching is not happening? Because our students are not trained to think originally. Therefore, friends, what I'm trying to tell you is that no longer is it important to mimic the West. We are looking at a mirror, and the mirror will reflect what you read, what you say, what you do, but make it your own. We learn from others. That is what translation studies does. I was teaching BA honors and I was teaching Indian classical literature. Believe me, I had such a hard time talking to the students and explaining to them all the treasures that we had in the past and how they are relevant to what we are doing here. So what I'm trying to tell you is that the language that we have should not be the language of dominance, but a language of our newfound knowledge, of knowledge that is, based in the idea of India or Indianness. So I urge you all research scholars and all researchers, teachers, that please ideate, explore, experiment, evolve, and feel empowered, right? After World War II, I read somewhere that in Japan, you had the maximum translations of the Indian books, the Indian scriptures, because they learned that there is a lot of the things there in India. We have never, did we translate our own languages? Because it is the Europeans who translated the Vedas and the other writings and scriptures. But have we ever tried to translate it into Polish, into Spanish, into Latin? Right? So these are the things that we need to research on. But one of the most important things that I have seen is that we are retelling stories of the past. And that is I had a beautiful thesis on retelling Sita and how through painting, through books, through her writings, and how she's interpreted at different places, it was such a new perception of what it means. So friends, what I would urge you to do is to decolonize our minds and look at what is true, what is the reality for us. Richard Wright once said that Richard Wright was an African-American writer, and he was always, questioning the whites about the exploitation and oppression that the whites had subjected him to. And so Wright said that you and I, we are fighting over the nature of reality. If you have the money, if you have food and shelter, your reality is different. But for a hungry person, the reality is different. So this is what Richard Wright said. So please look at the other side of truth when you are trying to undertake research. As we say, from lab to land, from action, what you have to do in research is to move to action with knowledge and learn while you are doing. So what opens out in front of me is not only the decolonization of minds, but important for us is area studies. Say, for example, I live in Rajasthan, in Western Rajasthan. What do? I tried to study the culture of Western Rajasthan. We had a conference on learning from the masses, exploring the folk. So what we did was we studied folk literature, folk music, because orality also is something which is very, very important, a part of our culture. So the song, the pad, the art forms that we have, the songs, the dances that we perform, and it was such a well-knit conference, and it brought to us the knowledge about the area, as one would call area studies, and also what are the challenges. And thereby what we did was we brought it, what was there, to the knowledge through our research, through our work, through our conference, to people who did not know about that. So it is in this give and take that you learn, you showcase what you have, and you learn from abroad. The one of the important maxims of research is Ano Bhadro Kritva Yantu Vishwataha. Let noble thoughts come from all sides. So therefore, translation becomes very, very important. And when you work on translations, because some of my students did their work on translations, they did their work on Dalit writings. So to one of the students, I gave a very difficult task. He took one autobiography from Gujarati, one from Hindi, one from Marathi, and one was in Gujarati. And we tried to find out how all these regions, they face discrimination, what are the similarities, what are the progress, how much progress they had made. And therefore, that research became different. So do something which makes things different. Then
please shorten because you're running out of time.
Okay, ma'am.
Two more speakers are there. Huh? Yeah.
Okay, ma'am. I'm winding up in 2
sorry.
minutes.
Yeah.
No problem, sir. Ma'am. So one is area studies. And as the principal of your college said, the study of tribals, that also becomes very, very important. So what we are looking at is, I'm going to wind up, that translations, they become very, very important, because you interpret India's thought and culture abroad, and you learn from those writings abroad, and together you are able to build Vasudev Kutumbakam. You are able to bring peace. And what you are able to do is, and this is what all of us who are researchers want to do, you build humanity, you humanize the world, and look for harmony and peace, global harmony and peace. And so we are those people who are the leaders for universal brotherhood and for maintaining balance between the ecology and humanity. So there are many aspects more that you can talk of: green revolution, green literature, eco-criticism. So these are the things that are relevant. But most important, as I said, area studies, regional studies, and of course, we are no longer departments of English. We are, we should rename ourselves as cultural studies or comparative literature, if we have to be relevant, if our research has to be relevant. Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me the time and the opportunity to talk to you, because our international readership will be impressed only when we do something where we can excel, where we can share, and we have a language, a shareable language of humanity.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I know with your vast experience of teaching, academics, it's very difficult to concise things. But Professor Sudhir, Rajiv, we are constrained by the time. So I thank you so much for putting up practical attitude, practical perspective towards research and innovations. I will come back to it later on. First, we have to give time to our next speaker.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you very
you.
much.
Thank you so much. Yeah. Thank you so much. I think other mics should, you should mute your mics. Well said, madam. NEP teaches education to be transformative in order to empower and learn to lead. Build on the foundational pillars of access, equity, quality, affordability, and accountability. This policy is aligned with 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and aims to transform India into a vibrant knowledge society and global knowledge superpower by making both school and college education more holistic. But what fruits are there in the basket for English studies? As some of them are, you have mentioned, we have other speakers, Dr. Shri Deepa and Professor Geeta Duryarajan, who are going to speak on that. Before that, I just request Professor Fatima Ashna from Department of English, BSSD College, and she will be introduced to the audience by Fatima Ashna.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Am I audible? Am I audible?
Yes, yes, yes.
Good morning, one and all present here. It's a great privilege for me to introduce a woman of great virtue and simplicity. I feel really elated to acknowledge Shri Deepa, who has been working in the University of Hyderabad, teaching and supervising research in ELS in the department from the year 2006. She has been working in the areas of language, teaching, teachers training, pronunciation, inclusivity, Indic education, material productions, syllabus design, and testing. She was awarded her PhD in English from Osmania University in the year 2004. She has various UG and degrees and certificates in languages, educations, and applied linguistics from Indian and US universities. She has been the series consultant with the Macmillan Education in their English Ferry textbooks, class 1st to 8. She has contributed many modules as study materials, teachers, education, pedagogies, and has trained teachers of English. She has been working in an ongoing NCERT, RIE, for teaching of English to be language teachers across the country as a reviewer and advisory committee member. She has done various projects in many teacher groups and published and supervised, successfully supervised MPhil dissertation and is guiding PhD scholars in her areas of interest. She is an environment conservation enthusiast and a human rights activist who inclusivity. Madam is a great source of inspiration for many of us. Madam, I humbly invite and request you to unmute yourself and enlighten us with your deliverance.
Thank
Just
you,
a
Ashna.
minute.
Thank you,
Just a
Ashna.
minute.
We are blessed with the presence of Geeta Duryarajan also. And I would like to just say a few words about her. She has retired as a professor from the English and Foreign Language University, Hyderabad. She's editor of the series all about language teaching with Cambridge University Press, and also the author of the first book in the series 2015, Assessing Learners, a Pedagogic Resource. She is the editor of Dr. N.S. Prabhu's book, Perceptions of Language Pedagogy. These are just to name a few. The list is really long. And she's currently working with NCERT as reviewer for a teacher education project, and with GELT as senior editor and columnist. Her area of interest are anthropology and language potentiality. We are waiting for your words of wisdom, Madam Geeta and Shri Deepa. You have our ears.
Just a moment, Dr. Nirvu Tandon. The third speaker from Cornell University, he has joined. So we welcome Dr. Madhur Sharvastav.
Welcome, Madhur sir. We are so happy to have you here for our students and as teachers. Over to, yeah, welcome. Over to Madam Geeta and Madam Deepa.
A very good morning to all of you. We were told that this is a group consisting of teachers and students, all of us who are interested in research. So at the outset, we need to thank the organizers for thinking of us to speak on this occasion. So my heartfelt thanks for the trust that you have on us. And both of us are going to be talking at different points of time during the time that is allotted to us. So we'll begin with sharing our screen. Just be patient with us for a minute. And I hope the screen becomes visible. And it was slightly difficult for us to kind of plan our talk, because it said it did speak about NEP 2020, and then we also have a group of teacher participants over here and a group of student participants, all of us equally interested in research. So if we are pitching this talk, sometimes oriented towards the teachers and a lot of times oriented towards the students, and to give the benefit to the students, we are going to be largely talking for the students' benefit. For this talk, when we looked at the NEP, we found that the word research appears about 118 times in the document. And the words higher education appears about 101 times. And the word quality appears about 156 times. And the word new appears about 50 times. The word novel appears about 4 times, and the word unique 1 time, contribution 8 times. But to sum it all up, in the NEP 2020, the document probably looks at this. It is looking at, the emphasis is mine because I have boldened it. Outstanding research, according to NEP 2020, is seen as a core requisite for outstanding education and development. I think for the first time in this country that we call India, research is being connected directly, unapologetically to the quality of education and the quality of development, which is very novel and which is very important for all of us.
Yeah. Now I'd like to add to this, since the group here are mostly students of English or teachers of English, we need to ask ourselves, I mean, the question that I can see young students asking is, I'm not planning to become an academician and I'm not planning to teach. Why then do I need research? The answer is very clear and simple. Now, if you're studying either English literature or linguistics or language education, and I assume most of you will be English literature students, then what are the kinds of job opportunities you will have? A, yes, you can become an academician, or you could go into publishing. You could go into media. You could go into advertising. You can become, join the corporate sector and be part of human resource development, or be part of marketing. Now, whatever the area is, media, marketing, corporate sector, HR, publishing, you name the area, some kind of research, finding out what people know, what people want, what people need, what they'd like to have, don't like to have, all of that will become a part of your work. And in that sense, directly or indirectly, directly if you are in academics and you have to do research for professional development, or as part of your work, research of some kind becomes important. But today we will be looking at English language teaching, English language literature, and ask what can we do with this area in a way that Indian research contributes to the world.
And also to add to what Professor Geeta has just spoken about, research is not limited to the university alone. Research is a part of everyday life. Very often, research is seen as something that's up there in the ivory tower, something that in order to reach it, you need to be extremely intelligent, extremely quote unquote clever, extremely well-read, so on and so forth. And Professor Geeta has a column in GELT where she wants to demystify the concept of research itself. Very often, research is looked upon as a scary endeavor, which need not be. We are trying to demystify the concept and also, present to you that research is all around us, and research is something that we do. We may not call it by that name. We may not look upon it with that kind of seriousness when we do a PhD, but then research is something that we do all the time.
Can we just take one example of this? Either any one of you or your parents would have planned to go and buy a microwave or a washing machine or a car. Now, without looking at price, what it gives us. Is it diesel? Is it petrol? How many kilometers? If it's a microwave, is it solo? Is it convection? What kind of body? What is the size? What can I cook in it? What can I do with it? Without finding out all this information, we do not decide on and settle in buying X or Y brand. Now, that itself is research. Every person here, I'm sure the girls more than the boys, will go around looking at half a dozen shops, looking at clothes in different places, and then will take a call. I think it's better here. This person has better variety for a lower cost. Let me go and buy it there. If it's online, you're checking 5 sites online.
And this comes naturally to us as part of our culture.
Exactly.
Because this, mujhe kya hoga? Mujhe kya milne wala hai? So this comes quite naturally to us, and we need to tap on the strength of us as a nation, as a culture. And once we activate this, it becomes all the more easier and research becomes demystified. And as rightly pointed out by the previous speaker, most of the ELT research that is currently happening in our country are rooted in the West or the non-Indic studies. And this talk here this morning with you, we are trying to make a case so that the ELT areas are rooted and presented as Indian research contributions to the world. And like the previous speaker, we also strongly feel that we need to break down the colonial mindsets, or as we call it, the C mindsets. Because for too long, 75 years, 80 years or more, we have been always talked down to, right from bringing in the English language and the famous Macaulay or the infamous Macaulay minutes, so on and so forth. And now it's time for us to take charge of English as our own language and present it to the world from our own platform. And in order to do this, we need to understand a few basic issues, which are staring at us, but very often many of us are not paying enough attention. How is research in 2022-23 different from research as I did it in 2000s? 23 years and 22 years forward, we are in a stage where we are impinged by the technology boom. So visits to libraries, unless we are doing archival research, or visits to libraries, unless we are looking at journal articles that are pertinent to our point of research, which are not available online, or visiting libraries to look up books that are not available in the soft copy. And I'm going to say this, but off record, that we do have websites, we do have options where most of the books are found in PDF and downloadable formats. So we are hit by the technology boom more than ever before. This brings us, one, a good strength, because sitting in our own comfort, in our own room with a simple smartphone, we have access to something called Google Scholar, and sites like those or search engines like those, which will help us download a lot of articles related to the area in which we want to do research. And it's just available to us. Trips to libraries are not, I mean, I can speak for myself. The last time I stepped into a library was nearly 15 years ago. My library sits in my smartphone. We need to acknowledge this fact, and more so, the students know this better than I do, because I call myself a technologically disabled person. So if a technological disabled person can have a library sitting in her mobile phone, I'm sure technologically enabled students, youngsters can do a lot more. And we are also in an age where we have softwares such as Quillbot, such as paraphrasing tools that are available. So we as teachers, we as research supervisors, we need to get ahead of this technology boom, and students ought to probably consider being much more honest. So where does that leave us? Then what becomes research? Research is not just collating a few articles here and there, a few statements in some books here and there, have about 25 entries or 50 entries or 60 entries in our dissertation, our PhD, MPhil, and say, okay, research is done.
10 मिनट रुक के
So
कितने बजे खत्म हो जाएगी?
Can the host please mute?
Please mute your mics.
Thank you so much. So where does research?
मैं मीटिंग में हूँ, 20 मिनट रुक के हूँ.
Who is speaking? Please mute mics. Students, please mute your mics.
Thank you so much, organizers. So in this technology boom situation that we are in right now, finding a research gap becomes a very difficult and an important step. Because by the time we have read what is available online, and by the time we identify a gap, we go back and check what articles, what new publications are available. Somebody has already spoken about it. So identifying the research gap is a little more difficult in this age of technology boom. So what's a good idea? How do we circumvent this? We start from our own context. And research here, literature review, historical background, so on and so forth, is, it becomes sifting from the information overload. In 2000, when I did my research, getting my hands on to the articles and books itself was difficult. But now you just go and search something in the search engines such as Google Scholar, you're going to find about 1 million hits or 10,000 hits or 1 lakh hits. And how do we sift information that is relevant to our area of research and the research gap that we have identified? So this becomes a research. Nobody talks about no research methodology classroom these days. I've looked at many syllabi of different research methods, courses offered across the country and abroad. This aspect is not taught at all. So if it is not taught for all of us students, we need to identify how we go about fixing this problem for ourselves. I'm sure many of the students who are doing their PhD, who are in the process of writing their dissertations would agree with me. By the time they've finished the chapter, they go and look at the search engines, they're going to find 10 or 15 more articles in the same area. So the research gap should be linked to the originality. And this is a gold mine coming from the country that we call India. And research, and while we are doing research, thinking is very important. Thinking vertically, rationally, out of the box, in a round box, in a square box, whatever. But unless there is a lot of thinking and a lot of originality that is there, research is just going to be a rehash. You take somebody's ideas, you just package it and send it. So we are just going to be outsourcing. We're just going to be one of those, people who would repackage. Repackaging is not research. Rehashing is not research. And while we are thinking, it is also important that whatever area that we pick, whatever research gap that we have identified, it has to be connected to our own affective domain. Why? Very often, students find themselves working in the area of the research supervisor's interests rather than their own. If we work in somebody else's areas of interest for a PhD, for a research degree, we're going to remain with that area for a lifetime. Unless it is our own area of interest, we are going to get frustrated. So choose your area, choose the research gap, think about it, let it be original, and choose an area that is close to your own heart, because you're going to be working with it for a lifetime. All right. And some areas that we found that are useful for us, and that is going to be useful for many scholars coming from India, which is not found in the Western context, which is going to be a contribution from the soil of India to the global ELT market. Because for too long, we have been consumers. Let's become producers for a while, because we have all the abilities within us as a nation, within us as a research community, within us as an academic community. And we need to be proud of what we can offer to the world, because nobody in the world can talk about multilinguality and its connection to English teaching, English testing, whatever that is, comparative literature, you can name it. That's not a problem. But the way in which we speak about multilinguality, no other person, no other non-Indic person can speak about it. And then, as the previous speaker also,
can I just add to that?
Yes.
See, we cannot say that nobody has spoken about what they call bilingualism. You look at Canada, you look at the USA, you look at Australia, there's a huge domain of research work that has been done. But all of them, in the end, it's like asking, how do we look at the other languages in our repertoire that is a part of our language lives? Now, in America, in Australia, in the USA, they are looking at bilinguality as the bilinguality of the immigrant, who eventually should be able to fulfill all language communicative needs, all functions through English. The technical term for that is assimilationist. We are not assimilationists. For example, my language profile is Tamil plus English. Tamil is my mother tongue. My language of academics is English. Then I can speak Hindi and Telugu. Dr. Shrideepa has English, Tamil, Kannada, Hindi, Telugu.
A little bit of Sanskrit.
And a little bit of Sanskrit. And she uses whatever language that is required with the person concerned. Our multilinguality is a grasp roots multilinguality. It goes deep down into the earth. When we are born into a world that is multilingual. Therefore, the research work that we do in multilinguality has to be linked with what we have as the second area, Indic knowledge systems.
Thank you so much. Yes, I cannot agree more with what you have just said. We need to link in Indic knowledge systems because we were at some point of time the Vishwa Guru, and it's time, according to NEP 2020, rightly so, to claim our own place in the knowledge systems of the world. And unless we link our research, even in ELT, that's what I've been doing for the past few years now, linking Indian knowledge systems and applying it to the ELT or any other language learning systems. We can also take and work with our Indian texts, probably the ancient texts. Like the previous speaker pointed out, lots of them were translated by people from the West. But then we do not respect our own texts enough. And I think
if we look at English language teaching, or you look at comparative literature, now we go and compare one African writer with an American writer. We are not thinking of comparing something written by Kabir, something written by Thiruvalluvar, something written by Purandaradasa. We do not take our texts or Tolgapiyam, which is the text in grammar, and look at what happens in grammar somewhere else. Compare the texts that are written in India by Indians in other languages, of which translations are anyway available, even if you cannot read and write that language that comfortably, and then do research work in comparative lit across languages.
And if you're working with Indian ELT classrooms, the way in which we handle numbers and the heterogeneity and the multilingual reality of the Indian classrooms, I don't think anybody else from any other non-Indic context can, offer to the world as research.
See, let's take a small example of this, because when we say numbers, you're going to wonder, what are we talking about? Now, anybody from Orissa knows that there is a SAURA, S-A-U-R-A, SAURA number system that is 1 to 12. Similarly, many other tribal areas have different number systems. In Tamil, for measuring of quantity, we had Arak, Padi, Manang, that is, the quantities were different, calculations were different. Why we do not ever pay attention to this and compare it with the decimal system and look at which one is more beneficial and why? What about pluriculturalism? What about the culture system that is there in India across languages, across
geographic boundaries,
across states, across caste, across religion? Everywhere there are different cultural differences. Now, English literature will give you, if you take any book, 5 modern texts in English literature maybe, will tell you something about the
Indian
food
English
habits.
literature.
No, the food habits, let's say in 21st century literature in those books. Why haven't we ever thought of comparing that with 5 novels written in the language that you can read and look at what are the food and cultural habits available in this country and do a comparative study? Food is only one, costume. If the social history of England has been documented, why hasn't the social history of India been documented in different ways? So multidisciplinary studies, which is giving you ideas of small research projects. If you are master's students, take it up as a small MA dissertation. If you are a PhD student, take up a bigger study. Then let us come to we've looked at Indian culture. Dr. Shrideepa, would you like to come in with Indian research methodology for a little bit?
Yeah, right now I'm working on a project that looks at what are the Indian research method, what are the research methodologies that are Indian in nature that are found in ancient texts. So one such offer that comes from our Indian text would be Tantra Yukti. And we have been a nation that wrote well, that debated well, that has Tarka Shastra with us. So bringing in those into the forefront to benefit the other disciplines rather than just, it staying in, because I'm proficient.
Excuse me, ma'am. Please start concluding. Okay.
Sure. I'm just almost done.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
I'll just take 5 minutes and I'll be done. Thank you so
Okay.
much. All right. So bringing in Indian research methodologies that have been gathering dust or, that have stayed within the departments of Sanskrit, because I'm currently working in this area. I do not know how the other languages fare, but then a lot has been, hidden away from main site, from multidisciplinary sites into different departments. So bringing them out would be a good way of researching. And currently, the both of us are working on in the area of anthropology. That is, we are looking at how education of adults in mainstream higher education classrooms is different from pedagogy, from the word itself means teaching of children. Pedagogy, such as the PEDS that come from pedagogue, that comes from
Child.
Peda and child, coming from the word pediatrician, for example. So is there an alternative of teaching of adults? So this is a wonderful upcoming area for those of you who are planning to do research in. And then, of course, inclusivity. But in the NEP 2020, the word inclusive is replaced by the word equity. So anyway, whatever word we use, but then the idea is bringing people with different abilities into the same platform. And another upcoming area in the ELT, in the ELT platform would be on language potentiality versus language proficiency. So a whole list of possibilities are there, which could be contributions from the Indian soil. And as the NEP 2020 demands from us is that we make India a Vishwa Guru, which, while we are doing this, while we critically treat the Western influences and break from there.
Yeah, one small point and then we'll finish. This term language potentiality is very new. So far, we've seen language proficiency as a skill. Listening, speaking, reading, writing, and then a little bit of thinking got added on, but it still remains a skill to be acquired. Now, we are talking of language potentiality, where we're talking of the ability and the potential that language itself has, regardless of which language, to be used constructively, neutrally, or destructively. The same idea, you want to say something. Now, let's take a quick example. Somebody came in 3 minutes ago and said, ma'am, please try and start concluding. The same person could have said, time over, stop. Now, saying it in a positive, constructive manner is language potentiality, and that is an area worth researching.
Thank you so much. And then we just leave you with this in front of you, with the concept of ikigai, which is attributed to a Japanese philosophy, because whatever you do as research, unless you do what you love to do, and unless you pick up an area that you're good at, and unless it is part of what the world needs, and unless it also gets you a job, or it pays you off either in cash or in kind or an emotion, unless you find this place in terms of the topic of your research, it's going to feel a little incomplete for you. So find out the ikigai of your own research.
You know, it's like saying the topic that you choose, you have to eat, live, and sleep
Exactly.
with it.
Exactly.
Therefore, you need to be passionate about it. You need to have it as a mission, and then it should become a vocation. You don't love what you're doing, you will get bored. And when you get bored, research work never gets finished.
And you're just going to push years, calendar years,
not get it done or say, oh my God, I have to finish this PhD. I don't know what to do. I don't know what to write. Instead, there has that eagerness and enthusiasm to find out more and more. Our best wishes to all of you to find your ikigai, to find your passion and in research and keep going in the years to come.
Thank you so much. We are done. Back to
Thank you. Thank you so much, dear Deepa and Geeta madam. Brian Tracy said, the future belongs to the competent. Get good, get better, and be the best. So we have just seen the best, and we are so thankful that you could spare your time, and you have given a very nice concept of presenting a topic, like two persons are just you have a chemistry, and that is really a thought for us to enjoy and try also. Thank you so much. And we have one more wonderful presenter with us. Let me introduce Dr. Madhur Srivastava from Cornell University, New York. He did his MS, PhD and postdoctoral research at Cornell University, where currently he's working as a research professor. He published 20 research papers. He has 2 patents to his credit, along with several presentations and seminars. He has completed 4 funded projects and 10 are still undergoing. He has received several honors like the Irvin Jacob Graduate Fellowship, System Engineering Fellowship, Cornell Computing and Information Science Fellowship, Cornell Engineering Learning Initiative Fellowship, Semiconductor Research Corporation Fellowship, Hunter R. Rawling Third Presidential Research Fellowship, just to name a few. So Dr. Srivastava will be discussing the topic effective communication skills, and who could do it in a better way than the person who is so experienced and he is well established in his field. We are so eager to listen to him. Dr. Srivastava, it's yours.
First of all, thank you for this kind introduction. And I'm also grateful to the previous speakers because where they left, it reminded me of my PhD. When they said, follow your heart, do what you want to do. And I think that is where the key thing comes, because you need to have a core of things and which helps us grow from there. For example, if you're not working on the areas that you are not liking, you are never going to grow. And you're never going to do anything that you would like to have. I can tell you from my experience of friends, because I did my undergraduate from India, and I have a lot of friends from India when I did my PhD here at Cornell. They had the biggest problem is some of them went for easy. Oh, I'm getting this professor, a big name, let's work with them. And they went there and didn't like research. And then they were stuck and they got demotivated. And then they finally left academia. So what the previous speaker said, I think there could not have been a better way of saying that, do what you want to do. Even it is not known at that point of time. And in case if you want a book on it, there's a really nice book called Letters to a Young Investigator. It is by Edward O. Wilson, who's called Modern Day Darwin. So that's I would recommend in case if anybody's interested. Feel free to read that book. Coming back to my topic, I always say that, I'm a researcher, but there is no point doing research if you cannot communicate to research. So if I don't understand anything, suppose I am speaking Mandarin, I'm speaking Mandarin very effectively, but nobody understands it. So what's the point of speaking? Similarly, whatever we do, however we do, we have to communicate in a very effective manner. And what does that actually mean? It means communicating to the person who understands the language. Suppose I'm talking to everyone of here. I can also talk in Hindi. Some of you may be, I believe everybody is from North India. Some of them may be from South India. They may have different language. Understanding their culture when you're talking to them. Those two things are very important in effective communication, because if you cannot transfer that information which you don't understand, it is not going to go far away. And the best way to see is remember anything in your life that you ever know. Like, if you had a speech, anything that you recall from your childhood or from your adulthood, you will see that person communicated it. Just study it. And there's so many things you may have listened, you only remembered few things. And that is a power of effective communication. Easiest way to communicate is to communicate through stories. Stories is the most powerful way of communicating things. We all remember stories, right? Also punishment. I always say during our childhood, if you recall, some teachers punished us for certain things and we remember that instance. So we cannot punish people here now, we are adults. So, but I think even today, based on my experience, and I go to conferences, and most of you also go, may have an opportunity to go to a bigger seminars. You will hear 10 talks, out of which almost all of them are boring, except for 1 or 2. And the reason is people are communicating the facts. They are not telling the story. So that is in the oral form, communicating the things in a story. Second strategy is analogies. People understand analogies. Suppose you are trying to describe a particular thing. If I say it's round, it's orangish, it is sweet, right? You are trying to relate few things, right? You are creating your imagination to imagine that product. If I say it's like an orange, but slightly bigger, then you have sort of related that project. Now you see an orange, and then you're seeing scenario from that orange. If I have to describe a car, how would I describe a car? So drawing a schema is important, and people start filling in those schemas. So you will see those strategies is another example how to effectively communicate. And previously I said analogies. So you can draw an analogy for anything. For example, if you want to say in research, X does Y, it's very abstract, right? Try to relate a situation where you have a real-time analogy for it. A good example is, I always, whenever I give a presentation, I have a very common slide where I say science. If you recall, wheel was the second, I think, most important invention. And then we made cars out of it. We went to moon, but we never had a wheel on our luggage until 1970s. And anybody who has traveled, you may have remembered that without a wheel, it is very difficult to carry your luggage. Your luggage without a wheel is a difficult thing. So drawing analogy, and I always say common sense always trumps science when you're drawing an analogy. Create a schema, tell a story, and then communicate, draw an analogy to that story and tell, okay, this is what I wanted to say in science. Other thing is unexpectedness. That people, if you listen to some of the talks, they become monotonic after, every talk becomes monotonic after time. So you have to create an unexpected experiences. There has to be some sort of change in that story that excites people. So I don't know, I think our Prime Minister does a good job, right? He keeps you engaged. Or like take any good speaker, right? Previous Prime Ministers too. They just have a knack of saying something after 2 or 3 minutes, which gets your attention. Because if you are not attentive, you are not going to listen. And if you're not going to listen, you're not going to consume the information. So having that something within 2 or 3 minutes, which is changing the storyline, or changing the context is important. That keeps people attentive. Keeping it simple, not complicating the matter. Sometimes as a scientist, we have a tendency to talk long as well as talk complicated just to look that we are well informative or we are smart. And I want to tell the story. One of my faculty colleagues, he's a Nobel laureate. He got Nobel Prize in 1981. And he always gets criticisms for his papers whenever he writes that you write a very simple language so that graduate students can understand. What else is the purpose? Like if you're writing a paper, it has to be understood. If it's not understood, what's the point of that paper? So he tells that especially in academia, you have to have a simple language. Without simple language, you cannot communicate things. There are two kinds of style in that aspect. One is very standard style, say like, let me give an example. You all have read textbooks, right? Those are boring textbooks. There's no story. They say this is this is that, this is this is that. But if you have read a cartoon magazine or even a novel, they write a very good one, right? You get everything. So having that communication or sort of I would say a style which is communicating the things in that novel terms. You are writing a science novel in that aspect, rather than telling that X is equal to Y. You are doing a chemistry project or a social science project. Don't use jargon in that aspect, which nobody understands. Artificial intelligence, we all have heard of these names. What it is, many people may not know, but people start saying those things. Why can't we explain in simple language? So try to make it as simple as anything else. Other aspect is whenever you are writing or saying something, make sure tell it to someone who is not an expert in that field or don't even know it. This is saying grandma story. If you can explain it to your grandmother, you can explain it to anybody else. So that's the test that you are able to communicate to somebody who is effective. I can talk about my experience, and these are things which I'm telling you. Of course, you can learn it through reading a book, but the best way is to practice and also stay stupid things, because you learn, you try different styles, and after which you realize what is your style. There are several good styles of communication, but you have to realize what is your style. Like somebody once told me, Madhu, you talked a lot without saying anything. To which I replied, you published a lot without accomplishing anything. So I have this rhetorical giving back style in that system. So I realized that I have a particular style. I like to talk in phrases. I like to use a lot of sarcasm, satire in general. So, and that I learned. I used to tell a lot of jokes which nobody used to laugh when I was an undergraduate, and then realized, no, I'm telling the wrong thing. So I have to be. And that I learned through practice, that what is best works for me. I can tell, I think most of you are like, I believe in this college or like, currently in education. I started learning English in the second year of my undergraduate. And it was a tough time. Oh boy, India Today and the Hindu, I used to read those two, one was magazine, one was newspaper. I could not understand anything. I used to write those things on the paper and go to dictionary and still used to struggle. More I practiced, and I used to talk to my friends and teacher in English, and they used to say, I am a madman. That why you are talking, this is India. I was in Madhya Pradesh, why are you talking in English, अंग्रेज की औलाद हो क्या मतलब like this. So I think that's another thing. You have to be very clear, especially if you're talking English. Get that motivation. You will get pushback from your friends, even anybody at your own home. If you talk in English to your mother, I talked to my mother and she said, what has happened to my child? Oh much. So I think that is one thing. Also reading. The one thing which has helped me a lot, more you read, you don't realize psychologically you start learning the language. Unfortunately, I cannot read Hindi anymore, which I was very good at, so I cannot understand it too well. But English, it automatically comes to your style. A good place where I started was Economist. When I left India, Hindu was a really nice paper. India Today was a nice paper. When I came to America, there's a Economist magazine. I think some of you may have heard it's a global magazine on current affairs. They have a very witty style of writing. So more you write, more you speak, better you become in those aspects. Another thing to understand in effective communication is not getting nervous. We go and talk on streets all the time. We do talking all the time, right? But when it comes to public speaking, it becomes a very difficult task because now we are being judged by the people. So how do we talk? The best way is keep talking, keep getting nervous. You have to screw few things. You have to screw few times because then you become confident. An advice which I got was assume your audience is idiot, and most of the time they are. So, which is actually, which I would suggest it's a double-edged sword. It may work sometime because you may become arrogant, but at least it will give you a confidence, and then you learn how to be humble. I think in that aspect, how to communicate things. But I think if you're feeling nervous, that's not a bad assumption to make. Also record yourself. Sometimes we don't know our body posture, especially we are talking, we may be, making those non-verbal gestures which are not matching what we are saying. So sometimes record. Nowadays there are phones, you can record and see, okay, this is something which I can improve on. Purely from speaking perspective, intonation matters. You cannot be monotonic. You have to have that intonation variation. From writing perspective, what I found was whatever you are going to write, don't write when you are calm. Write when you are excited. So when you're writing, when you're excited, you're going to write immediately a lot of things. Sometimes it may not match anything, but at least you have got the context and the content right. And after say a day or two, you can read back and make it much more mellow. But to have that passion, also making pictures, people do understand pictures. You must have read a lot of material, but we all get pictures, graphics pretty good. So use graphics for communications, sometimes animations too. There are plenty of platforms which you can use, but use pictures. And if you especially what one of my recent student did, he said, I will first make a presentation, picture presentation, then I'm going to write. And I'm not sure, there's a really nice movie made by Satyajit Ray, right? I forgot the movie name, but it was made from a cartoon. There was a cartoon scriptures, and then he used that cartoon scriptures to just make a movie out of it. So pictures are important. So if you use pictures to communicate, nice, but also for your writing and speaking, that will give you a nice, storyline. These are all the things coming to my mind. But if you have any specific questions, do ask me. And I want to say one thing. I just recall when I was first, how not to communicate and how to communicate. I will tell you one thing, how not to communicate. When I was first flying to United States using United Airlines, so they serve wine, international flight. So the air hostess came and said, do you want wine? I said, yes, I want wine. Say, which one? I said, good one. So all our wines are good. So which one you want? So this is not, you should ever say that, just to let you know that if you don't know the name, you can ask them that, what are the options? What are the options? And then pick any random options that you like. My recent postdoc, who is from actually Kanpur, IIT Kanpur, he did his PhD from IIT Kanpur, he's Oriya. And when he came, he had that thing, right? Like we have, especially as an Indian and in a culture, we have a habit of giving answers. Sometimes not giving answers is also nice. Saying, okay, what can I do? So he told me his story too when he landed, that people will ask him questions that, immigration office, they ask a simple question, he gave a whole history of his life. And they say, well, I'm not looking for your whole history of your life. I'm just asking, where are you going? Not where you are coming, why you are coming from. So those sort of things we should not do. And we all have learned through bad experiences. So I would say have some bad experience and learn from them, and automatically will become a good communicator. I think I was on time. Okay, do I have anything else?
Yeah. Very nice. We welcome you here. And it was nice having listened to you.
Thanks.
Thank you
for
so much.
inviting me.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And now it is time to invite our session chair. It is a true privilege to be a part of this conference. All of us must be feeling that. And I hope together we can build stronger connections. I can see opportunities to increase our influence, enhance our reputation, and these lectures, I request session chairman, Dr. Naveen Moini Madam, who is the foundation stone of this conference, to enlighten us with her closing remarks. And friends, let me remind you once again, she was awarded as Nari Ratna by the Ministry of Women and Child, the Kanpur Ratna by All India Society of Intellectuals, Women of Substance by the Times of India, and she received Vidya Saraswati Samman as well. So you are an inspiration to all of us. We welcome you, madam, and request you to speak your mind.
Thank you so much. I'm audible, I think.
Yes, very much.
Just as pages of history, they open up one after another, in the same way, yesterday has become a history, and these moments are also going to pass into moments of history. But when it is a vibrant history, we remember it. And I'm very, very happy to be a part of this session, which was on English studies. You truly connected with the topic NEP 2020, challenges and prospects, now through research and innovation in English studies. But beyond English studies, you all, in your through your presentations, opened up new vistas of knowledge and new topics and new ways the research should be done. You expressed your views on the methodology of research, finding out the topics, and whatever you feel like Professor Sudhi Rajiv, she felt about the restructuring of universities. And both of you, Sudhi Rajiv ji and Shri Deepa and Geeta, they all talked about the importance of soft skills, ICT, use of technology in research. So that's very, very important. And all of us, we connected with NEP 2020 so far as image of India was concerned, and so far as the ethos of Indian culture is concerned, that though we are, professors of English, but she said that let us take English not as the language of the British, but as our own language. So though we are, professors of English, but we are so much connected with the soil of India, with the soul of India, with the culture and ethos of India. And it is in our mind that through NEP 2020 and through these views, by connecting to the soil, by connecting to the culture of India, let us be the producers, as she said, not the just consumers. So let us not be consumers only, because that is the image. Let us be the providers of knowledge to the world. That's I like best. And certainly they are very thought-provoking ideas, and it will take a lot of time to cover up. I have made very exhaustive list of the topics covered by both of them. So thank you so much, Professor Sudhi Rajiv. Thank you so much, Shri Deepa. Thank you so much, Dr. Geeta. It was true pleasure to have you all. And I'm very elated that howsoever he got very little time, Dr. Madhur, he could be here because it's very late at night in USA where he is. And I thank at this very moment, principal of the college, Professor Bipin Kaushik ji. He also presented his views, how he looked up at NEP 2020, relating it to the views of Mahatma Gandhi, to the views of Tagore, to the views of Vivekanand. So the thinking process is developing, it's growing, and I'm quite confident that we have one more session, on management studies. After that, while brooding over, we'll go back with enriched with the ideas. So thank you so much. Thank you, Department of English, the SST College. Thank you, moderator, Dr. Professor Neeru Tandon, and all the members of the department. And thank you for associating with us in the completion of this conference. The success of the conference does not lie with me. It lies with the collaboration with you all. As Sudhi Rajiv had said, that, we must have be the participants, participating and collaborating colleges, collaborating institutions, if we really want good research and good innovations. So thank you so much for calling me here. We are just close to the second session. So thank you very much. We'll close down.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for inviting us.
Thank you
It
so
was
much.
A
great
real
to be
pleasure,
around.
to be with you, and to be with Dr. Deepa, Dr. Geeta, and also with a young person who just enthusiastically came to us and presented his very original views towards effective communication. So thank you so much.
I sincerely appreciate everybody's attention, and this brings us to the end of this session. So once again, we are signing off, but with the hope that we'll meet soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And all of you have a great
Thank
day.
you and best wishes to everyone.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks to all 55 participants. I think 58 we had at one time.
Yeah.
Really appreciate that you gave me an
They are
opportunity.
not only 55 with one camera, like there are several students who are sitting in one room.
One room,
So
yes.
we have more than 100.
Great.
So,
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Okay, ma'am.
We are leaving with so many fresh ideas.
Sure.
Great.
Yes.
Enriched.
Okay.
Thank
Take
you.
care, ma'am, and thanks once again. Bye-bye.
See you.
Bye-bye.
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 Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hello,
ma'am.
Dr. Garima.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon.
Very good afternoon.
How are you, ma'am?
Uh,
It's really delightful seeing you.
yeah, I'm quite happy when I'm busy.
Yes, ma'am. I know that, and that is why like you are the inspiration to all of us. That you never like allow us to settle down. You like make us strive for more.
You settled down only once, Garima.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
I cannot. Like Ulysses, you remember the poem.
Yes, ma'am.
So to strive, to seek, not to yield.
Not to yield. Correct. Absolutely.
So this is the effort.
Yes,
This is the
ma'am.
effort. We do not know what's going to happen tomorrow, but
Yes.
then
Again.
drink the cup of life to the lees.
Right.
So
Can't agree more. ma'am.
these are the some of the things that these lines have always inspired me.
Right.
And to strive, to seek, to find, not to yield.
Yes,
That's
ma'am.
the motto of my life.
Absolutely. That's how, like, ma'am, all of us like always in awe of your presence. Truly, I mean, like I feel that I can feel those goosebumps when like you were like saying all these things. Like, yes.
So thank you. So you are my own.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
your joy is my own. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
They have a good session of English. Good session.
Yes, I heard of them.
It came very close to the topic.
Correct.
Though we were doubtful. All the
Yes.
speakers, they were asking me that how do you connect it? NEP says nothing on this. Because no,
Right.
just see, try to connect. There's so many unsaid things there, referred things there. So
Yes.
they tried. And I was very happy.
Yes, ma'am. The sessions were really insightful. They were like trying to have a different paradigm to like the same old things.
Yeah,
So they were-
and language is the base.
Yes, true.
Language is the base. And most of the researches, they are being written in the, in English.
Correct.
English as medium.
Correct.
So many people said, okay, what are they going to say about writing a research paper? MLA style sheet is the same for all.
Right. But it's still like there are a lot of things that we still need to learn.
Yeah.
So even after doing a lot of research, every time like there is something new. So yeah.
Life is a learning experience. Every step.
Actually.
So I think what time it is. Let's keep
1:20.
time. This session is very tight.
Right.
And one thing, Garima, I don't know, Dr. Chakravarti, are you available here? Dr. Rishi Chakravarti, you can switch on your audio for a moment, for a minute.
Yes, madam. Yeah. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Very, very good afternoon. But yeah, Garima was not there yesterday in the inaugural session. She couldn't be.
Okay.
But we are growing. Did you attend English?
No, I couldn't attend actually. I had
Okay,
some
okay.
other assignments. So yes.
So since I am there all through, what
Right.
I am watching that we are growing.
Right.
Growing, and from broader things, we are coming to the minute points.
Right.
Coming down to the concept of this conference.
Right.
So
right.
that gives me I'm rather very happy at this moment. I do not know how the session goes, management session. I do not know, because that is not my area of interest. It's not my subject. But still, all family members, they are related with that. So, I mean, Dr. Ashutosh is there.
Yes, ma'am.
Very, very good afternoon, Dr. Ashutosh.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Let us start, actually.
Yeah, I had a word with Dr. Geeti Sharma. She is in some medical checkup because today we had an off. So she said she will join later. So everybody.
You will have to tell me the time. When we want her to address also.
Yeah, she said she will join at 45.
Okay. Welcome, Dr. Arpita.
Very good afternoon, everyone.
Very good afternoon. So, I mean, Dr. Bushra, Dr. Shalini Mishra, are you here? She was there in the English session. Let me call them. So in a minute, we are going to start. So there may be a small change, Dr. Ashutosh. There may be a small change.
Yes, ma'am.
So in the beginning, she is not going to speak.
Yeah, she's about to join at 1:45 or 50. She has told me.
I mean, all the lectures, they will go.
So we can start. Once she will join. I have already updated her the agenda.
No, we will start. We won't waste time because
Yes.
people, they are giving their time. So we
Yes,
have to be very, obliged to them for the time for which
please.
they are there.
Yes.
So let just Bushra join and we start.
Yes, ma'am.
You can call Rahul ji and Himanshu ji.
I have already updated them. I already updated them.
No. Just call them to join.
Okay.
They just left the previous one. No? Yes.
Hello. Am I audible?
Yeah, you're audible and visible both.
Yes. A very good afternoon to all of you. I'm pleased to invite all the delegates to be with us in the third technical session of the conference on management studies. Here, I feel proud to
There is
invite
Dr. Bushra, there is one change. Because Professor Geeti Sharma is still not there. She will be there after 1:45.
Okay.
So you just, I am there to start with. I'm there to start with. And then we'll call Professor Puneet Chandra.
Yes.
Is it okay? Is it okay?
Okay. Yes. I feel proud to invite Dr. NEP Nigam, former principal, Mahila Mahavidyalaya, Kidwainagar, and Dean of the Faculty, CSJM University, Kanpur, and also the convener of the conference. She has always been the most energetic and dynamic personality and really an inspiration for all of us. I very humbly ask you, ma'am, to start the session with a welcome note.
So, dear friends, very good afternoon to you all. It has been a real pleasure and an enriching experience for me to be the convener, to plan and to design the whole conference along with Dr. Himanshu Shrivastava ji and Rahul Tyagi ji. They were the three persons. And then I had the patronage of my husband, Dr. G.S. Nigam. So with experienced people around me, we have come down to the third technical session of this conference. As I was just discussing, that the conference is growing, the ideas are growing, and we are sure that we shall be reaching the one fulfilling stage when I will have some points to make a roadmap how to go about research and innovations, because that is the main thing, that is the pillar of all education. When we think and when we talk of development, when we talk of restructuring of universities and reconditioning of education system under the light of NEP 2020, we have to make a roadmap, and there should be a massive contribution of all higher educational institutions in solving the challenges that come in front of us. The challenges that are there, they will be solved only when we together move ahead, deliberate, analyze the problem, and try to find out solutions. And those solutions should be step after step, one after step, one step after another step, phase wise. So who is going to do that? The NEP has been framed, but how to implement that and how to relate it to the growth of the nation and to the growth of personality and to the growth of Indian ethos, we have to consider one by one. And this is, these are not right now brainstorming sessions, but we may have after some time brainstorming sessions also to decide, because the NEP 2020 envisages the growth of India, the originality of India, make in India image, and the, how can we just said, how can we the providers of knowledge to the West? We have been taking, consumers of knowledge from West, but how can we the providers of knowledge to the West? That is the main aim and destination where we want to reach. So with these few words, I express my happiness, joy at having you all with me. I welcome you all here in this third technical session of research and challenges and prospects through research and innovation in the light of NEP 2020. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now I invite Dr. Ashutosh Gaur, co-convener of the program, to formally welcome all and express your ideas on the purpose of the session.
And just, in brief.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone, for inviting us, and we are pleasure to be part of this conference as a collaboration partner. Our director is Dr. Geeti Sharma is busy with her some personal assignments. So I, Dr. G.S. Nigam, Chief Patron for this conference, Dr. N.S. and Dr. N.M. Nigam, Mr. Himanshu Sharma, Chief Editor for Academic Social Research, and other organizing partners. Hi, Dr. Ashutosh Gaur from Mangalme Institute of Technology. I just gave you a brief introduction of my college. Established in 2002, Mangalmaya Group of Institutions is a premier NEC accredited institution with a prime focus on innovation, excellence, and nurturing global leaders for a sustainable future. We incorporate knowledge, industry experience, research, and international exposure in our curriculum to offer comprehensive educational programs to the student. The postgraduate and graduate program offered at Mangalmay are affiliated with ATQ Lucknow, formerly known as UP Technical University, and approved by All India Council of Technical Education, AICT, Ministry of HRD, Human Resource. And under the leadership of our chairman, sir, Dr. Mr. Atul Mangal, our vice chairman, Ayush Mangal, we are progressing towards new height, and now we are heading our new institute also, that's a pharma. So we are located at Greater Noida, and we welcome you all. Once our director will join, I will talk about her also. And thank you very much for giving us a place in this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It is a great pleasure for us that the keynote speaker of the session, Professor Puneet Chandra, is also with us. Professor Puneet Chandra Srivastava is one of the leading personalities in his field. He possesses more than 2 decades of teaching experience. He pursues his profession with vigor and passion. At present, he is working as Dean, Entrepreneur, Innovation and Incubation at Rajkumar Goyal Institute of Technology, Ghaziabad. He completed his Doctor of Philosophy on Optical Communication from Uttarakhand Technical University, Dehradun in 2015. He achieved highest star of Institute Innovation Council and also achieved band performer ranking in Atal ranking of institutions on institution achievements. He completed various faculty development programs such as Design Thinking for Strategy and Innovation in 2019 at IIM Lucknow, and Outcome-Based Education and Accreditation in 2020 from IILM College of Engineering and Technology, Greater Noida. He also participated in International Faculty Development Program on Digital Learning with Multidisciplinary Approaches from JSS Noida in 2020. And another program on Internet of Things organized by Indraprastha Engineering College Training and Learning Academy. These are just name a few. There is a list of faculty programs which he participated. He attended various national and international conferences as well. He got a good number of research papers published in both national and international journals. He authored 2 books entitled Electronic Circuit and Microstrip Antenna Design for Wireless Application. He is associated with several professional bodies, just as ICEIT, IAENG, USEE, and IRED. He has also, all this shows that he has been continuously stepping forward in enhancing his excellence. Please, sir, enlighten us with your valuable talk. Please, Punichan, sir. Are you there?
Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I need to share my screen. Have you given me access for sharing my screen? Kindly enable.
Rahul ji. Rahul ji. Hello, please permit.
You have access.
Okay, thank you. So my screen is visible now?
Yes.
Thank you, ma'am. Thanks for so impactful introduction. Good afternoon, everyone. I, Dr. Punichan Srivastava, would like to thank the organization team of International Conference, especially mention Dr. NM Nigam ma'am and convener of the International Conference, co-convener Mr. God, for inviting me. I feel honored to become a part of International Conference on National NEP, basically. This is really very good opportunity for me for the discussion of innovation and entrepreneurship in NEP. The objective of this session is to generate knowledge about the role of innovation and entrepreneurship in New Education Policy 2020. I start my talk with some important aspects of NEP. So everybody knows that Government of India is going to introduce NEP in all the school and colleges. So I start with brief about the NEP. So as I discuss, the main objective of this reformation of the Indian education system is no child will be left behind. So it is indeed to fill the gap in the current education scenario. So we can say 2020 is brought for the learning to learn approach, as I have already discussed. And there are some highlights of NEP. I'm just going through by this highlights, nothing else, because already you have discussed about more about this NEP. I've just given you some enlightenment of this. So here you see, just so. Yeah, just a minute. Actually, my screen got paused. Yes. So highlights of the new education policies are, first one is the present school system will be divided into 5+3+3+4 stages as foundation, preparatory, middle and secondary school. It means first is the foundation course up to 8 years, then preparatory 11, then middle up to 14, and secondary means up to 18. So age is also divided in this 5+3+3+4 stages. And another one is mother tongue or regional language will be taught up to at least class 5th. Vocational education will be integrated from class 6 with 10 days of mandatory internship, vocational training like entrepreneurship and innovation related subjects. These kind of subjects will be related from the school level. National Testing Agency will conduct SAT like college entrance test twice a year. It means one exam for one entrance test. And there will be lot of things that student will be benefited with a 4-year multidisciplinary bachelor's program. Midterm dropout students will be able to complete a degree after a break. But nowadays, if once you dropped out, you can't complete your education after 3 years. But now in this policy, there is an opportunity for those students who can drop out, then they can be completed their education within that time limit. And last one is foreign colleges could enter India and Indian university would go global. So another aim is to globalize education system also, and vice versa. And what is the impact of this new education policy on students? Next one is what kind of benefit our students can adopt this. So you can say these will be some changes in the existing education policy to bring out the best in ourselves, be it any field of study. It can surely make India a global knowledge superpower by seeing this example. What kind of impact there is going to be in NEP. So NEP 2020 will open up new learning opportunity to the students. Its biggest impact would be the change in the learning environment and the learning process for the students. The new education will have increased focus on the skill improvement and competency development of the students. This is totally depend on the skills. The new education policy is totally depend on knowledge. Knowledge as well as skills. That students should have both of the skill as well as knowledge. Make the students future ready by building 21st century skills. Make students focus on both academic and non-academic pursuits. Provide various learning opportunities for pre-primary, open and distance learning students. Give access to counseling and other services for students. So these are the impact for the students. As per theory, as per research, nearly 30% of students in India drop out after grade 10. So thereby, Indian government chooses this kind of policy that after dropout, they can complete their education. 30% is a big number. Therefore, they will definitely provide multiple exit options. In this new policy, there are so many growing opportunities for the students, and they will grow accordingly and they can build up their skills by using these kind of subjects, on basically skill-based subject and innovation-based subjects. So not only on students, this NEP focus, but there is also impact on teachers. For teachers, as all of us knows, the quality of teachers are not very good in India nowadays. So this policy is also impactful for the teachers by introduction of professional teaching standard, clearly outline roles and responsibility. A teacher has to define their roles and responsibility. They will be answerable for that. Training to monitor and improve their capabilities. Obviously, there will be some program based on the trainings and more focus on 21st teaching skills. A transparent recruitment system will also be there in according to this new education policies. There's maybe some standard of education that they have to clear number of papers or other things. So there will be some transparency in recruitments also. So these are the some impacts for students as well the teachers. Now further move on. In this in NEP, how the innovation and entrepreneurship is important. So for this, first of all, we define what is innovation. Innovation, what can we say? It's just a sentence to think differently. Other than if you define, then you can say an innovation is an idea that has been transformed into practical reality. Whatever you thought, you can convert that thought into the practical reality. For a business, this is a product of process or business concept or combinations that have been activated in the marketplace and produce new profits and growth for the organization. This is basically definition of innovation. Next, if I ask you why innovation is key to success of any business, why I am so much emphasizes on the innovation, this innovation is very important. Otherwise, for 21st century, if we have to think differently. So if I will define this, then we all understand that a business is the result of immense hard work and dedication. The key to any successful business is the ability to come up with fresh new ideas to keep the operation running and the products and services fresh. This influx of fresh ideas into the business on a regular basis is known as innovation. This is in terms of just business. Innovation plays a very important role in any business venture. So this Ola, Zomato, Swiggy, all are basically example of innovation. Otherwise, this will not happen with us. If we think that the enterprise has a unique and exclusive way of functioning, in reality, chances are that there may be many others who have undertaken a similar endeavor or similar kind of policy. So how our enterprises can be different from the others. So here innovation comes, that you have to think innovatively, then your enterprise will become a face in the crowd. So we can say this is where the concept of innovation with a slight twist, so that you can carve your own unique identity in a cluttered market. There is a famous quote on innovation by Steve Jobs. This is a very famous quote. He says, innovation distinguishes between a leader and a follower. very truly. Jobs makes a solid point. There become innovation is not just about providing new ideas or products and services. It also has a lot to do with modifying existing business model and adapting to change to achieve better result. Otherwise, you can't achieve a result in the form of the best level. This is really a very fine definition of innovation, and Steve Works correctly pointed out. Here, my PPT is visible.
Is there?
Just a moment, I think my screen is. Am I audible?
Sure.
Okay, so there are some 5 stages in innovation process. So I'm going to explain that innovation process. So innovation basically has 5 processes: preparation, generation, incubation, evolution, and implementation. So first is preparation. So you can say that innovation is innovation. So how this process comes? So how we can prepare for our innovation? So this is idea about the entrepreneurship. You think about that you want to become an entrepreneur, then you should be innovative. Then innovative means then you have to prepare your object accordingly. That you have to well prepared for any enterprises. So first is your preparation. So preparation involves paying real detail, attending to what's going on in the area of that business. Whatever business we want to enter, so this is for that preparation only. And where we can innovate also. What is the purpose? What we need to do? We need to explore each and everything in our preparation. So that's why this is first one is preparation. Second one is generation. Once we have explored understood the context, okay, now we are prepared. Now we understand the context. Then we have to think in which area I want to be innovative. In that particular area, if I want to be innovative, then I will go with that area only. I don't need to do each and everything for that particular purpose. So you can start to come up with idea that deal with the things that we have already discovered. This is the generation. Basically, in the generation, we have to basically explore our new idea or innovate our idea only. Third one is incubation. Incubation, first of all, we need to understand what is incubation. Nowadays, every engineering colleges or college have the incubation center, where students convert their process of thinking or idea into reality. Practically, they can think, okay, is this possible? That idea become a product, or this service is possible. That service can be popular among the peoples of that particular area. So this is this kind of incubation required by the students in their respective colleges. So that's why this incubation is equally important in the stages of innovation process. Fourth one is evaluation. Now we have to evaluate whatever we did. Our preparation was right, generation was right, incubation is right. Critically we have to give the points about these 3 processes. If we find that okay, everything is right, then just go ahead. So that's why this evaluation process is very important. And last one is implementation. I can say this is the most challenging stage of the process, implementation. Everything is ready. Now, how we can implement? Then, in the implementation, you need to be innovative also. Otherwise, this implementation process will very difficult. So, we have to implement it, our innovation in a same way. So, these are the 5 stages in innovation. Now, after innovation, now we think innovation is basically important in NEP. So this is for the NEP, why innovation is the key to success of any business. So as I discussed before, if somebody wants to be in business, that he or she has to be innovative. Otherwise, this is just a throat cut market. No one will survive. So that's why we all require innovative in the same business. Now, we became an innovator. Now, what is the use of innovator? This innovation can be used as an entrepreneur. Now, main thing is for the entrepreneur. This is all about this entrepreneurship. This NEP is basically based, apart from the jobs, this NEP wants the students maybe become a big entrepreneurs. The percentage of entrepreneurship should be higher than the existing, in fact 10 times more than the existing scenario. That's why this NEP is more focusing on entrepreneurship and innovative subjects. So, and whenever we define what is entrepreneur, when I was in school, in fact, I was in college also in BTech. I was not able to understand what is the difference between entrepreneurship or a businessman. I always thought that the businessman and entrepreneur both are the same thing. Now you see, in fact, 6-year or 7-year student, they can ask you, what is this entrepreneurship? My teachers ask me, just give me 2 innovative ideas for this forest cutting, 3 innovative ideas for this. My teacher said, I want to be an entrepreneur, then just give some ideas. In fact, school going, 4th or 5th school going students know these words, entrepreneurship and the innovation. So I can say after implementing these subjects through NEP, our future or future of India is very bright. So this entrepreneur, I have also written here, so just read this. An entrepreneur is an individual who create a new business, bearing most of the risk and enjoy most of the rewards. Obviously, who take most of the risks, he will enjoy most of the rewards. The process of setting up the business is known as entrepreneurship. The entrepreneur is commonly seen as an innovator, a source of new ideas, goods, service, and procedures. Entrepreneurs play a key role in any economy, using the skill and initiative necessary to anticipate need and bring in good new ideas to market. Entrepreneurship that proves to be successful in taking on the risks of creating a startup is rewarded with profit, fame, and continued growing opportunities. Entrepreneurship that fails result in losses and less prevalence in the market for those involved also. So I can't say there is only entrepreneurs always get benefit, but there will be some losses also. So I discussed both the things. So our students should know about this, why this. So I will explain each and everything, what kind of subjects or what kind of behavior is including in NEP 2020 for our students to become an entrepreneur. So this is NEP 2020 shines just to because of this innovation and entrepreneurship or our aspiring entrepreneurs. So first, how to become an entrepreneur? You see how to become an entrepreneur. There is a small story which I need to discuss. There are a number of stories of entrepreneurs based on entrepreneurs, but I read a story of Judy Shepherd, Bissett. She was very good jazz dancer, and she became very popular entrepreneur later on. So there is a story that after retiring her professional dancing, Judy Shepherd became an entrepreneur by teaching dance class to civilians in order to earn some extra cash. She was expert in jazz and she started her classes and just add some exercise there. And now her band name is known as a jazz exercise, jazz plus exercise, jazz exercise. Now she's having around 10,000 locations worldwide for that. So she was a retired lady and become entrepreneur. And you understand how much profit she is earning now. So for other aspiring entrepreneurs, I basically, I can say the term entrepreneurship had evolved basically from the willingness to take risk. If you have some willingness to take risks, then this term is for you, entrepreneurship. To be more about innovative way of thinking, planning and organizing in order to contribute to and manage new forms of business ventures professionally. The entire aim is to continue to grow and prosper inside a dynamic global marketplace. This is the whole process. To learn new age companies and innovative business models, entrepreneurship has become one of the most common subjects for college students. I'm in an engineering college, so I know most of the students want to learn these subjects based on entrepreneurship. But this NEP is also included these subjects in schools also. So with this, the introduction of NEP 2220, these entrepreneurship education will be integrated into the curriculum of the schools in India. Although this type of education was, already in most of the colleges, as I discussed. So this is the theory behind this. From the school level, you have to become, you think like entrepreneur. And now there are some points which I have to discuss as my PPT shows, that we have to analyze and recommend it carefully and have determined the most useful skills students will adopt that will help them to become successful entrepreneurs. These are the some skills. First is curiosity to identify problem areas. First of all, we need to understand what is our problem. We need to identify that problem. It's like a PhD. What our guide said, just identify the problem. First of all, we need to find the problem. Once you have identified your problem, half of the PhD work has over. Now this is the same thing. If a student is able to identify the problem, he will definitely start thinking like an entrepreneur. He must have some business environment also. Economic environment, yes, he need to understand economic environment. For economic environment, NEP is also including some subjects based on the economics, understanding of demand and supply, researching on the solution with creativity and design thinking, consolidate ideas, open discuss, close, time management, yes, very important. Without time management, a person can't become an entrepreneur. Operational efficiency, financial management, obviously. Resilience, very important thing. Communication, yes. Networking, branding. Networking is must. Without networking, you can't sell your project. If you want to sell your product, you need to be networking.
Sir, excuse me, I think we are running short of time. You try to conclude.
Okay. So okay, that I think I was given 30 minutes. My 30 minutes is over.
Yes, sir, because we are running a bit late in the program also. That is,
Okay,
try to read, take 5 minutes.
Okay,
more.
just a moment. I just want to complete this whole process.
Yeah, complete.
Because this is that was just entrepreneur.
Please do.
But what kind of subject in entrepreneurship our students is going to study? I'm just going through with that.
Yeah.
After studying these subjects, our students will be able to think like an entrepreneur. They will have a different kind of mindset of entrepreneur. From beginning, they will have some entrepreneurial intention. Obviously, this is mandatory for any entrepreneur, and they will be able to take risk in their life in terms of business only. So these kind of subjects definitely add some risk-taking behavior also. So after including of these subjects, our student will definitely ready to become an entrepreneur. So okay, in fact, as a conclusion, I can say that driving entrepreneurship will be the catalyst for high value job creation and support to much needed economic growth in India. In this session, we have discussed the significance of entrepreneurship education in order to reduce the chances of startup failure, and how the NEP 2020 is the perfect move in the direction. So this is from all side. Thank you everyone for your patience. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your informative lecture. Now, I very humbly invite and welcome Dr. Saurabh Agarwal to chair the session. He is an IIT alumni, data analyst, data advisor to IBM, data analyst at UNESCO.
One thing more, Taman, there are 4 students or scholars who want to present their papers. If they are online, so they should show their thumb that they are here. Ms. Tamanna Agarwal, Ms. Sonu Mandal, Ms. Manisha Yadav, and Ms. Rashmi Jain. Yeah, carry on.
Ma'am, Dr. Gita Sharma has joined the organization, so meeting.
Just a minute, Dr. Arpita has to go somewhere. So let her finish and then we'll call her.
Okay, now I humbly ask my colleague, Dr. Shalini Mishra, Head Department of History, HMPG College, to carry on the program.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Dr. Bushra and Naveen Moni, ma'am. Thank you so much. आप सभी विद्वज्जनों के साथ मैं डॉक्टर शालिनी मिश्रा आज के इस कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाती हूँ। अगले चरण में चलने से पहले मैं प्रोफेसर पुनीत चंद्रा सर को बहुत-बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूंगी और उन्होंने बहुत डिटेल में हमें इस एजुकेशन पॉलिसी के बारे में और इससे जुड़े और बहुत तथ्यपरक बातों को हमारे सामने रखा और थैंक यू सो मच सर। और इसी क्रम में आगे बढ़ते हुए मैं अपने स्पेशल गेस्ट इंजीनियर सौम्य शेखर जी के इंट्रोडक्शन के लिए
Just a minute. We have to present the introduction of Dr. Arpita Shrivastava first.
मैम अर्पिता मैम अभी आपने
हाँ, she is here.
ओके थैंक यू सो मच मैम। इसके बाद मैं डॉक्टर अर्पिता श्रीवास्तव मैम को अपने शोध पत्र के वाचन के लिए आमंत्रित करती हूँ। डॉक्टर अर्पिता मैम आए उससे पहले मैं उनका एक छोटा सा परिचय आपके सामने रखना चाहूंगी। डॉक्टर श्रीवास्तव इस समय एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर के रूप में जीएल बजाज इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मैनेजमेंट में कार्यरत हैं। A result-driven professional with 21 years of experience in corporate and academic section. She has worked in brand management team of world-renowned pharmaceutical companies like Dr. Reddy's Lab, Hyderabad, Panacea Biotech, Mumbai, and Win Medicare, Delhi. His Kara's brand management are marketing research, market analysis, current market scenario, new product launches, product positioning, market scenario, budget allocation, and so on. She is UGC NET qualified, MBA, and PG PIMR symbiosis, and hold PhD in management, and his and specialization in consumer behavior. Her area of interest include brand management, marketing management, integrated marketing, communication, consumer behavior, retail management, rural marketing, and digital marketing. She has a strong researcher, and she published and presented various papers in national and international journals and conferences. She has presented many papers in national and international conference like IIM, IIT, JNU, and other institute of repute. She presented previous institute in the various forum like PhD, CCI, AIMA, DMA, and FICCI. She has written a book on marketing management. Basically, Yashwant Rao Chauhan Maharashtra is published by the Vikas Publishing House. She has also conducted MGP for KRI BHCO as a resource person in marketing management and rural marketing. तो मैं डॉक्टर अर्पिता श्रीवास्तव मैम से आग्रह करूंगी कि वो आए और अपना वक्तव्य हमारे सामने प्रस्तुत करें जिससे हम लाभान्वित हो सके। डॉक्टर अर्पिता श्रीवास्तव।
So once again, very good afternoon, everyone present here. At the very onset, I would like to thank Ms. Vidhi Avasthi for giving me a wonderful introduction. And moving forward, I would like to extend my thanks to the organizing committee of this international conference, and specifically giving me an opportunity to share my ideas on this wonderful platform where I can see the eminent elite people from the various domain of management and technology. So before I move further with my topic of presentation, I would like to give a small brief all about what my presentation is all about. Actually, during COVID, when you all must be knowing and agreed upon that entire education system has taken an entire new paradigm shift. Then the idea came into our mind to understand that it is a very early stage we have shifted from face-to-face education to online education. And during the NEP 2020 discussion in various platforms, you all must be aware about that now education is moving towards more outcome-based learning. So starting from junior school level education or higher education institutions, people are focusing more on outcome-based learning. So that idea came into our mind that when we are talking about online education per se, then what is the outcome what students are getting when we have shifted the entire paradigm from face-to-face to online education. So we have written a paper based on the specific topic to understand what are the various factors which impact the effectiveness of a student online learning outcome in management education per se. And we have taken a help of very well-known theory of Vroom's expectancy theory of motivation, that what are the factors which plays a very important role in understanding that we, in this rush of hush market where everybody is talking about online business, and you must have seen that online tech education or edutech sector have grown by leaps and bounds. So is there any change in the learning outcome, or is there an effect of online learning education on specifically for the management education per se? So I request you to please give me a sharing right so that I can share my screen, please. Okay, I have. Thank you very much. I have. Okay. My slides are visible to everyone? My slides are visible?
Yes, it is visible. Visible.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Rishi. So the topic of the paper, which very much goes well with the new education policy 2020, this is a paper which revolves around to understand the factors which is impacting the effectiveness of student online outcome in management education, and keeping in view the Vroom's expectancy theory. So the presentation flow will be like this. I'll be just giving a little bit glimpse about what is my paper is all about, what is the purpose of the paper, what is the role of NEP 2020 in this topic, and a little bit fair idea about the latest research which happened in terms of understanding the growing online scenario in India. I have taken a little bit help from the literature review to understand what is the gap which is existing in this area, and where my paper can contribute well in terms of understanding that how online learning can help students in better understanding about the subject per se. Then I'll be taking care of taking you all through the objectives of my paper, then research methodology, and finally goes with the findings. So as I already shared with you, the journey started during COVID to understand the new term has emerged that is talking about the new normal, that is 2021, which has given a new light to the entire management education in terms of understanding that how they have to. This is something which is which we are discussing in various form before COVID, but nobody has imagined or thought of that the changes will happen overnight. For that, we didn't even get a chance to even experiment with the same. So if you talk about the Indian education system, it has taken an entire paradigm shift, which has happened. And in the meantime, NEP 2020 also come out with certain new paradigm, and it's got a very specific features where the focus is basically on the online education. If you talk about the present age, which is driven by technology, digital technology, and whole globes come under the influence of the same. And specifically, when we talk about NEP per se, NEP 2020, which has given a clear-cut light, or you can say a transformation, where they talk about that how not only the education seeker, but education provider, they have to come together under the virtual roof. So no more it's going to be a brick and mortar case, it's going to be a brick and click, where we should have a experiment with the blended learning. We can have physical mode also along with the online mode also. So this new normal is a transformed concept of education with online learning at the core of its transformation. NEP 2020 has taken certain very important aspects into consideration, like how to leverage the advantage of technology by acknowledging the potential risk and dangers both. Carefully design and appropriately scaled pilot studies to determine the benefit of digital and online education. Optimizing and expanding the existing digital platform, and to understand how ongoing ICT-based education initiatives are required to meet the current need and future challenges. And I think you all, the academia fraternity, will really appreciate the kind of effort what NPTEL or SWAYAM has done in a very shorter span of time. They are also moving in the same direction what NEP focuses upon. Last but not least, NEP also talked about using technology for online and digital education adequately to address concern of equity. The basic thrust of NEP is about the use of technology, and is basically the integration both between the education seeker and education provider. So the thrust of technological intervention talk about on basic revolve around the 6 parameters, that is teaching, learning, and evaluation process, supporting teacher preparation and professional development, enhancing educational access, streamlining educational management and administration, removing language barrier and access to Divyang students. So these are the core 6 more important aspects of which clearly highlighted in the NEP. And I think you all will agree, in due span of time, you all must have seen that even when you talk about a certain pedagogy, what we as a professor are using in terms of imparting education to our students, we are now including more of online education in terms of NPTEL and SWIM, with either you can talk about by design or default. Even when we talk about the different kind of accreditation like NEC or NBA, they always emphasize that the institute should focus more on blended learning or a combination of both online and offline mode to have a better reach and accessibility to the students. I'll just take you a little bit more glimpse about how online education market or how online learning scenario in India has changed or been evolving. This picture will give you a more insight about what is the opportunities which lies ahead in terms of using technology as one of the base for imparting education in both higher education system, either in terms of management or technology is all about. This is a study which was conducted by Technovia, which clearly says, as you can see in the graph, that online education market is going to be increased in India by $14.33 billion in between 2020 to 2024. So it clearly shows and clearly gives us an insight that we as an education provider or we as a faculty, we need to explore these opportunities also in terms of imparting education to our students. So as I already shared with you, the present study assesses factors impacting the effectiveness of student online learning outcome using Bloom's expectancy theory. This research study was conducted with 230 students of management studies who were subject of the survey using the convenient sampling methods via questionnaire. Some of the literature review, which is given as a clear-cut picture of identifying the gap that Bloom's expectancy theory was studied in other aspects, but nobody has taken that online learning system into consideration. And the aim must be for India to have an education system by 2040 that is second to none, with equitable access to the highest quality education for all learners. That is something which has already been mentioned in NEP 2020. So according to Lesilio et al. 2002, online technology is seen as an active element of both student and lectures learning system, and found that student effort in their learning environment have a greater impact on student learning outcome than prior achievement or the score. So he's already talked about in 2002. Moving further, the most comprehensive explanation how an individual is motivated be seen in Bloom's expectancy theory. This is basically a motivational theory. The theory states that an individual tend to act in a certain way based on the expectation, and the act will be followed by a given outcome. So what we want to study about, that giving an education on online platform will not only suffice the purpose, we also want to study that as per the NEP, when we are imparting education through online platform, what are the factors which can act as a motivational factors for a student in terms of increasing their learning outcome, which is the basic focus or the main area of NEP, that is outcome-based education. So there are 3 questions which we have formulated. That is there any relationship between expectancy, which includes, we have taken institutional support and student effort on student online learning outcome. Second, we'll be talking about instrumentality, which includes student performance and student online learning outcome. And the third factor talks about valence, which includes rewarding experience, appreciation, or recognition on student online learning outcome that we have studied. So this is a conceptual model what we have drawn to understand how the impact on online learning outcome happens, keeping the 3 factors into the mind, that is expectancy, instrumentality, and valence. we formulated a questionnaire with 5-point Likert scale, and later on we have studied using the different analytical tool like regression analysis. And we are able to understand that student performance and reward and appreciation have got a positive impact on cognitive and effective dimension of online learning outcome. This describes that online student performance facilitates in developing student both cognitive and effective learning, which help in improving student overall learning and online platforms. It means is a clear-cut indication of we as a academic fraternity that if we are going on towards online education, we have to keep in mind that these are the factors which also are very, very important if we want to develop both the cognitive and the effective learning of our students. Student perform facilitate in creating a climate of getting influenced by self-performance for participating in learning process and showcasing cognitive and effective learning outsource. For developing learning, students need to be motivated through rewards and appreciation. So as per the room expectancy theory, we are able to find it out that yes, award, if you talk about the motivation per se, reward also plays a very, very important role that we need to keep that in mind if we want the student to perform well. And it is also impacting the outcome also what students are having after going through the specific course. The positive relationship between student performance and online learning outcome provide insight for improving ways and models for enhancing student involvement and performance in online management education. Also, the reward and appreciation has shown a positive relationship with online learning outcome that need to be described by ensuring the value of reward for students for maximizing the learning. That is another the way around, which I think we as a education provider should understand that only asking for the marks will not suffice the purpose. We need to understand what are the different kind of reward and appreciation we can attach to a program so to increase that basic learning outcome of the student. Further, the study may explore the validity of the VAT, that is room expectancy theory with learning outcome apart from India. But that's talking about what is the future research scope. Also, the study may be conducted for other streams also. We have conducted for management education. The avenues are much more broader. We can experiment with other technological education also. The more we understand the influence and degree of effect of factors on outcome-based learning, the better we can be successful in achieving the overall development of the student. Despite few of the limitations of the present study, as you can see, the numbers are less, and it is very much restricted to management education. This is one of the key research in the direction of OL dimension, establishing link with the important theory of VET in management education in India. In developing countries like India, education sector need to develop the ecosystem of the online learning, and it also need to embrace the influencing factor for the holistic growth of student education. So this is the basic finding of our paper, which clearly says that outcome-based education, what we generally here in NEP, or we are in the process of specifically talking about the accreditation process. We generally talked about NBA, NAC, outcome-based learning, but actually it is making a sense and its impact on the students. So this is all from my side. I'm open to any of the question if you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. किसी को अगर कोई query हो और कोई प्रश्न पूछना चाहता हो तो उसका स्वागत है.
Shalini,
Yes, ma'am.
I have to make one announcement here.
Yes, ma'am.
We have with us Director of Mangalmay Institute of Technology and Management, Professor Geeti Sharma. I invite Dr. Ashutosh to welcome her and present her biodata. Dr. Ashutosh.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. It gives me immense pleasure. I'm audible?
Yes, sir.
Your video off. Yeah.
It gives me immense pleasure to introduce you to Dr. Geeti Sharma, Director, Mangalmay Institute of Management and Technology. She is created a niche for herself in an academic fraternity through her experiential leadership and team building skills, and by creating performance-oriented work culture. She has more than 2 decades of experience in teaching, administration, and research and development. She has recently received the Promising Institute for Academic Perspective in NCR on the behalf of MIMT in Higher Education and Skill Conclave 2022, conferred by Federation of World Academics. She was also appreciated for her talks as an panelist at National Conclave of Academia, Industry, and NEP organized by Skilling You, India. Prior to this, she was hosted by Indian Premier Women Icon Award 2021 by Fox Clue India and Distinguished Academician Award by Global Research Foundation for her exponential contribution for academics. Her professional and academic areas of interest include business economics, international trade, business environment, Indian economy, and social economics. She has got a certification from Indian Institute of Foreign Trade, Delhi, in export-import management. She has also successfully completed her certified by World Bank Group in Trading and Development in the age of global value chain. Her contribution in the area of research is immense. She is the editor board member of Journal of Content Community and Communication, a Scopus Index Journal, an editor of special issue of International Journal of Economics and Business Research, this is InterScience. She's also a reviewer of various journals of Pele, InterScience, and IGI Global. She has many research papers to her credit, including ABDC, B category, and Scopus Index Journal. She has also published many books and presented paper at international and national conferences of high repute, including IIM Calcutta, IIT Roorkee, and IIM Indore, to name a few. She is an active member of Academic of International Business USA and UA India. She has an inclusive acumen to bring about challenging and innovation learning ecosystem that empowers active learners with a high quality experience. Thank you, ma'am, for being there always for us. I would like to request ma'am to come and share her experience to us. Dr. Gitisha.
Yeah, thank you so much, Dr. Ashutosh Gaur. I hope I'm audible to everyone in the session.
Yes.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you so much. So good afternoon, everyone. So I'm grateful to the organizers of International Conference on National Education Policy 2020 Challenges and Prospects through Research and Innovation. So thank you everyone for having me here today, this afternoon in this conference. I would particularly like to mention Dr. G.S. Nigam, who is the Chief Patron and former Dean Arts, CSJMU, retired HOD English, DAV College, Kanpur. Dr. Naveen Mohini Nigam, former Dean Arts, CSJMU, and the retired principal of MMVPG College, Kanpur. Thank you so much, ma'am, for giving this invitation. I'm grateful to you for having me here once again. Mr. Himanshu Srivastava, Chief Editor of Academic Social Research, and the Institute Collaborations, that is the BA Department of DSN College, Unnao, English Department, BSST College, Kanpur, and Mangalmay Institute of Management and Technology, Greater Noida. So as we come, to the day 2 of the conference and the session, technical session 3, so I'm sure that the deliberations, done in the last 2 days will from academicians, policymakers, researchers, will definitely help to rethink how NEP 2020 can be implemented in light of the various, challenges and prospects. So the government announced this policy, and the new vision of the government has redefined the trajectory of education by bringing about momentous structural changes in the education system of India. So it has sought to consolidate the foundation of Indian education system, by revamping both the conceptual as well as the practical aspects of education. And this new policy also, I think brings the students at the focus by laying emphasis on recognizing, identifying, fostering the specific capacities of each student, which I think is, something which is commendable. And how it is being done, by sensitizing teachers as well as the parents to be instrumental in promoting the holistic development, in both academic as well as, non-academic spheres. So I think it's surely a very good attempt to initiate the process of, cultivating sound mind at the early stage of learning. However, the maturing of a good mind is, reflected in kind of, quality research and, innovation, which is done. So in today's world in particular, I think there's a light cut, so I'll just stop my video here. I'll be audible. So in today's world, research and innovation constitute the new quantum of the, academic strength of a nation. So which translates into both its soft and hard power. So a country cannot find a place amongst the leading nations, until it impacts global academia by making, remarkable contribution in expanding the frontiers of human intellect. And it is not surprising that all the leading nations are the ones, be it USA or any country for that matter, that who engage and, who lead in research and innovation. If I, talk about the kind of research which we are doing in India, I think wherever we are doing research, be it the research papers we are writing or the PhDs we are doing, I think there is a strong need of collaborating the research with corporate. I have a very strong view on this, that if as faculties, if we are doing PhDs, so why not to link those PhDs, with corporates? Let's if any FMCG company, or for that matter any company, is having some gap or something where they need an input from academia. So the academicians, can take that topic as a topic of their real research. They can do a gap analysis. They can give their inputs to the, corporate. So that way, the kind of research we are doing, I think we are almost spending 3, 4, 5 years on PhDs and the kind of research we are doing. But the outcome of that research should not just be the publications in, some journals, or as book chapters, or just publishing cases at certain levels. So these kind of research will not lead us anywhere. If those researchers are collaborated with the corporate projects, so it is going to help out it is going to have a 360-degree impact on everybody. So it is certainly not a new realization, that there is a pressing need to restructure the Indian education system. However, it surely is an awakening that, that sets in motion the idea for realizing the goal of making India a leading nation in imparting new visions to the world. And it is good that the government has already taken due cognizance and, rose to the occasion by formulating the new education policy. And the new policy proposes to establish new research foundation to lay emphasis on catalyzing and energizing research and innovation across the country in all academic disciplines. And for me, this NEP has actually, brought a lot of flexibility, to the system, the moment it is implemented fully. Because this policy envisions a holistic education by bringing an integration of, sciences, social sciences, arts, humanities, and sports to actualize multidisciplinary culture in academia, right? And as we are aware that maybe if a student is a science student, but let's say he wants to, he has a lot of interest in history. So why can't, he study history also along with whatever subjects he's studying in science, right? So as a BTech student, if you want to, pursue sports also as one of the disciplines, why not to go for it? So that's something, which is very good and which is very inviting in this new NEP, that, we are, bringing in that flexibility element to the kind of education, which we are giving to the student. So it's more about conceptual understanding, creativity, and critical thinking, which is the foundation of research and innovation in the new vision. It is also aimed at producing revolutionary research and preventing the reproduction of similar works lacking pioneering prospects. And this policy also envisions the transformation of India into an equitable and vibrant knowledge society by providing high quality education to all. And if I particularly talk about the demographic dividend of India, so it can be fully utilized by inspiring and encouraging a considerable number of committed scholars to quality research in various fields. So with this, I would like to end my part here. And I really congratulate everyone who has directly and indirectly contributed to this international conference. And the topic chosen, the theme chosen is very apt, where we are talking about how when we talk about NEP 2020. So what are the challenges? What are the prospects, and what are the areas of opportunities where we can actually implement this? So maybe the steps we are taking are slow and steadily, but definitely with this kind of approach, right, we will be, gradually making a system which is vibrant, which is multidisciplinary, right, and which is actually an outcome-based system. So thank you once again, and once again I congratulate the entire team, the organizers of this international conference. And thanks once again for having me.
Thank you so much, Professor Jyoti Sharma.
It
was nice to have you here, and at this moment we can express our gratitude also to you for being associated with us. Thank you so much. And one thing, you echoed my thoughts, because I always thought that industry institution collaboration is rightly going to enrich the education system. So
Yeah,
just
absolutely.
as you said, yeah. So that collaboration has to be there, and I think the idea should be floated to the government also, that we are teaching. What should we teach if we talk about skill? So what skill should we teach? Not to go waste, but to be a contributor in the growth of the nation. So thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
Thank you so much.
Thank you once again.
Dr. Shalini, please come up.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Jyoti ma'am, आपने बहुत अच्छा अपना वक्तव्य दिया, और हम सभी को, हम किसी भी महाविद्यालय में, किसी भी यूनिवर्सिटी में अगर हम हैं, और हमारा सब्जेक्ट चाहे इतिहास हो, इंग्लिश हो, पॉलिटिकल साइंस हो, या कुछ भी फील्ड में, कैसे हम इनोवेट कर सकते हैं, नई चीजों को ला सकते हैं, नई चीजों को इंट्रोड्यूस कर सकते हैं, और बच्चों को आउटकम्स भी दिखा सकते हैं, साथ में उनका इंटरेस्ट भी जगा सकते हैं। आजकल सबसे बड़ी बात है कि बच्चों को इंटरेस्ट नहीं आता है एक नॉर्मल सब्जेक्ट हिंदी, इंग्लिश या पॉलिटिकल साइंस या हिस्ट्री पढ़ने में। तो हमें कोशिश ये भी करनी है कि कैसे हम आज की टेक्नोलॉजीज को इंट्रोड्यूस करके इस सब्जेक्ट को और भी ज्यादा इंटरेस्टिंग बनाएं। थैंक यू सो मच मैम। एंड नेक्स्ट मैं डॉक्टर गरिमा विलियम, जो कि एसोसिएट प्रोफेसर हैं इंग्लिश डिपार्टमेंट में PSIT में कानपुर, इनको इनवाइट करना चाहती हूँ। मैम आइए और सौम्य शंकर जी का आप इंट्रोड्यूस करिए उन्हें। ये हमारे स्पेशल गेस्ट हैं, और इसके बाद सौम्य शंकर जी हमारे साथ होंगे और अपने वक्तव्य से हम सभी को आशीर्वचन भी देंगे, और आशीर्वचन के साथ में अपना वक्तव्य हमें देंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Dr. Garima Williams is now Dean Students at Access Group of College Schools, Kanpur. So that's another position that she has now. Okay,
Thank
go
you,
ahead.
ma'am. Thank you for the introduction. I, Dr. Garima Williams, on behalf of Academic Social Research Association, take pride in introducing someone even I look up to, Mr. Soumya Shankar, who has earned his degree of Bachelor's in Technology from IIT Kanpur, MBA from MDI, and now a techpreneur with over 23 years of work experience in envisioning, establishing, and growing businesses that ride on technology and innovative products and services. He's currently creating artificial intelligence and machine learning powered offerings for education and skilling sectors focused around automation of teaching, smart classrooms, and personal tutoring facilitated by AI enabled robotic teaching assistants. Through his twin startups, Adeno Technologies and Jamura Robotics, both based at Bangalore. As a strategic consultant, Soumya mentors early or growth stage startups and founders on creating segment-wise business goals and plans, and mature organizations as well on their digital transformation journey. This techpreneur blends his profession and passion so well. Thus, Soumya is also a professional performing musician and founder of the Hindustani popular band named as Dwi, which has been a well-known name in the live music circuit. He has featured extensively on print and digital media through his original musical compositions and music videos. Over to you, sir.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much, Garima, for that wonderful introduction. It's always embarrassing to receive an introduction from perhaps not just equally, but even more talented person, and hence I'm blessed with that. Thank you also to ASR for this wonderful conference that is being organized, and addressing this to the convener and to the chair. I'll begin my a very small submission on innovation and entrepreneurship, and before that I'll just share my screen. One of you let me know if you can see what is there on the screen.
Yes,
Yeah,
like your
it's there.
You can see the screen? Okay.
Yeah.
Fine. So let me start my timer as well. Great. So this will be a roughly 10 minutes journey with me. I speak a lot on innovation in general, but those are separate sessions. I am given to understand that there is a fair bit of audience which is here in this group, which also is in the student mode. So I would request that everybody who is also not in the student mode to don the student's hat for just about 10 minutes and give me that privilege of doing the lecturing here right now. So innovation and entrepreneurship are topics which have been touched upon in various ways, and I went through a few lectures here, especially with Dr. Puneet and Dr. Arpita. Some very, very eye-opening things. So I will not go and repeat what they said. There is a lot of theory behind this which they've wonderfully explained, and I'll just show you a little bit of my insight on the innovation and entrepreneurship in action. So not taking much time, of course, we all have been blessed by the innovative works of Edison. If there's a better way to do it, find it. Otherwise, light a lamp, as they say. But before understanding innovation, I think the one aspect which we all of us need to clearly understand is creativity, because creativity is really the bedrock of innovation. And I'll show it to you in a couple of slides later on how that works. But importantly, unless creativity is there as the starting point, innovation cannot really proceed further, because eventually innovation harps back on creativity. Creativity leads to invention, but innovation is something which actually gets that invention, that creative impulse into something which is workable in real life. So we have seen a lot of focus on entrepreneurship in the NEP. In this presentation, I will just try to take you through some of those moving parts. You will see this in action as we proceed further. But before we go, just understand that creativity is the bedrock of all this. Without creativity, things will not really be born in the first place. Very simple diagram. I love this diagram. It explains in just one shot what all these three things are all about. Creativity leads into innovation, innovation leads into entrepreneurship. But then remember, entrepreneurship is the entire story. If you do not have entrepreneurship, the creativity and the innovation is of no use because they won't really go to the market. Innovation, in short, is the outcome, but entrepreneurship is the process. This is something which I have learned, sometimes the hard way, sometimes the soft way. But at all points of time, the process takes the cake, and unless the process is enabled, you can innovate, you can invent as much as you can, but things will not really reach to their logical conclusion or to the user. And as I proceed, you will know that eventually the user is at the end of it all. User is the central figure. The user represents the problem. The user also represents the solution. But as an entrepreneur who is innovative, you have to figure out what that problem and what the problem is and how to solve that for the user. Just a quick ready reckoner on innovation. I know this has been touched upon, but importantly, if you look at the basic definition on the left-hand side, it's not just new ideas. I would like to contest that. It's also sometimes things which have already been done. So, you innovate on things which are already there. And many times we feel that we have to really create something out of the blue and something really, really new. I don't think that's how innovation works. The innovation which leads into entrepreneurship works sometimes on something called mimicry as well. It's a very not a great term to use in a presentation, but I'll tell you in the next slide how beautifully that has always been working with us and working for us. There you go. So there is something called biomimicry. Remember, this is an innovation. Bullet train is an innovation. A bullet train works on mimicking how the beak of a kingfisher looks like. Interesting, right? If you see, the beak of the kingfisher is aerodynamic, and bullet train actually mimics that particular form to rush into great speeds. We all have traveled here. You can notice the birds there. That is the innovation. That is the innovation on the product which has actually mimicked what's happened in the biosphere. Closer to our times, Tesla. This is a self-driven car working on a GPS, no driver. The car is currently on the road and it moves perfectly well with anti-collision software and GPS to aid the driving. Amazon Echo, I am sure you must have experienced Alexa at some stages of your life. Closer Home, a particular smart home in South India, which uses solar paneling for cooling the walls. No air conditioning, no damage to the environment. That brings us to the important question of how to innovate. And I remember Puneet having touched upon this aspect. But these three pillars, understanding the problem, opportunity recognition, and empathy. I will touch upon empathy. Empathy is nothing but you know what the customer is feeling at that time. Unless you start from that point, your innovation will not go into the right direction. This dovetails back into the entrepreneurship. Now, this is where the rubber meets the road, as we say. Unless you have enabled the market, the supply, the interaction with the user, and importantly, the point number 2, delivering innovation where the need is. If you saw the previous examples, the innovation was delivered directly at the doorstep of the user. A flyer who's using an aircraft, an inmate in a car who does not know how to drive or does not want to drive, and things like that. You'll see further in the few examples. The user eventually is where the doorstep of innovation is, and that is where entrepreneurship dovetails into it. So entrepreneurship integrates the creativity and the innovation and then brings it to the user, and that is exactly what we need to focus on. 4 mantras to be entrepreneurial. Your goals should be very clear. Most importantly, and I love this point, self-awareness has to be spot on. Unless you know where you are good at, where you're not good at, you cannot really get the innovation back into the business. Self-awareness also means that you work on your strengths and collaborate with others who can work on your weaknesses. It's an interesting point. if you have a great team, the great team has people who can actually pick up your weaknesses and then convert that into something much strong in terms of the team. They can back you up. So get a good team, collaborate with them, and obviously focus. Some more examples, closer home, Oyo Rooms, an Indian multinational. Just look at the innovation. Today you have an Oyo Rooms as a brand and you have a standardized hospitality experience. When did we last hear about this? It was only Oyo Rooms which innovated on this particular offering. Uber ride-hailing service, we all have used it in some form. It is nothing. Uber doesn't own any cars. It's just a marketplace. Same with Ola. Ola just is a marketplace, a platform. They do not own any cars and they make mobility such an easy thing. This is a project which is very close to my heart, and I'll tell you how and why. Students in Karnataka learning digital literacy in a smart classroom. If you notice, there is no teacher here. Similar group of students in another place in Karnataka called Channapatna. You must have heard of Channapatna toys, in fact. Undergoing a digital literacy lab. This lab is aided by smart apps called Smart Kaksha, and the monitoring and the analytics is happening on Smart Kaksha. Why I know this is because this is my project. This is my product. It's called Smart Kaksha by Jamura Robotics. I'm not trying to sell Smart Kaksha here, so don't get me wrong. But this is an innovation which I'm really proud of what I have done. Essentially, we are teaching digital literacy, a very, very simple thing called basics in digital literacy, including digital financial literacy as well, to grade 9, 10, 11th and 12th students in rural Karnataka, where we are teaching skills at places where we are not blessed with teachers. While teachers are still the best resources to teach, but it's a reality that we do not have teacher coverage in many places in rural India. And hence we went for something called a Smart Kaksha solution, which is nothing but a smart app-based teaching, which not only teaches through video tutorials, but also collects data so that the interventions can be personalized. And this is a project by Jamura Robotics, which is my company. Smart Kaksha is the name of the product. Finally, 6 questions. Always ask yourself. Now I'm at the last 30 seconds of my presentation. These 6 questions are the be all and end all of all entrepreneurs who love to innovate. What is the problem? How is the problem being solved today? And the problem in the solution, I mean the current solution, what is the problem in the current solution? What is my solution? How is the solution going to be managed by me if I am an innovator? What is the value which I'm going to bring to the table for the customer? Why am I suited to do this job? Sometimes you have to ask that very hard question. And most importantly, why now? Why is the importance of now in this is because why do we need to solve this problem for the customer right now? Going back to the things which we discussed, and I'll just take a quick 10-second summary. All the products that I talked about and many others have all asked these 6 questions to themselves, to their promoters, to their fund managers, to their VCs, and then went on to create those world-class products. And that is what all of you should be doing in the people who are interested in innovating and hence becoming an entrepreneur. Thank you so much. This is all from my side. And in case you have any questions, please do write to me. I'll circulate this presentation with the group so that you have the contacts, and I'll request the organizers to also share my social media links so that students can get in touch with me if they need to discuss anything in more detail. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for presenting in such a brief way so many things. Even those who don't know about this, they have learned a lot. So thanks a lot for your excellent presentation. Shalini?
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And इस कार्यक्रम को अगले क्रम में ले जाने के लिए मैं डॉक्टर निशा गुप्ता जी को आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी और उनसे निवेदन करूंगी कि वो हमारे इस तीसरे टेक्निकल सेशन के अध्यक्ष और स्पीकर डॉक्टर सौरभ अग्रवाल जी को आमंत्रित करें और उनके बारे में हमें कुछ बताएं। वैसे तो डॉक्टर सौरभ अग्रवाल जी का टॉपिक रोल ऑफ टेक्नोलॉजी इन रिसर्च एंड इनोवेशन, इस विषय में हम उनके भी विचारों से लाभान्वित हो सकें वो जो गुड बातें हमें बता रहे हैं उन्हें हम अपने जीवन में भी अप्लाई करें ताकि और लोगों को इससे हम अधिक से अधिक लाभ पहुंचा सकें। तो डॉक्टर निशा मैम।
थैंक यू। मैम थोड़ा सा मैं इंटरप्ट करूंगा, राइट? आई don't take it otherwise, please don't waste time in introducing me, right? So I'll just come straight to the topic, right? जिसके लिए मुझे आमंत्रित किया है मोहिनी मैम ने, and sorry for that, but let me come straight to जो मैं basically इस फोरम में कहना चाहता हूँ। तो बेसिकली ये फोरम एकेडमिक सोशल रिसर्च के ऊपर है, और 2-3 स्टैटिस्टिक्स हैं जो मैं सभी टीचर्स से यहाँ पे शेयर करूँगा। पहली स्टैटिस्टिक्स ये है कि द क्वालिटी ऑफ द रिसर्च जो है वो हमारे कंट्री में बहुत गिर गई है, बहुत पुअर हो गई है, और उसका सबसे बड़ा इंडिकेटर है एक QS रैंकिंग्स होती हैं जो हर इंस्टीट्यूशन को दी जाती है पूरे विश्व में। और अगर आप लोगों ने नेट पे देखा हो तो अभी जो लेटेस्ट QS रैंकिंग्स आई हैं वो बहुत अच्छा बात बताती हैं कि हमारा कोई भी इंस्टीट्यूशन टॉप 300 में नहीं है। सो दिस इज़ वेरी लाइक ये एक ऐसी स्टैटिस्टिक्स है जो बहुत फेयर है, और इसके ऊपर कोई क्वेश्चन मार्क नहीं रेस कर सकता है। और उनके बहुत सारे पैरामीटर्स हैं जिसके बेसिस पे हम अपने ये लोग इंस्टीट्यूशंस को रैंक करते हैं। और मैं इंडिया के जो 2 बेस्ट इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं टेक्निकली, IIT कानपुर और IIT दिल्ली में वहाँ से पढ़ा हुआ हूँ, और मुझे आज भी याद है कि 20 साल पहले ये सारे ही इंस्टीट्यूशन टॉप 50 में थे वर्ल्ड में। तो पिछले 20 साल में हमारा जो शिक्षा का स्तर है उसने काफ़ी नोज डाइव करा है, और मे बी ये जो नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी नई आई है और जिसके बारे में भी बहुत सारा डिस्कशन हो रहा था, वो शायद पॉलिसी हमारे एजुकेशन के स्तर को बढ़ा सके। और उस स्तर को बढ़ाने के लिए जो सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है वो है हमारे रिसर्च की क्वालिटी को इम्प्रूव होना और उससे कुछ पेटेंट्स निकलना। ये 2 मेन बातें हैं जो जब तक नहीं होंगी तब तक शायद हमारे शिक्षा का लेवल और हमारे कॉलेजेस का लेवल, हमारे इंस्टीट्यूट्स का लेवल वर्ल्ड पोर्टल पे कहीं ना आ पाए। दूसरी बात, हमें सबको मालूम है कि हमारी हिस्ट्री कितनी स्ट्रांग है। सबको पता होगा कि इंडिया का जो बेस्ट, वर्ल्ड का जो बेस्ट यूनिवर्सिटी था वो नालंदा यूनिवर्सिटी था बिहार का, जहाँ पे एक ज़माने में वर्ल्ड के सारे टॉप स्कॉलर्स आते थे। तो आज हम कहाँ पहुँच गए हैं ये हम सबको पता है कि हमारे यहाँ का कोई भी इंस्टीट्यूशन टॉप 300 में नहीं है। तो ये प्लेटफॉर्म एक ऐसा है जिसके थ्रू हम इस बात की जागरूकता ला सकते हैं कि कैसे हम रिसर्च की क्वालिटी को इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं। और इस बात पे 2-3 स्पीकर्स ने बहुत अच्छी बात कही है। एक बात जो मुझे भी लगती है वो ये है कि हमारी जो रिसर्च है वो कहीं ना कहीं इंडस्ट्री ओरिएंटेड होनी चाहिए। हमें अपनी रिसर्च में वो प्रॉब्लम्स लेनी चाहिए जो इंडस्ट्री फेस कर रही है और उनको एक सोल्यूशन देना चाहिए। सो ऐसी बात हमारे यहाँ के कई स्पीकर्स ने कही, जिसको इस पोर्टल के थ्रू या इस सेमिनार के थ्रू हमें आगे बढ़ाना चाहिए कि हमारी रिसर्च एकेडमिकली शुड बी लिंक्ड टू दी प्रॉब्लम्स ऑफ द इंडस्ट्री, और हमारी हर एक रिसर्च हर एक इंडस्ट्री की किसी प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व करे। अभी जैसे पहले सर ने भी बताया कि हमारे पास बहुत बहुत नए प्रोडक्ट्स आ गए हैं, ओला है, उबर है, जोमेटो है, राइट, ये सब बहुत सारे टेक्निकल प्रोडक्ट्स आ गए हैं। लेकिन इससे बेसिकली हम बाहर के लोगों को अपने कंट्री में इनवाइट कर रहे हैं, राइट। हमें कुछ ऐसा करना चाहिए कि हमारी कंट्री के लोग एम्प्लॉयबल बने। जब तक ऐसा नहीं होगा, और ये तभी होगा जब हमारी जो इंडस्ट्री की प्रॉब्लम्स हैं वो हमारे यहाँ के एकेडमिया उस प्रॉब्लम्स को लें, देखें क्या प्रॉब्लम्स हैं और उन प्रॉब्लम्स के लिए कोई सोल्यूशन निकालें अपने रिसर्च के माध्यम से। सो दिस इज वन थिंग विच this academic social research platform can at least enlighten all the academic people in different universities। और एक ये इस बात के ऊपर एक कंसेंसस बने कि हमारी रिसर्च खाली एक PhD मिलने के लिए, एक MPhil मिलने के लिए ना हो, बल्कि हमारी रिसर्च हमारे इंडस्ट्री को कोई सोल्यूशन दे सके और उस पर उतनी मेहनत करी जाए। ये एक फर्स्ट थिंग है जो मैं इस प्लेटफॉर्म के थ्रू कन्वे करना चाहता हूँ। सेकंड, जो मेरा एम है वो बेसिकली है कि कैसे
हम अपने रिसर्च की क्वालिटी को इम्प्रूव करें। जो हमारे रिसर्च में अलग अलग चीज़ें होती हैं कि कोई रिसर्च में किसी प्रकार का प्रिडिक्शन कर रहा है, कोई हाइपोथेसिस चेक कर रहा है, उन सब की क्वालिटी को कैसे इम्प्रूव करी जा सके। और उसके लिए आजकल बहुत सारे सोल्यूशंस आ गए हैं, बहुत सारे टूल्स आ गए हैं जो लोग एकेडमिया में यूज़ करें, राइट। और इनमें से कुछ टूल्स आप लोगों ने भी सुने होंगे, जैसे बहुत से लोग, अब थोड़ा सा टेक्निकल है ये, कि जैसे बहुत सारे लोग SPSS का प्लेटफॉर्म यूज़ करते हैं डेटा को एनालाइज करने के लिए, राइट। तो मैं बिल्कुल ग्रास रूट से चलता हूँ कि कैसे मैं डेटा को कलेक्ट करूँ। अभी एक मैडम का बहुत अच्छा डिस्कशन आ रहा था ऑनलाइन टीचिंग के ऊपर, राइट। सो माय फंडामेंटल क्वेश्चन है कि जो एक फिजिकल टीचिंग है जो हम लोग करते आए हैं प्रोफेसर्स और टीचर्स के थ्रू, दैट कैन नेवर बी रिप्लेस्ड बाय द ऑनलाइन टीचिंग। यू कैन नेवर डू दैट, क्योंकि जब तक हमारा एक फेस टू फेस कनेक्ट बच्चे से नहीं होता है, एक आई टू आई कांटेक्ट नहीं होता है, तब तक हम वो बात अपने स्टूडेंट्स को कभी नहीं सिखा सकते हैं। आप कितना भी आप कितना भी टेक्निकलिटी डाल दो, बट दैट आई टू आई कांटेक्ट, दैट फेस टू फेस इंटरेक्शन शुड ऑलवेज बी देयर, अगर हम अपनी बात को उन तक पहुंचाना चाहते हैं तो। मैं बहुत एक टेक्निकल बैकग्राउंड से आता हूँ, मुझे मालूम है कि आजकल चीज़ें कितनी टेक्निकल हो रही हैं और वो सब चीज़ें कितना लोग एब्जॉर्ब कर रहे हैं, बट हमारी एजुकेशन में जो फेस टू फेस कांटेक्ट है और आई टू आई कांटेक्ट है वो कभी नहीं जाना चाहिए। दैट थिंग शुड ऑलवेज बी देयर एज फार एज आवर एकेडमिक डिलीवरी इज कंसर्न। वी शुडंट फॉरगेट द रूट्स। हमने जो अपने बचपन में जैसे सीखा है वो उसका टच कभी नहीं जाना चाहिए। फिर जितना भी नए नए इनोवेटिव प्रोडक्ट्स आ रहे हैं, डिजिटल टेक्नोलॉजी आ रही है, स्मार्ट क्लासरूम्स आ रहे हैं, दैट इज ओवर एंड अबव दैट, but they shouldn't replace the way we have learned, because I still remember whatever I am today, right, whatever I'm doing for the society today, I give the entire onus to my teachers, right। उन्होंने मुझे इस तरीके से चीज़ें सिखाई और मुझे इस तरीके से ग्रूम करा कि आज मैं जहाँ भी खड़ा हूँ, राइट, जो भी मैं अपने प्रोफेशन में कर रहा हूँ और जितने भी रिसर्चेस को मैं गाइड कर रहा हूँ, राइट, इट इज़ बिकॉज ऑफ देम, बिकॉज दैट इज़ द वे आई हैव बीन ग्रूम्ड एक्चुअली। सो आई वांट दैट things should always be there, right? Maybe some component of digital classrooms, smart classrooms, they come into picture, but the bottom line is, and I request all of the academicians here कि जो हमारा एक आई टू आई कॉन्टैक्ट है, फेस टू फेस डिलीवरी है, दैट शुड ऑलवेज बी देयर, चाहे वो मैनेजमेंट हो, सोशल साइंसेज हो, टेक्नोलॉजी हो, एनीथिंग इज देयर। So these are some points which I wanted, which I have in my mind, and without being too much technical, right, कि कैसे हम अपने रिसर्च को बेसिकली इम्प्रूव कर सकते हैं। सभी लोगों को एक ही कोशिश करनी है कि हमारे रिसर्च की क्वालिटी कैसे इम्प्रूव हो सकती है, हम कैसे बच्चों को अच्छी रिसर्च कराएं जो इंडस्ट्री ओरिएंटेड हो, और इंडस्ट्री में जो टूल्स चल रहे हैं उनको हमारे बच्चे यूज़ करें। अभी भी बहुत सारे लोग रिसर्च पेन पेपर और पेंसिल से कर रहे हैं, और बहुत सारे ऐसे टूल्स आ गए हैं, राइट, उनका प्रयोग नहीं कर रहे हैं। वो एक बहुत बड़ा कारण है जिसकी वजह से हमारी रिसर्च की क्वालिटी इंप्रूव नहीं हो रही। बहुत सारे PhDs में कोर्स वर्क में बहुत सारा कोर्स वर्क कराया जाता है जो कोर्स वर्क खुद आउटडेटेड हो चुका है। पीपल डोंट, अगर मैं थोड़ा सा डिटेल में जाऊं, पीपल डोंट अप्रिशिएट द डिफरेंस, कहाँ टी टेस्ट करना चाहिए, कहाँ नोवा करना चाहिए, कहाँ प्रिडिक्टिव एनालिसिस करनी चाहिए, नहीं पता है लोगों को। तो वो बैकग्राउंड लोगों का स्ट्रॉन्ग करें, स्टूडेंट्स का स्ट्रॉन्ग करें, राइट। एंड देन इफ it is industry oriented, the research is industry oriented, people are doing correct research, they know what data they have collected और उस डेटा पे क्या हम कर सकते हैं, राइट, then हमारे रिसर्च की क्वालिटी बेसिकली इंप्रूव होगी। एंड दिस इज व्हाट आई ट्राई टू डू, delivering seminars, workshops, right, most of them are free, right, which I deliver on various platforms, right, just to ensure कि हमारे कंट्री की क्वालिटी ऑफ रिसर्च खास करके एकेडमिक्स में इम्प्रूव हो सके, राइट। क्योंकि अगर मेरे पास कोई नॉलेज है, आई बिलीव इन शेयरिंग ऑफ नॉलेज, मैं कोशिश करता हूँ अपनी नॉलेज को ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा लोगों तक पहुँचा सकूँ और वो भी उससे बेनिफिट बेसिकली ले सकें. So any institution who is interested कि वो अपने रिसर्च की क्वालिटी को इम्प्रूव करे, राइट, यू कैन ऑलवेज सीक माई गाइडेंस. आई विल बी हैप्पी इनफ टू शेयर वॉट एवर आई हैव, राइट. एंड एब्सोल्युटली इस प्लेटफॉर्म पे मोहिनी मैम के सामने आई कमिट, इट्स एब्सोल्युटली फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट, राइट. आई डोंट I have enough sources to, or I have enough ways to earn money. But then if I can be helpful to the society in some way or the other, right, I'll be really grateful. So कैसे हम लोग अपने हम लोग को बेसिक फूड ऑफ थॉट है, हाउ टू improve the quality of research and how can my research be meaningful to the industry and the society. The day this happens, we'll have institutions which we can boast of. And the pathetic scenario, sir, I tell you, is that we don't have a single institution in the top 300. So that is really the decline, and that is really the story as of now. And that is why you will find so many students, हमारे यहाँ के बहुत सारे बच्चे जो हैं वो बाहर पढ़ने जा रहे हैं, जबकि हमारे कंट्री में इतने सारे अच्छे इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, लेकिन they are all running outside. Yesterday there was a report, 80,000 visas given to students for studying in US. That is a big number, right? And they will, once they go there, they'll not come back. So it's basically draining of people from our country. तो हम उनको ऐसा environment दें, right? हम उनको ऐसा technological environment दें, रिसर्च में एक अच्छी टेक्नोलॉजी दें कि आप इस टेक्नोलॉजिकल नए नए टूल्स को आप बेसिकली यूज करो, so that the quality of the research actually improves. So that is what my small input is, because we are short of time, right? And this is where all of us should focus. And I think ये एक जो प्लेटफॉर्म मोहिनी मैम ने क्रिएट करा है, academic social research, which is a wonderful platform where all of us can interact, put in our views, and ultimately have something coming out which can be implementable through all the academic institutions in the country. Thank you, ma'am, for that connect. And
thank you,
this was
Dr.
a wonderful
Saurabh.
this was a wonderful initiative.
Yeah, one request is there for you, since you are chair of this session also. So will you please stay for some more time, because 4 presentations, small ones, are there.
Yeah, sure, ma'am, sure.
So can I call Ms. Tamanna Agarwal and Sonu Mandal? Are they present here?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So now
Yeah,
it's time for you to
presentation
present your paper.
Ma'am, I am unable to share the screen.
Oh, I didn't know that you wanted to share. So Rahulji, please.
Tamanna, please, you also tell, don't go through the slides. You tell what was the objective of your research and what did you do in the research.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir.
And that's better. That's more interesting, you know.
Okay, sir. I am Tamanna. Firstly, I would like to thanks to all the team of the ASR to give me the chance to present my paper on the topic of National Education Policy, a Diverse Challenges. And my paper is a reviewed paper. And in this paper, I explained about the National Education Policy. And this policy was reframed after the 34 years and the National Education Policy 1986. And the new policy was launched in the 2020. And there are some cases in this policy and some new things in this policy. These are changes in new education policy. First one is the introduction of regional languages. In this policy, our government announced that in this policy, we will include the regional language, and mother tongue is shown by the way of school have introduced it on the pilot basis. Second one is the change in exam pattern. Apart from this, the load from class 10th and 12th will be reduced. Instead of focusing on subjective exam pattern, Central Board of Secondary Education would now declare the revised policy framework that would include multiple choice questions, objective pattern, and analytical structure by 2022. The replacement of 10+2 method by 5+3+3+4 would enable the students to move at their...
एक मिनट, Tamanna, what you do is, see, you tell what was the objective of your paper, right? All of us are very well aware of the national education policy, right? And many people have been speaking on that. You tell what was the objective of your paper and what was your finding. That is what we are more interested in.
Sir, my paper is reviewed paper.
Whatever is it. So what did you do in your paper? आपने अपने पेपर में क्या करा है?
Sir, in my paper, I have explained about the challenges. What are the challenges in this new education policy?
Okay. So and what was your finding? आपकी finding क्या है आपके पेपर में?
Finding is that in the implementation of National Education Policy 2022, there are so many difficulties. The most crucial three elements, or you can say three main difficulties, are infrastructure, money, and a well thought out plan strategy that are still lacking in the practice.
Achha, so how did you came to this conclusion? आप इस conclusion पे कैसे आए कि ये तीन challenges हैं? इसके लिए आपने क्या किया?
Sir, I have reviewed so many papers about the challenges and issues. What are the issues regarding the implementation of National Education Policy?
So you found कि infrastructure is a big problem.
Yes, sir. The main, in all papers, I feel that I reviewed that three main elements in all papers are given: newspapers and magazines, news also. Like infrastructure, because in India, infrastructure is the main problem. For example, if we want to implement the online education or online teaching, so many rural areas are that there are no internet connections.
Okay.
That's why we cannot implement the online education system properly.
So
in
have
COVID-19,
have you given any solution for this, or you have identified only the problem?
Sir, my main suggestion is that to implement this policy, firstly, government study on a pilot basis.
Okay.
Such as I am belong from Haryana, and in Haryana, government distributed the tablets to the student of 10th and 12th standard that are studied in the government schools.
Okay.
Government have distributed the tablets, but students are misusing them. Because governments when gives the tablet, then government include a password.
तो गवर्नमेंट ने तो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर इंप्रूव करने के लिए, एक्सेसिबिलिटी के लिए, they have given the tablets, they have distributed one throughout the country. They have distributed so many tablets.
Sir, government have distributed the tablet, but students are not using properly. They are misusing the
problem. That is not the problem of NEP.
That is not the problem of the NEP.
No, sir. This is the problem of the implementation.
So government is doing its part now. Government has come up with the national education policy where it says that they want digital classrooms, and for that digital classrooms, they are distributing the tablets through which they can access the digital classroom. They are putting the Wi-Fi connections in all the institutes so that people can access that. Right now, it is the prerogative of the student how they can use the tablets. So that is where the teachers should tell them that this is the utilization of the tablet.
So teachers can stop in the school.
Okay, one problem you have identified is the infrastructure, right? Which I think to some extent government is taking care of. Right? Ours is a very big country, 130 crore population, right?
Yes, sir.
And you should appreciate all of us should appreciate the way the COVID was handled in our country, because I was part of that clinical trial which was conducted on that vaccine, so I can speak what was true, right? I don't have to be political on that. So a lot number of clinical trials was done on the vaccine, and people were shouting why the vaccine is getting late. But just imagine 130 crore is the population, and we never wanted to have a side effect of the vaccine. So that is why that clinical trials was taking so much of time. इसी तरह से government is distributing many tablets in every college and in every schools to take care of that digital. So एक part तो आपका हो गया जिसमें आप infrastructure को लेकर के challenge कर रहे हो, right? It's good. You have come out with these. What was the second challenge, Tamanna?
Sir, second challenge is the money.
Second challenge is the money. Money, what is the challenge in the money?
Sir, as you know, so many states are so backward nowadays also, and they state government does not have so many funds, and in the implementation of this policy, lot of money is required.
Okay. So money is required. Where has your paper guided where does the government spend, how should the government spend the money?
Government should spend the money on the social sector expenditure,
Okay.
basically on
Very good.
education.
Very good.
Yes,
Right.
sir.
So that recommendation you have given in your research paper, na?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So second is the financial crunch. Third
is the, sir, well thought out plan strategy.
Achha, so you should have a plan or a strategy to roll out NEP.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what is lacking in that? What is your input? What is lacking in this third point?
Sir, sorry, I am unable to explain this point.
मतलब जो आपने ये तीसरा पॉइंट आइडेंटिफाई करा है ना कि वेल लेड आउट स्ट्रेटेजी होनी चाहिए,
यस सर,
है ना? तो वही तो गवर्नमेंट जानना चाहती है ना हम लोगों से कि हम उस स्ट्रेटेजी को वेल लेड आउट में क्या करें। वो भाई हम ही लोगों को तो उन्हें बताना पड़ेगा ना, गवर्नमेंट के पास कुछ थोड़ी ना है, हम ही लोग तो उनके रिसोर्सेज हैं। अगर हम ही लोग अपनी बातों को नहीं रखेंगे तो वो कैसे उसको इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे? गवर्नमेंट के पास कोई कमाई का सोर्स थोड़ी ना है, वो हमसे जीएसटी लेती है और खर्चा करती है। उसी तरह हम ही उनके थिंक टैंक है, राइट? हम ही उनके गाइड्स हैं जो हम उनको बताएंगे कि उनके एनईपी को अच्छे से करने के लिए क्या क्या करना है। तो एक आपने जैसे बताया इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की कमी है, बहुत अच्छा पॉइंट है। दूसरा पॉइंट आपने बताया फाइनेंशियल क्रंच है स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स के पास में, राइट? और डिजिटल क्लासरूम को इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए हमारे पास प्रॉपर फंड्स होने चाहिए। तीसरा कि एक आपके पास में स्ट्रैटेजी होनी चाहिए एनईपी को रोल आउट करने के लिए। सो व्हाट आई एम ट्राइंग टू से इज कि आप अपने रिसर्च पेपर में इनको, ये जो पॉइंट्स आप आइडेंटिफाई कर रहे हो, इनको बस आपको लिखना नहीं है, आप ये भी बताओ अपने रिसर्च पेपर के थ्रू कि आप ये जो आपके आइडियोलॉजी है ये बेसिकली आई कहाँ से, इसके लिए क्या फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर्स हैं, राइट? व्हाट इज द फैक्ट एंड फिगर विच इज ट्राइंग टू टेल कि हमारे यहाँ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की प्रॉब्लम है, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट तो कह रही है हम टैबलेट बांट तो रहे हैं और क्या करें, राइट? तो आप अपने आपके पास में क्या फैक्ट्स एंड फिगर्स हैं इन सारे पॉइंट्स को सपोर्ट करने के लिए? दैट इज व्हाट रिसर्च इज, राइट? You support everything with some kind of a statistical value, right?
Okay, sir.
If you don't support it with some statistical value, how will you convince me कि जो आपने problems identify करी हैं वो actually में हैं भी, right? So that is where our research will be useful for the society. That is what is not happening. हमारी रिसर्च खाली बस कुछ पन्नों में एक किताब की तरह एक लाइब्रेरी में जाके सज जाती है और उसको कोई पलटता नहीं है, उसको कोई पलटता नहीं है।
अग्रवाल, आप बहुत अच्छे पर्सन से इस समय इंटरेक्ट कर रही हैं और ये दिस इज द वेरी गुड लर्निंग एक्सपीरियंस, लर्निंग प्लेटफॉर्म फॉर यू, ठीक है? डोंट टेक इट अदरवाइज।
नो मैम, नो मैम,
आपको बहुत अच्छा सिखाने वाला मिला है इस समय, आप ये समझिए।
We are all in the same boat. I am not anything different, but this is our
I
duty.
always want to learn new things, ma'am.
Okay, then thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Whatever sir has told you, please follow it and then do submit the paper, right?
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Next scholar is Miss Manisha Yadav. Is she there? Miss Manisha Yadav.
Manisha Yadav.
If she is not there, then Miss Rashmi Jain. Rashmi Jain was here. I saw her. Miss Rashmi Jain.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. I'm here.
Yeah, please come up. Please come up.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Good afternoon. Good afternoon to all delegates, all teachers, and my dear students. First of all, I would like to thank to all committee members organizing this online conference on NEP 2020. Today, I am here to present my paper on significance of communication skills for successful career. I would like to give my brief introduction. I am Rashmi Jain, working as a senior lecturer in Samrat Ashok Institute, Polytechnic, Vidisha. I have been teaching in this institute for about 20 years. I am lecturer of communication skills.
Good.
So I would start my paper. I would like to share my screen, ma'am.
सिर्फ
You can.
बताएं, right? Because not much time is there for that.
Okay, it's very small.
Sorry. Just speak out. Speak out. दे रहे हैं तो जल्दी करिए कुछ.
To open adequately assumes a vital part to get accomplishment for a designing understudy. In the present busy and hectic world, the results of Indian technologists over the most recent decades are set down to the blend of their solid information in a specialized and language abilities. Concurrently, a large number of individuals are losing top positions because of the absence of communication skills and delicate abilities. A recent study in the newspaper shows that only 5 engineers get the job out of 50 candidates, as others are not able to communicate correct English. Vital effective communication skills for the engineering students, many renowned and eminent personalities have defined in various ways. Effective communication combines a set of skills such as silence as an effective communication tool, attentive listening, effective and fluent speaking, smart reading, and correct writing, in short. It is generally assumed that engineering students should follow 7 C's of effective communication. That is clarity, concreteness, courtesy, conciseness, completeness, concreteness, and consideration. Technical students should not use common words like top. If they use this word, they create ambiguity by using common words like top, flat, bottom. They must use words like apex instead of the top, horizontal for the flat, slanting for oblique. Similarly, it is very necessary to use courteous expressions like please, thank you, sorry. And the attitude should be you attitude. They should write their letter by keeping in mind the receiver. Avoid I's and V's for effective communication. As Dr. Gun has also said, the way to write to your workmate is free. You can use any style as you wish, but the message to your boss should be made accurately and spatially without any mistake. Equipped with a balance of technical knowledge, in addition to significant communication and soft skills, the multinational companies are now eagerly looking for apt candidates who possess good communication skills to fulfill the challenges of the current global job market. Here is a list of the most important effective communication skills that are to be practiced and developed by the young graduates. Impressive ways of speaking. The necessity for emphasizing the speaking skills of English is of foremost significance in today's scenario to make the job aspirants gainfully employed. Effective speaking skills are incredibly important to engineering students. It is stated by the CEOs of the top companies that the primary thing they look for when hiring new employees is how well they can communicate. As defined earlier, students of engineering should have good speaking skills to face interviews, group discussions, and oral examinations, and make technical presentations, etc. Effective communication skills are prerequisites for the rewarding career of engineering. Good listening skills. Speaking and listening are the two sides of the same coin. Students must develop good listening habits, but listening is often a neglected skill nowadays. One should not forget an important quote that is related to listening. One cannot become a good communicator unless one is a good listener. Many studies have also found that business people spend 45% of their work time listening. The primary rule that the students remember while listening to someone is to listen deeply with any kind of defensiveness. Effective writing also is there. For effective writing, good writing skills are much essential for effective communication. In this competitive world, students should know how to write different formal and informal letters, memos, reports, and emails. Despite numerous papers written and many presentations made throughout their college career, many of these people will not be able to communicate their professional skills via written communication. Then comes the reading skills. Quick, efficient, and imaginative reading techniques are essential to achieve academic success. It is rightly said that Today's readers are tomorrow's leaders. Because of the need to read vast amounts of material relating to different fields of knowledge, the engineering student should learn different reading styles such as previewing, skimming, and scanning, clustering. Close reading skills are vital. Extensive reading, and also they must develop a craving for reading, which is an important part of the developing communication skills. Now comes the body language. Good communicators are the persons who listen attentively to what other people say and continuously give and receive wordless signals, the non-verbal behavior. The gestures we show, the way we sit, how fast or how loud we talk, how close we stand, how much eye contact we make, send strong messages. This is an indispensable segment of communication process. Various studies show that they must have knowledge of advanced skills to compile data, precise and correct language, and impressive expression of thoughts. I must say, to touch the apex in this competitive world and graduate in any discipline is required to be a multi-talented person. Persuasive skills without communication skills would make a person a worker, but not a manager or leader. This is the bitter reality. A fairly high degree of proficiency in English and excellent communication skills with correct pronunciation will undoubtedly hike students' employability. Universities should design the curriculum in such a way that provides equal emphasis to develop communication skills as well as persuasive skills in students to sustain in the present scenario. Now, there is also one more thing which I have found in my students is the psychological pressure. I have also seen another common, most important communicative problem among engineering students and the polytechnic students is the psychological pressure of making mistakes in the presence of friends and peers. Clement and Murgwell has also felt that many engineering graduates in India are found to be unemployable due to their poor communication skills and lack of confidence. There have been a lot of research papers that have recapped the importance of improving engineering graduates' employability skills. However, the problem of poor communication skills grows unabated in India. I would like to conclude, as stated in the introduction, having effective communication skills is vital for the successful career of engineering students. To get the victory, today's graduate ought to use two weapons, that is persuasive skills and communication skills. Employees who must have knowledge of advanced skills. And one more thing which I found is lack of confidence. Good communication skills are crucial for everyone for a successful career. Confidence is the key to success, but students of many states are not confident to express themselves in English. Telling about the importance of English, one eminent writer has observed that good English communication skills are a vital element of an engineer's profession, and the lack of such skills only undermines the image of an engineer. This is what, ma'am, I want to say. And some barriers are also there, so which I have defined: lack of confidence, lack of knowledge, semantic barrier, and this in Madhya Pradesh I have mostly I have seen in students. In language barrier is there, many physical barriers are there, and many psychological barriers are also there. Yes, ma'am, the paper is open for the questions now.
Hello.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Dr. Saurabh is there?
Yes, ma'am.
Please. Your comment, sir.
But most of, like you have emphasized the importance of English as far as the communication skill is concerned, which I also agree to. But
yes,
then the government's policy, I think, is somewhere the other thing. Government की अब ये policy है कि making more and more of regional language.
Yes,
and
sir.
in fact, they have said कि the जो medical की पढ़ाई है, and you will have books in Hindi also.
Yes, sir.
So how is your finding in accordance with what the government is trying to implement?
So,
I absolutely, personally speaking, I absolutely agree with your recommendation.
Yes,
what
sir.
your paper is recommending, I totally agree. But the fallacy is कि which I think other speakers may also throw a light, the government is now coming up with, they are trying to promote more and more of regional language.
Yes, sir. Recently, sir, I have been to Hyderabad as my daughter is posted there. And I have seen there, if I and my daughter are not knowing English, So it is not possible to live there, sir. No one is able to communicate in Hindi, and even we are not able to communicate in Telugu. So because of English only, we are able to exist there, sir.
You are absolutely right. That is what my personal thinking is. So why is the government so like thinking the other way? They are trying to promote more of regional language. They are trying to promote the, because this
Yes,
has
sir.
never happened.
I think in future perspective, it may be fruitful, but at present, it is very difficult to use English, use Hindi in these competitive world, and even in medical also, I found it very difficult that how they will, they are going to say this.
हाँ तो I think आप अपना पेपर का एक strong recommendation करो, right? So that they also feel
Yes,
कि
sir.
the connect is always the English.
Connect with the type, with the topic of the conference also.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So now you're summing up, sir. Dr. Saurabh Agrawal, our chair.
Ma'am.
Just sum up so that we can end the session. Yeah.
Okay, so there were, I think, 3 people presented their papers. All the papers were very relevant. सारे ही papers इस academic social research के platform पे बहुत ही relevant थे, right? And जो आप भी आपकी paper की finding है, right? Let that finding reach the platform where it should reach, right? It should not get just like any other book in your library.
Yes,
right?
sir.
And maybe this, because all of you have done lots of hard work in getting these points coming out from your research paper. And I can, मुझे तो ऐसा लगता है कि this is one of the good platforms which can help these researchers reach to the right platform. So that way also, I think ये जो एक initiative लिया गया है academic social research का, that particular platform can be very useful, and with so many intellectual people linked to this platform, right? इतने अच्छे लोग इस platform से linked हैं कि they are the key persons जो हमारे इन researches को उस platform तक लेके जाएंगे जहां हमारे research को एक meaning मिलेगी, right? हमने जो करा है वो एक इम्प्लीमेंट होकर के आएगा, राइट? एंड दिस इज वेयर जब ये होने लगेगा, चाहे वो एजुकेशन का रिसर्च हो, चाहे वो मेडिकल रिसर्च हो, चाहे वो इंजीनियरिंग का रिसर्च हो, हिस्ट्री का हो, ज्योग्राफी का हो, किसी भी, द मोमेंट दीज रिसर्चेस गेट इनटू इम्प्लीमेंटेशन विद सम पेटेंट्स आल्सो कमिंग आउट, राइट, यू विल रियली फील कि अपने को भी कॉन्फिडेंस आएगा, हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस भी ग्रो करेंगे और हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस का भी नाम होगा बाहर के देशों में। और जैसे आज हमारे बच्चे बाहर जा रहे हैं पढ़ने के लिए, राइट, बाहर के बच्चे क्यों नहीं आते हमारे इंस्टीट्यूशंस में पढ़ने के लिए? ये हमको सोचना पड़ेगा, राइट? व्हाई इज दैट दी people from the other parts of the world don't come to our institutions and study? And why is it always ki our children are going outside to study? That is the, I think most of us should ponder on this situation, because all of us are from the academic background, right? हमको इस विषय पे बहुत कहीं ना कहीं deliberation करना चाहिए, right? What is lacking in the infrastructure? What is lacking, right? This is a research which most of us, and maybe this platform will help us to get answers, right? People will have their own views, they'll put forward their views, right? And then as a collaborative effort, we can submit our findings to the government of India, right? And maybe then things are more implementable. So this is where I conclude with these are my views, right? And let us hear now from Mohini ma'am, what is his final view?
Thank you so much, Saurabh ji. Thank you so much. You are such a strong pillar for this. Now, Shalini, will you announce? Shalini is there or not?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
yes,
please
yes.
announce for vote of
Yes,
thanks.
ma'am.
Yes. I think
Thank
we
you.
have come, Ashutosh.
Yes, ma'am.
We have come to the end of the agenda.
Right, ma'am.
So we'll float after this into valedictory session.
And ma'am, I'll just add 2 lines.
Yes,
Dr.
please.
Ashutosh
Please
is
do.
also doing a wonderful
No,
work.
I know he has to propose vote of thanks. That's why I want her to announce.
No, let us introduce one more fact which Dr. Saurabh is about to talk. This is a common platform where we are meeting, but we are jointly conduct workshops and where we entertain researchers on our workshops. And as a matter of fact, when I started my research, Dr. Saurabh was the one who taught me data analysis. And now we are conducting joint workshops. So we are jointly working together. So that's the one fact. Thank you, Dr. Saurabh.
But Mohini ma'am, I'll say you have a wonderful association with him and his college. Both of them are really doing wonderful work as far as social research is concerned. So you have a wonderful connect.
Thank you so much. Thank you, and I'll carry it on. And if I can carry it forward or higher, that will be my good luck. So I'm announcing them. Now this is the time, if anybody wants to put forward any view regarding this, because we have been listening, हम कल से सुन रहे हैं इसके बारे में, और मुझे शुरू में तो कुछ ऐसा लगा कि हम लोग सिर्फ NEP 2020 के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं, पर आज जब इंग्लिश का सेशन हुआ तब मुझे थोड़ा महसूस हुआ कि of course they are trying to relate it to innovations and researches, and मैं तब भी बात कर रही थी कि हमारा जो कॉन्फ्रेंस है वो ग्रो कर रहा है. It is growing from NEP to research and innovations, and I had great hopes from management studies also, because they are doing practical work. तो वो बहुत अच्छा सेशन गया है. बट इसके बारे में भी अगर हिमांशु जी आप कुछ कहना चाहते हैं तो मैं आपको इनवाइट करना चाहती हूँ, बिकॉज यू आर द बेस, एंड देन विल गो फॉर वोट ऑफ थैंक्स. आपसे सुनना चाहते हैं इसके बारे में. कल से आपने आज तक जो सुना, आपका असेसमेंट क्या है इसके बारे में?
मैडम, मेरा असेसमेंट तो कोई खास नहीं है. दरअसल मैं भी, जैसे सौरभ जी ने कहा, इनके शब्दों से मुझे इतना हौसला मिला कि मैं चाहता हूं कि कॉन्फ्रेंस जल्दी जल्दी इस तरीके से हम लोग करते रहें और बच्चों को आगे अपने आप को प्रूव करने का मौका मिलता रहे.
जी नहीं, वो बिल्कुल सही बात है आपकी. और आप अपना विजन भी बताएं, आगे वाला क्या विजन है आपका? वो
तो आप ही अनाउंस करेंगे.
नहीं फिर भी
नहीं, आपको वो आपकी जिम्मेदारी है, आप अनाउंस करें.
सो नेक्स्ट स्टेप हम लोग का होने वाला है, हम आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस पर एक कॉन्फ्रेंस करना चाहते हैं, और उसकी डेट्स हम लोग बाद में अनाउंस करेंगे. और आप जो भी हमारे एडिटोरियल बोर्ड में जुड़े हुए लोग हैं और यहाँ पर उपस्थित हैं, उनसे मेरा सिर्फ ये कहना है कि जरा थोड़ा और एक्टिव हो जाएं आप लोग, बिकॉज दैट इज नॉट अ ग्रुप, दैट इज वेरियस माइंड्स फ्रॉम वेरियस फील्ड्स एंड ऑल थिंकिंग माइंड्स. तो अगर इतने लोग साथ में जुड़ जाएंगे तो हम क्या नहीं कर सकते हैं. So please, if you have any of your friends there who are not present in this conference, so you can convey to them that be a bit active, because the group is a power group, you can understand. I take it like that. Even I was in college also as principal, I never used to take teachers as a group. Every teacher was a beacon of light. Every teacher could say something, could think something, and could propose something. So every human being is like that. तो जब हम intellectuals जुड़ जाते हैं एक जगह तो हम बहुत कुछ कर सकते हैं. So I hope all of them to come forward and help. आप में से कोई और भी कुछ कहना चाहते हैं, अपने views कहना चाहते हैं, तो they can most welcome to express their views briefly.
Or I sum up the session.
बस कर रही हूँ. So now I request Dr. Rishi Chakravarti ji. He has been with me since inaugural session. So very, very happy to see his enthusiasm and his attitude of support to this conference. So kindly propose vote of thanks.
Thank you, madam, for the lovely words. But it is actually a group effort which had successfully ended. We have come to the end of the 2-day international conference, and with this third technical session, we have actually winded up this particular event. I am honored to deliver the vote of thanks on this auspicious platform today. And there are a lot of people who need to be thanked, but thanking is not the end. It is only the new beginning of any event. So at the onset, I would like to thank Madam for your active collaboration and bringing all things together to make this event a success. This particular third technical session witnessed 3 paper presenters, Tamanna Agarwal, Sonu Mandal, Manisha Yadav, Rashmi Jain. I would like to convey my sincere thanks to all of you for your wonderful inputs. Also,
sir.
Hello.
Also, so
Hello.
many speakers were there.
Yes, I'm going one by one. Yes, I would also like to convey my sincere thanks to Dr. Puneet Chandra sir for his wonderful insight into the role of innovation in NEP 2020. Professor Dr. Arpita Srivastav madam had highlighted the importance of Vroom's expectancy theory and how it is going to have a great impact on educating our learners online. Also, Dr. Soumya Shankar sir had very nicely highlighted about the art and science of innovation and entrepreneurship. It was wonderful to take inputs from him, and he had very aptly differentiated between creativity, innovation, and entrepreneurship, and the linkages that he has come up with his particular words and session. Also, I would like to address my sincere vote of gratitude and thanks to Dr. Saurabh Agrawal sir, who had chaired this particular technical session, and he has provided his valuable inputs and is concerned about the research scenario in India, and which is indeed something that we should look forward to upgrade our research so that we can take India to greater heights of academic excellence. Further, I would like to convey my sincere thanks to the co-convener, Dr. Ashutosh Gaur sir, for his wonderful part in this particular session. Overall, it was a wonderful session. I would like to convey my sincere thanks once again to the technical team of ASR for conducting for a smooth functioning of this particular event. Thank you so much, and we look forward to all your participation in the upcoming events conducted by ASR. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Very, very, very good. Excellent, Dr. Chakravarti. And my announcement is that very soon we are going to float into valedictory session, and where the chief guest would be Professor Sushma Sharma at 4:30. She'll join us, and reports will be presented of all the sessions there. So kindly stay. So, yeah, Dr. Neeru Tandon is there, Dr. Satish Bhatta is there, and Dr. Ashutosh is there. So all the 3 persons are here. So first of all, I will tell you about inaugural session. So inaugural session was held yesterday on 2nd December 2022 from 11 a.m. We had wonderful speakers there, representatives of the government, and they unfolded the whole plan, and at the same time highlighted the points that NEP 2020 aims at. And the points that started with the lecture of Professor Senapati about Indian culture, Indian ethos, and mental abilities, emotional empowerment, and all these things. They became the title words of the whole conference. So we welcome our chief guest of the valedictory session.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Here, this is
Thank
called,
you so much.
smartness.
Welcome.
She had been in a some kind of felicitation or some kind of function today.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
For especially able children, yeah. So that program she had attended, and she is attending this one from that very place. I think you are somewhere outside your home.
Yes, I am in the, yeah.
So at that time, we also had the privilege of listening to Dr. Amrendra Bahiraji,
And he just came and went and won the hearts of us. Like all important points they were told to us about digital learning and how they are moving forward under the framework of NEP 2020, and very vibrant, vibrant address, and we still remember the ring in our ears. And he has also promised that after some time we can have a nodal center for research in Kanpur, and with the help and with the support of Professor Sushma Sharma, I think that dream may come to be successful reality. So and then Sushma Sharma ji, she gave her inputs in the inaugural session, and Dr. S. Nigam, he chaired that. Then we came to the first technical session, and the co-convener is not here. So may I request Dr. Sweetie Srivastav to tell something about technical session on education.
थैंक यू मैडम। दिनांक 2/12/22 को एकेडमिक सोशल रिसर्च ऑनलाइन इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस का आयोजन किया गया। कॉन्फ्रेंस ऑन एनएपी 2020 का आयोजन किया गया। इसके अंतर्गत डीएसएन कॉलेज उन्नाव के सहयोग से फर्स्ट टेक्निकल सेशन टीचर एजुकेशन पर संचालित किया गया। इस सेशन की चेयरपर्सन प्रोफेसर सुषमा शर्मा जी, जो कि एक्स प्रोफेसर एंड डीन कुरुक्षेत्र विश्वविद्यालय से संबद्ध रही हैं, उन्होंने एनईपी 2020 में इंगित किए गए टीचर एजुकेशन से संबंधित प्रोग्रेसिव पॉइंट्स पर विशेष ध्यान देने तथा इनको इम्प्लीमेंट करने हेतु विशेष सुझावों पर विचार व्यक्त किए। कीनोट स्पीकर डॉक्टर चंद्रभूषण शर्मा जी के उद्बोधन ने हम सभी को जागरूकता प्रदान की है तथा एनईपी 2020 के क्रियान्वयन में अपने योगदान को निश्चित दिशा देने के लिए प्रेरित किया। आपने एनईपी 2020 के टीचिंग लर्निंग से संबंधित मुख्य बिंदुओं पर प्रकाश डालते हुए न्यू विजन हेतु ज्ञानवर्धन किया। इसी श्रृंखला में स्पेशल स्पीकर प्रोफेसर मुनीश कुमार जी फ्रॉम लखनऊ यूनिवर्सिटी ने एनईपी 2020 में निहित टीचिंग लर्निंग पॉइंट्स पर प्रकाश डालते हुए यह चिंतन करने के लिए मार्गदर्शन भी दिया कि हम इस पॉलिसी से कैसे लाभ उठाएं तथा कंफ्यूजन्स को कैसे दूर करें। इसके अतिरिक्त डॉक्टर विजय लक्ष्मी फ्रॉम गुजरात यूनिवर्सिटी ने एनईपी 2020 के सफलतापूर्वक क्रियान्वयन हेतु विशेष ट्रेनिंग पर जोर दिया। इस सेशन को कन्वीनर डॉक्टर बिपिन सिंह फ्रॉम डीएसएन कॉलेज उन्नाव ने धन्यवाद ज्ञापित किया तथा सेशन की मॉडरेटर डॉक्टर स्वीटी श्रीवास्तव ने सेशन का संचालन किया। धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much for being with us all the time, Dr. Sweetie Srivastav. Now I request Dr. Neeru Tandon, who very nicely handled the session on English. And the session on English, I may say, was a wonderful session because they approached the lectures from the point of view of the basics of research and the needs of research and whatever are the challenges, infrastructural challenges or other challenges. They discussed all that in that. So I was very much satisfied with the presentations there. So Dr. Neeru Tandon, will you please brief all of us about second session?
Sure. Thank you. The second session that was based on English studies. It happened today itself. And it was organized in association with Department of English, VSSD College. And topic of the session was challenges and prospects in research and innovation in English studies. Chief guest of the session was Professor Vipin Chandra Kaushik, principal of VSSD College, and very beautifully he has expressed how NEP is just making, involving the views of our legendary figures, and how from Mahatma Gandhi, Vivekananda and others, how their thought process has been included in NEP. So that was a wonderful session to know about that. And he blessed us. After that, Professor Sudhi, the Vice Chancellor, and she just spoke about NEP 2020, and also how research and innovation is just can be done in the field of English studies. Very beautifully she talked about that. And according to her, the education system requires both stabilization and change, and stabilization is needed in a systematic and well thought out implementation of these students' education and training, and to the extent of the personal capabilities and the needs of the modern world. So then it was followed by a joint session by Professor Deepa Shri Deepa and Professor Geeta Duryarajan. Both of them are from IFLU Hyderabad and well versed with the research and innovations in English studies. So they just talked about various things in a very simple manner. What is the research that in our daily life we also keep on doing? Whatever we do, whatever we purchase, we do a proper research and then we purchase that item. In the same way, whenever we are doing any studies or anything, so we just think of that. So the change involves optimizing the educational process and seeking answers to the many challenges faced by modern man and society. And the changes are institutional, top down, sometimes referred to as a reform. But there are bottom up changes, formalized and non-formal, initiated by individual teachers or teacher teams. So that was good. And that session was also liked by many. I received personally many WhatsApp from students and research scholars. They were benefited by that session. After it was followed by another person, and that was I would like to thank Dr. Madhur Srivastava from Cornell University, because it was an odd time for him, but he waited for his turn and he spoke about effective communication skills in a very simple way. I think students were definitely were benefited by his talk, and he was jovial, he was very comfortable in explaining, and that itself was his communication skills were very effective that he represented. The session was chaired by none other than Naveen Moini Nigam ma'am. She is a befitting person for that thing, and she really just connected the dots and summed up the session in such an informative way that whatever she told was itself a lecture. And if she could get time, she is one person who could run the entire session. So it was done beautifully, and the Dr. R.P. Pradhan, Dr. Ashana, they also just helped the session by introducing the guest in a beautiful way. So I just thank everyone for sparing their valuable time. One thing I would like to say about the entire conference, that we just followed the time as much as possible. So that was something, it was not that the one session is taking overlapping or something like that. So this is something very, very important, that we tried to give time to speakers. Though I felt that speakers were many, we could just have less number of speakers and give them more time to express themselves. This is my point of view. So because we had wonderful speakers and we wanted to hear them, but because of the paucity of time, we could not give them that much time. So next time onwards, we can take care of this thing. But everybody enjoyed it. And it was, on behalf of Department of English, VSSD College, I would like to thank Madam Nigam and Academic Social Research for giving this opportunity to us. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Nirupa. Very well.
मैडम मैं एक अनाउंसमेंट करना चाहता हूँ
जी।
इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के तहत हमारे ग्रुप में 4 सदस्यों का और 4 सदस्य हम लोग साथ और जुड़े हैं।
Congratulations.
आपको भी। पहली है डॉक्टर कंचन श्रीवास्तव, दूसरी भावना त्यागी जो इस वक्त बीटेक सीएस की प्रोफेसर हैं और वनस्थली में पढ़ा रही हैं। वनस्थली किसी परिचय का मोहताज नहीं है। तीसरे हैं प्रशांत तिवारी जो कि हमारे बहुत ही मजबूत पिलर हैं, जिन्होंने काफ़ी सपोर्ट किया। प्रशांत तिवारी और मिस श्रीवास्तव ने, जिन्होंने डीएसएन कॉलेज में कवरिंग पूरी करी थी हम लोग के एब्सेंस में, क्योंकि हर जगह हम लोग नहीं पहुंच सकते हैं। तो ये 4 मजबूत पिलर हम लोग के साथ और जुड़े हैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस के साथ।
We are going stronger.
जी, प्लीज प्रोसीड।
Now, can I request Dr. Sweetie Srivastav? Are you there? Sweetie Srivastav, yeah. So just you remember the biodata nicely of Professor Sushma Sharma. She is our chief guest today, and she has lot to say. Not only summing up, but has got her own views, and which have not been ventilated until now. So please introduce her formally, and
एक मिनट। प्रोफेसर सुषमा जी का कॉन्फ्रेंस के वेलडिक्टरी सेशन में बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। आप हम लोगों से तो बहुत दिनों से जुड़ी हुई हैं, पर इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में बहुत से लोग इनसे परिचित होंगे। इसी श्रृंखला में हम सुषमा जी का स्वागत करते हैं। प्रोफेसर सुषमा शर्मा जी स्पेशल एजुकेशन के क्षेत्र में तीव्र गतिमान एवं निरंतरता से सार्थक कार्यों को कुशलता से संपादित करने की प्रेरणा देती हुई प्रतिभावान शिक्षा शास्त्री के रूप में उभरकर शिक्षा जगत में अपना कीर्तिमान स्थापित करती जा रही हैं। आप कुरुक्षेत्र विश्वविद्यालय के स्पेशल एजुकेशन डिपार्टमेंट में एक्स प्रोफेसर, एक्स डीन और एक्स चेयरपर्सन पद पर आसीन रह चुकी हैं। आपको 32 साल से ऊपर टीचिंग का अनुभव है, वो भी स्पेशल एजुकेशन में। विशेष रूप से नेशनल इंटरनेशनल अनेकानेक पेपर आपके पब्लिश हो चुके हैं और आपकी उपलब्धियां सेशन में पहले बताई हैं, तो उसके आधार पर हम उनसे परिचित हैं। लेकिन जो नए श्रोता हैं वो इनके आते ही इनकी योग्यताओं से परिचित हो जाएंगे। इनके एक एक वाक्य में योग्यता और प्रेरणा की देने की शक्ति भरी हुई है। इन्हीं शब्दों के साथ मैं सुषमा जी को आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी कि वो इस सेशन में आके शोभा बढ़ाएं।
Thank you so much, Dr. Sweetie, and thanks. Good afternoon to everyone. Ma'am, मेरा नमस्कार डॉक्टर नवीन मोहिनी।
आपको प्रणेता आप इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की हैं और आपको इस प्रणेता को हम नमस्कार करते हैं।
Oh, so nice of you, ma'am. I'm so happy to be amongst you all, joining online. मैम मैं आज थोड़ा सा फोकस होके बात करना चाह रही हूँ, तो थोड़ा सा मैंने पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन बनाया हुआ है।
करिए बिल्कुल करिए, आपके लिए सारा टाइम है।
कई बार टाइम लिमिट हम भूल जाते हैं और मैं आज मैं अभी शेयर कर रही हूँ। मैं
देखिए कर पा रही हैं
आप भी? हाँ, आप इनेबल कर दीजिए तो फिर
राहुल जी इनेबल कर दीजिए।
कर दिया मैम।
जी, थैंक यू सो मच।
मैम आज की थीम के हिसाब से मैं थोड़ा सा ब्रीफली 1986 को कवर करते हुए हाउ वी आर डिफरेंट इन 2020 उसके बारे में बात करेंगे। नेक्स्ट लीजिए। 1986 की पॉलिसी के बारे में हम सब जानते हैं। थोड़ा सा रिकैप करने का मन किया कि जब मैं वार्म अप कर रही थी कि 10+2+3 से हमारा सिस्टम अब चेंज हो चुका है। अर्ली चाइल्डहुड केयर एजुकेशन की बात तब भी की गई थी और अब काफी डिटेल में की गई है। मैं कोशिश करूंगी कि मैं इस स्पीड में बोलूं। स्क्रीन विजिबल है मैम? स्क्रीन विजिबल?
जी, बिल्कुल बिल्कुल विजिबल है, आप बोलिए।
मैम ये जो मेन पॉइंट्स 1986 की पॉलिसी के थे वो थोड़ा सा मेरे को लगा कि इग्नो की स्टैब्लिशमेंट भी 1986 पॉलिसी के बाद ही हुए। और जिस समय 86 की पॉलिसी हुई, जैसे कि कल डॉक्टर शर्मा बता रहे थे, मैं भी एनसीईआरटी में थी एंड आई वाज पार्ट ऑफ इट इन ए वे, इन द सेंस कि चैलेंजेस ऑफ एजुकेशन 1985 में आया और पहली बार राजीव गांधी का बड़ा मिशन था कि हमने अपने देश को सभी देशों से आगे लेके जाना है और दिस पॉलिसी शुड बी पीपल्स पॉलिसी, नॉट दैट कि हम एसी में रूम में उनके लिए डिसाइड कर रहे हैं जो स्लम्स में रह रहे हैं। तो उसमें जो मेन पॉइंट्स थे उसके बारे में आप सभी स्क्रीन पे देख रहे होंगे। एजुकेशन ऑफ द हैंडीकैप, पहली बार आज हम इंटरनेशनल डे ऑफ पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटीज में हम उस दिन को याद करते हैं 1986 की पॉलिसी में, जिसमें कि पहली बार हैंडीकैप का नाम आया। हैंडीकैप नाम जो है आज की डेट में रिडिक्यूल किया जाता है क्योंकि इसका बड़ा नेगेटिव कनोटेशन जाता है। एवरी पर्सन हैज टू लिव विद डिग्निटी। तो इंस्टेड ऑफ हैंडीकैप, आप सबको पता होगा हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इनको दिव्यांग का नाम दिया है, जिनको पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी पीडब्ल्यूडी भी हम बोल सकते हैं, बट हैंडीकैप इज टोटली 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 टू बी रिडिक्यूल्ड। इन द सेंस हैंडीकैप का मतलब यह है कि कैप और इन हैंड्स लेके व्यक्ति केवल बैगर बन सकता है। इतने बड़े बड़े लोग जो विजुअली इम्पेयर्ड हैं, हमारे सूरदास जी क्या वो बैगर थे? वो तो इतना जो उन्होंने कंट्रीब्यूट किया हमारा आप देखने वाले नहीं कर सकते। तो उसी समय यूनिवर्सल एनरोलमेंट एंड डिटेंशन की बात हुई अप टू द 14 इयर्स एज। आप सबको पता है आरटीई में 14 इयर्स और 18 इयर्स की बात की जा रही है। एस्टैब्लिशमेंट ऑफ डाइट्स हुई, एस्टैब्लिशमेंट ऑफ इग्नू 86 ने बहुत बहुत बड़ा कंट्रीब्यूशन किया और पहली बार 10 यूनिवर्सिटीज में स्पेशल एजुकेशन के डिपार्टमेंट्स खुले। उस कुरुक्षेत्र यूनिवर्सिटी वन ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट्स था जिसमें मैं
You're not audible, सुषमा जी।
क्या एज ए रीडर, एज प्रोफेसर ऑफ स्पेशल एजुकेशन। मैं पिलर्स हैं एनईपी 2020 के कैसे मेरी आवाज पहुंची आप तक?
ये अब आ रही है।
मेरी आवाज पहुंच रही थी आपके पास?
हाँ, अब आ रही है, मतलब बीच में कम हो गई थी। अब कुछ साउंड, कुछ प्रॉब्लम है वहां पर
में कुछ प्रॉब्लम होगा। ये मैम थर्ड वाले को लेना
नहीं दे रहा है,
हम कर रहे हैं और उसके लिए हमें एफर्ट्स करने पड़ेंगे। हम सबको मिलके इस प्रयास करना होगा। अब आ रही है आवाज? 6 पिलर्स ऑफ एनईपी 2020। हाँ, AAAREQ, एक्सेस, सब एक्सेस होना चाहिए। एक्सेस एजुकेशन फॉर ऑल, इट शुड बी एक्सेसिबल टू ऑल। अफोर्डेबिलिटी होनी चाहिए, अफोर्ड सभी कर सकें। अकाउंटेबिलिटी होनी चाहिए, हमारे देश में अकाउंटेबिलिटी की बहुत कमी है, इसीलिए इसको हाईलाइट किया गया है। रेलेवेंस होनी चाहिए, इक्विटी एंड क्वालिटी। हम सब जानते हैं इक्विटी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है आज की डेट में। कुछ लोग बहुत पिछड़ गए थे, उनको बराबर लाने के लिए इक्विटी के आधार पर उन्हें कुछ फैसिलिटीज एक्स्ट्रा देनी पड़ेंगी जिससे वो हमारे साथ हो सके, और क्वालिटी उसमें उतना ही इंपॉर्टेंट है। ऑब्जेक्टिव्स ऑफ एनईपी मैं बहुत ज्यादा नहीं करूंगी, ये अगर आप चाहेंगे तो मैं इसको शेयर कर दूंगी। जो मेन बात है उसमें पेडागोजी की बात की गई है। एक्सपीरियंशियल होनी चाहिए, हॉलिस्टिक होनी चाहिए, इंटीग्रेटेड होनी चाहिए, इंक्वायरी ड्रिवन होनी चाहिए, डिस्कवरी ओरिएंटेड होनी चाहिए और लर्नर सेंट्रिक होनी चाहिए। जैसे कल विजय लक्ष्मी जी भी बता रही थी, डॉक्टर शर्मा ने भी इसको हाईलाइट किया कि हम रट्टाफिकेशन, क्योंकि टीचर का रोल चेंज हो गया है, टीचर इज नो मोर फॉर नॉलेज डिसेमिनेशन। आज की डेट में इतना मटेरियल नेट पे है और हमारा क्या रोल है एज ए टीचर, एज ए मेंटर, एज ए फैसिलिटेटर। उसे जहां दिक्कत आए तो वहां हमें उसको बताना है, समझाना है, इन बिटवीन लाइंस में क्या उसका अर्थ है उसके बारे में बताना है। इन ऑर्डर टू नर्चर एंड प्रमोट यूनिक कैपेबिलिटीज ऑफ ईच एंड एवरी स्टूडेंट, तो हमारी पेडागोजी है वो मैच होनी चाहिए, लर्नर सेंट्रिक होना चाहिए, ना कि टीचर सेंट्रिक। पहले ऐसा माना जाता था कि टीचर का रिजल्ट खराब नहीं आया तो टीचर रिस्पॉन्सिबल है। आज की डेट में टीचर इज रिस्पॉन्सिबल, लेकिन हम कहीं जो ऑब्जेक्टिव्स है हमारे लर्नर बिहेवियर, उसके ऊपर हम फोकस कर रहे हैं कि उसको बच्चा आपने पढ़ाया लेकिन बच्चा ने नहीं समझाया तो यू आर रिस्पॉन्सिबल फॉर दैट। Learner must understand what you are teaching. That means something is wrong with your teaching. That's why learner is not able to follow that. So in that case, learner is very, very important. Next concept. Key initiative recommended by NEP 2020. Let me see. Objectives of NEP थोड़ा सा बात करेंगे कि मैंने इसके बारे में बात कर दिया. I don't want to cover that. Already we have talked too much about it. तो key initiative recommended by NEP 2020. पायलट स्टडीज मैम ने रिसर्च का लिया, इसीलिए इम्पोर्टेंट है। बिना पायलट स्टडीज के ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन जो है पॉसिबल सही है कि नहीं है, बच्चे पढ़ पा रहे हैं कि नहीं पढ़ रहे हैं, बच्चे समझ पा रहे हैं कि नहीं पा रहे हैं, दैट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। डिजिटल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जब तक नहीं होगा, देखिए मैं आपसे बात कर रही हूँ ऑनलाइन, लेकिन अगर नेट पूरी तरह से काम नहीं कर रहा तो जब तक प्रॉपर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं होगा तब तक बात नहीं बनेगी। ऑनलाइन टीचिंग प्लेटफॉर्म एंड टूल्स होने चाहिए, कंटेंट क्रिएशन, डिजिटल रिपोजिटरी एंड डिसेमिनेशन। Every individual must get the information or the whatever we have material we have developed. डॉक्टर अमरेंद्र जी ने बात किया, उन्होंने इतना सारा काम किया, वो जब तक सब जगह डिसेमिनेट नहीं होगा तो पर्पस अचीव नहीं होगा। एड्रेसिंग द डिजिटल डिवाइड, किसी के पास डिजिटल है, डिवाइड जो है ना उसको खत्म करना होगा, गैप जो है हमें दूर करना पड़ेगा, तभी नो वन शुड बी लेफ्ट बिहाइंड। जो SDG गोल है वो हम अचीव कर पाएंगे। SDG सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल में जो पंच लाइन है, नो वन शुड बी लेफ्ट बिहाइंड। वर्चुअल लैब्स होनी चाहिए। वर्चुअल लैब के संदर्भ में बताऊंगी, जब मैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया में थी मैंने उस समय 1999 में देखा कि लैब में कुछ काम हो रहा है और आपको क्लासरूम में टीचर उसको यूज कर रहा है और वो बता रहा है। यू डोंट हैव टू गो वेस्ट टाइम एनर्जी, यू कैन सी व्हाट्स हैपनिंग ओवर देयर। ट्रेनिंग एंड इंसेंटिव ऑफ टीचर्स बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। ऑनलाइन असेसमेंट एंड एग्जामिनेशंस, ब्लेंडेड मोड्स मॉडल्स ऑफ लर्निंग। ब्लेंडेड लर्निंग जो है, BL जो है, इतनी इंपॉर्टेंट है आज की डेट में, जिसमें आप ऑनलाइन ऑफलाइन सब कुछ मिक्स हो जाता है। एंड वी हैव टू मेक श्योर दैट वी शुड यूज दैट मॉडल, लेइंग डाउन स्टैंडर्ड्स। रोल ऑफ education, it's aptly remarked, if you educate a boy you educate an individual, but if you educate a girl you educate the whole family, and if you educate a teacher you educate the whole community. अब देखिए ना, टीचर को एडुकेट करने की बात हो रही है, क्योंकि टीचर आज की डेट में अगर अप टू डेट नहीं होगा तो उसको हमें अप टू डेट करना होगा, एडवांस होगा, तभी टीचर बच्चों को गाइड कर पाएगा। Teachers shape the future of our nation, and therefore the future of our nation lies in their hands. Through teachers, children are imparted with values. बच्चे वैल्यूज किसे लेते हैं? टीचर से। नॉलेज, एम्पैथी, क्रिएटिविटी, एथिक्स, लाइफ स्किल एंड सोशल रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी। टीचर्स thus form the heart of the education process and present an integrated and prosperous society. मैंने अपना लाइफ, you will be surprised to know, मैंने अपनी स्कूल टीचिंग से अपनी जर्नी स्टार्ट की, एंड आई वाज अमेज्ड टू सी किस तरह से बच्चे पेरेंट्स से ज्यादा अपने टीचर्स को वैल्यू करते हैं। तो वैल्यूज बच्चे कहाँ से लेते हैं? टीचर से। एंड आई वाज सच ए टीचर जिसके पेरेंट्स बहुत रिगार्ड करते थे और डरा भी करते थे कि मैम, क्योंकि मैं उनको किसी चीज, गलत चीज के लिए अलाउ नहीं करती थी, कि मेरे टीचर्स की नोटबुक में कोई पेरेंट पेंसिल नहीं लगा सकता, बिकॉज दैट इज माई प्रेरोगेटिव। तो इस कई सारे ऐसे इंसिडेंट्स हुए जिसमें टीचर्स, जो पेरेंट्स से यूज्ड टू रिगार्ड लाइक एनीथिंग। प्रिंसिपल भी जब भी कोई आता था तो मेरे को आगे कर देती, सुषमा यू विल बी एबल टू हैंडल। तो ईश्वर की दया से आई वाज हैविंग दैट कैपेबिलिटी कि आई वाज एबल टू कन्विंस पेरेंट्स, एंड आई यूज्ड टू टेल देम, लुक, if your child is not able to trust teacher, he will not trust you. तो पहले बच्चे में ट्रस्ट अपने टीचर के प्रति। छोटे छोटे बच्चों के जब न्यू ईयर पे कार्ड्स आते थे तो मैं आनंदित हो जाती थी, शायद मेरे को इतना अच्छा गिफ्ट कभी मिला नहीं होगा जो मेरे को ड्यूरिंग दैट पीरियड मुझे मिला। एम आई ऑडिबल मैम? कुछ सेंस बन रहा है जो मैं बात कर रही हूँ?
आपको सब कुछ सुनाई दे रहा है, वेरी वाइब्रेंट।
बहुत अच्छा सुन रहा है।
थैंक यू सो मच मैम।
हम लोग
एनईपी
आप-
20 मैम
सब
टीचर
आप-
एजुकेशन वाली, टीचर एजुकेशन ज्यादा समय नहीं लूंगी। टीचर मैंने 15 से ऊपर नहीं बनाई है। टीचर एजुकेशन वाले सेशन में मुझे बिल्कुल टाइम नहीं मिला था, मुझे लगा थोड़ा सा बात करूंगी टीचर
नहीं, उसमें
एजुकेशन।
जरूर बताइए, क्योंकि उसमें जो हमारा एम था वो कंप्लीट नहीं हुआ टीचर एजुकेशन का।
हाँ, बिल्कुल
आपको
मैं समझ।
जरूरी बताना है आपको।
मैडम टाइम
हाँ।
का कोई कमी नहीं है, आप अपना पूरी बात
So nice. So nice. Thank you so much हिमांशु जी। मैं काफी कुछ कट शॉर्ट कर रही हूँ, सोच रही हूँ
नहीं,
कि
कोई
नहीं, आपके सुनने के लिए हम लोग बैठे हुए हैं इस समय।
हाँ,
थैंक यू सो मच मैम। मैम
बहुत
एनईपी
अच्छा।
2020 में टीचर एजुकेशन के लिए स्पेशली बोला गया है रेस्टोरिंग इंटीग्रिटी एंड क्रेडिबिलिटी टू द टीचर एजुकेशन सिस्टम। हमारा टीचर एजुकेशन सिस्टम इतना डिस्ट्रॉयड हो गया है, तो उसकी रेस्टोर करने के लिए, उसकी इंटीग्रिटी एंड क्रेडिबिलिटी के लिए अब हम संघर्ष कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि वो इतना वेवर्ड हो गया। और एक तरह से जिस तरह से एजुकेशन को एम्पावर करने के बजाय डिसएम्पावर कर दिया गया बाय दोज who were having money। मैंने बहुत संघर्ष किया है मैम एज ए डीन फैकल्टी ऑफ एजुकेशन, आपको बता नहीं सकती, क्योंकि जो जिनके कॉलेजेस होते थे उनकी एक्सेस होती थी चीफ मिनिस्टर के पास, वो बड़ा प्रेशर लेके आते थे, ये मैडम क्वालिफिकेशन रिड्यूस कर दीजिए, एडमिशन किसी को भी दे दीजिए। तो मैं उनको हाथ जोड़ देती थी कि ये मेरे बस से बाहर है, मैं जेन्युइन काम करूंगी और मुझे कुछ लेना देना नहीं है आपका चीफ मिनिस्टर से, किसी से भी कुछ संबंध हो, मैं अपना रोल जिम्मेदारी से निभाऊंगी। पेडागोजिकल अप्रोचेस ऑफ टीचर एजुकेशन हैज टू बी चेंज, लिंकिंग स्कूल एक्सपीरियंस, इंटर्नशिप, मेंटरिंग विद प्री सर्विस, प्लीज इग्नोर द स्पेलिंग, प्री सर्विस ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम। मेंटरिंग बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है मैम। मैं जिस प्रोग्राम में जुड़ी हुई हूँ, जो आज जिसमें आज सेलिब्रेशन हो रहा है इंटरनेशनल डे ऑफ पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटीज, उसमें हमारे पास उदयन शालिनी फेलोशिप प्रोग्राम है। आप सभी www.udyancare.org में जाएंगे तो आप देखेंगे कि किस तरह से हमने इवन सीनियर गर्ल्स को मेंटर दीदी बनाया हुआ है, क्योंकि जब हम टीच करते हैं तो हम ज्यादा लर्न करते हैं। तो मेरी सीनियर गर्ल्स जो जूनियर गर्ल्स के लिए मेंटर दीदीज हैं और वो मेंटीज हैं, तो उनमें एक दूसरे के साथ एक तो नेटवर्किंग होती है, एक दूसरे से उनके पीयर लेवल पे उनकी जो लर्निंग है बहुत फास्टर हो जाती है।
राइट। Peer learning is also a new concept.
किस तरह से मेंटीज को वो गाइड करेंगे। इन सर्विस एजुकेशन एंड ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम, कल डॉक्टर शर्मा जी, मैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया में थी, मैंने भी अपना टीचर के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से मैंने अपना रजिस्ट्रेशन कराया हुआ था, और वहां पे भी एवरी ईयर आपके पास 30 आवर्स की आपके पास ट्रेनिंग होनी चाहिए रिफ्रेश करने के लिए, क्योंकि चीजें इतनी जल्दी चेंज हो रही हैं। उसके लिए इन सर्विस ट्रेनिंग का बहुत ज्यादा बड़ा रोल है। और मैं रिहेबिलिटेशन काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया से जुड़ी हुई हूँ, जो कि डिसेबिलिटी के बीएड एमएड सारे कोर्सेज करता है, उनका भी सीआरई चलता है, दैट इज नोन एज कंटिन्यूइंग रिहेबिलिटेशन एजुकेशन, सीआरई। मैं अक्सर सीआरई प्रोग्राम्स अपने फ्रेंड के साथ कंडक्ट भी करती हूँ, उसमें पार्टिसिपेट भी करती हूँ एज एन एक्सपर्ट, और मैं ट्रेन करती हूँ जो कि यंग फैकल्टी है कि किस तरह से उन्होंने नई टेक्नोलॉजी को इनकॉर्पोरेट करना है अपने साथ। एनईपी रिफॉर्म्स में हम जब बात करते हैं तो 3 पिलर्स बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हैं। 3 पिलर्स हैं, क्वालिटी, टीचर, एजुकेशन। एनईपी जो भी है, अगर टीचर नहीं है तो कुछ भी नहीं है, एवरीथिंग इज फॉल अपार्ट। क्वालिटी टीचर एजुकेशन, क्यूटी इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। क्वालिटी इन टीचिंग, टीचिंग में अगर क्वालिटी नहीं हो तो कहानी खत्म हो जाती है, तो दिस इज पिलर सेकंड नंबर है। एंड थर्ड, क्वालिटी एश्योरेंस टू एंश्योर कंटिन्यूअल लर्निंग, नेशनल प्रोफेशनल स्टैंडर्ड फॉर टीचर NPST बना है, which sets out to equitable access to the highest quality education for all learners. NPST ensures that all learners at all levels of school education are taught by passionate, motivated, highly qualified, professionally trained, and well-equipped teachers. It lays down the conditions of service of teachers and the means by which they will be appointed, transferred, and evaluated. System should be transparent. Everything should be spelled out. मैंने अभी एक लेक्चर दिया था बठिंडा में, सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी में, कि जो हम असेसमेंट और इवैल्यूएशन करते हैं, अगर बच्चों को बता दें कि क्या क्या उनसे एक्सपेक्टेड है, तो ऑब्वियसली उस पर वो फोकस करेंगे, और जब वो उस पर फोकस करेंगे तो उनका लर्नर जो लेवल है अंडरस्टैंडिंग का, लेवल अचीवमेंट वो अपने आप बढ़ जाएगा। एक्चुअली हम बच्चों को कुछ बताते नहीं है तो बेचारे वो इधर से उधर जो उन्हें समझ में आता वही करते हैं, लेकिन अगर हमारे पैरामीटर सेट हैं तो कोई कारण नहीं है कि वो उसी के हिसाब से प्रिपेयर करेंगे। चेंजिंग रोल ऑफ टीचर की बात हो रही है। रोल ऑफ टीचर रिक्वायर्स अ डिफरेंट ऑफ स्किल्स फ्रॉम टीचर्स इन एडिशन टू बीइंग नॉलेजेबल अबाउट देयर सब्जेक्ट मैटर। दे नीड टू बी स्किल्ड इन क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग, प्रॉब्लम सॉल्विंग एंड क्रिएटिविटी। ये 3 चीजें नहीं है तो आप समझिए कुछ पॉसिबल नहीं, क्योंकि वो जो नॉलेज हम देते हैं जो उनके पास है वो सब कुछ सब जगह अवेलेबल है। क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग बेस्ड ऑन दैट, क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग नहीं करेंगे, प्रॉब्लम उससे सॉल्व नहीं होगी तो कोई बात बनेगी नहीं। टाइप्स ऑफ टीचर एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम जिस बार डिसाइड हुआ है कि 3 तरह के प्रोग्राम्स होंगे। 4 ईयर इंटीग्रेटेड एजुकेशन प्रोग्राम बाय 2030। द मिनिमम डिग्री क्वालिफिकेशन फॉर टीचिंग विल बी ए 4 ईयर इंटीग्रेटेड बीएड। 12th के बच्चा एडमिशन लेगा उसके हिसाब से उसका 4 ईयर बीए, बीएड, बीएससी, बीएड। ये किसी जमाने में कुरुक्षेत्र यूनिवर्सिटी में भी स्टार्ट किया गया और आरआई मैसूर, आरआई जितने भी एनसीईआरटी के कॉलेजेस हैं सब जगह 4 ईयर कोर्स चलता है और वहां पे उनके यहाँ स्कॉलरशिप भी दिया जाती थी। आरआई स्पेशली 2 year BEd program offered by the same multidisciplinary institution offering the 4 year integrated BEd। जहां पे 4 year हो रहा वहीं पे भी 2 year प्रोग्राम ऑफर किया मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी इंस्टीट्यूट में। 14 years equivalent of by the same multidisciplinary bachelors who have obtained a degree level in specialty। सॉरी बहुत जल्दी में पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन बनाया है, मैं इसको पढ़ नहीं पाई हूँ, थोड़ी सी मिस्टेक्स रह गई हैं। अगर किसी ने एमए किया हुआ है तो उसके लिए 1 year अलाउड है, लेकिन उसके लिए वो सब्जेक्ट स्पेशलिस्ट बनेगा इंग्लिश में, साइंस में, और उसको बीएड दिया जा सकता है जिसने मास्टर्स किया हुआ है। ऑल बीएड डिग्रीज वुड बी ओनली बाय एक्रेडिटेड मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी हायर एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूशन ऑफरिंग 4 year इंटीग्रेटेड बीएड प्रोग्राम। जहां 4 year इंटीग्रेटेड प्रोग्राम चल रहा है वहीं पे ही तीनों प्रोग्राम चल सकते हैं। ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट बात है। कल मैं कहीं मैरिज में गई थी, वहां पर एक यहाँ पे ब्रह्मऋषि कॉलेज ऑफ एजुकेशन है, जो एक मैडम है जो कि स्पिरिचुअल लीडर हैं और उन्होंने पीएचडी एजुकेशन में पंजाब यूनिवर्सिटी से की हुई है, वो कॉलेज चला रही हैं। संस्कृत का भी उनके यहाँ कोर्सेज चलते हैं और डेट भी चल रहा है। बहुत परेशान थी कि मैम कैसे बात बनेगी जिस तरह से हमने जो प्लान किया है, लेकिन वो तो संभव नहीं हो पाएगा, उसके लिए बहुत कुछ करना पड़ेगा हमें। ये नेशनल टेस्टिंग एजेंसी का जो एडमिशन के समय नेशनल टेस्ट जो बच्चों का एडमिशन होगा, लेट मी चेक दिस, सिलेक्शन ऑफ कैंडिडेट्स थ्रू सब्जेक्ट टेस्ट कंडक्टेड बाय नेशनल टेस्टिंग एजेंसी। ऐसे ही नहीं स्टूडेंट्स का बिना आए एडमिशन हो जाएगा या बिना टेस्ट दिए हो जाएगा। मुझे पता है बीएड में जब एडमिशन देना होता था तो हम लोग पहले कभी एंट्रेंस टेस्ट ऑर्गेनाइज करते थे, पता लगा सीट्स ज्यादा हैं, एप्लीकेंट्स कम हैं, तो होता क्या था कि 0 नंबर वाले को भी एडमिशन दे दिया जाता था, क्योंकि सीट्स तो भरनी है, कॉलेज वाले प्रेशर लाते थे और सारी चीजें कंप्रोमाइज हो जाती थी। एंड आई यूज्ड टू फील कि क्या अर्थ है इस एग्जाम का, टेस्ट का, जिसमें भी 0 वाले को भी एडमिशन दे दिया। अल्टीमेटली वो टेस्ट बंद कर, एंट्रेंस टेस्ट बंद कर दिया गया। इस बार जो ये नई पॉलिसी में बोला है, सिलेक्शन ऑफ कैंडिडेट्स एडमिशन थ्रू सब्जेक्ट टेस्ट कंडक्टेड बाय नेशनल टेस्टिंग एजेंसी, अगर इसके माध्यम से ऑनेस्टली सिंसियरली होता है तो जब तक अच्छे स्टूडेंट्स नहीं आएंगे तब तक अच्छे टीचर्स नहीं बनेंगे। याद है कि जब मेरा बी उस समय बहुत सीट्स भी लिमिटेड होती थी और बहुत लोग अप्लाई करते थे, सीट्स कम होती थी, कैंडिडेट्स बहुत होते थे। आज के में उल्टा है, सीट्स बहुत ज्यादा हैं, कैंडिडेट्स उसके कंपैरिजन में कम है, इसीलिए एवरीबॉडी गेट्स एडमिशन विदाउट हैविंग, कैसे भी परसेंटेज हो, कैसी नॉलेज हो, कोई टेस्टिंग है ही नहीं। तो सिलेक्शन ऑफ कैंडिडेट्स कई सारे क्राइटेरिया बताया, पैशन एंड इंटरेस्ट, थॉरो कंटेंट, सब्जेक्ट नॉलेज, कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स, लैंग्वेज स्किल्स, taken life, music, dance, yoga, sports and games, knowledge of ICT, knowledge of Indian culture। इतनी बातों के आधार पर अगर हम टेस्ट लेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से जो कैंडिडेट्स आएंगे वो अच्छे होंगे और उम्मीद कर सकते हैं कि वो ट्रेनिंग के लिए सीरियसली लेंगे और उनमें इतना पैशन होगा, इसको इसमें पैशन भी बोला हुआ है, प्रोफेशनल अटायर एंड एटीट्यूड, कोलैबोरेटिव स्किल्स एंड टीम वर्क, लव, केयर एंड काइंडनेस ऑफ टू स्टूडेंट्स, मोटिवेशनल स्किल्स टू डेवलप, रैशनल थिंकिंग एंड क्यूरियोसिटी, selected only if secured। केवल वही सेलेक्ट होंगे जिनके 50% मार्क्स होंगे। लेट्स होप दैट वी मस्ट इम्प्लीमेंट दैट। मैं ऑस्ट्रेलिया में जब मैंने वहां पर 2 साल पढ़ाया भी, तो मैं देखती थी कि जो स्टूडेंट्स होते थे वो बहुत हाईली मोटिवेटेड होते थे। और उसमें क्या होता था, बीएड डिग्री जो है बाहर के देशों में बहुत वैल्यू रखी जाती है, क्योंकि वो कंसीडर करते थे कि एक तरह से वर्क वीजा है, मैं जहाँ जाऊंगी वहीं मुझे कुछ नौकरी मिल जाएगी और मैं अपने आप को सपोर्ट कर पाऊंगी। तो मैक्सिमम स्टूडेंट्स बहुत फोकस्ड होते थे। एंड आई जस्ट, और उसमें एक पेपर होता था प्रोफेशनल एथिक्स का, आई स्टिल रिमेम्बर उस पेपर को पढ़ाते हुए। प्रोफेशनल एथिक्स जब तक हम नहीं बताएंगे तो नोबडी वुड अंडरस्टैंड। और जो इस तरह के केसेस, एक्चुअल हरासमेंट के केसेस इंस्टीट्यूशन में, एजुकेशनल इंस्टीट्यूशन में अगर लगे तो कितनी दुख की बात है। आप सोचिए टीचर का लेवल कितना डाउन हो गया। मैं एक लेवल पे, एक स्टेज में मैं चेयरपर्सन थी, जी हैश कहलाता था उस समय, और एक केस आया था जिसमें कि एक लड़की को, एक गर्ल स्टूडेंट को टीचर बहुत एक्सप्लॉइट किया और अल्टीमेटली उसके ऊपर एक्शन हुआ और उसको डिमोट किया गया। लेकिन इतना गलत मैसेज समाज गया। ये कहाँ चला गया, फिर देखना। अब मैं शायद आई एम अबाउट टू, मैं थोड़ा सा मैं बात करूंगी। आप सबको इंटरनेशनल डे ऑफ पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटीज 3 दिसंबर का बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत बधाई मैम। ये मेरी फील्ड है, वट एवर आई एम टुडे इट्स ऑल बिकॉज ऑफ दिस फील्ड।
It's a great job.
इस लायक बनाया कि मैं मैं जो कुछ भी हूँ इज बिकॉज ऑफ दिस फील्ड ओनली। तो मैं इस फील्ड को ओन करती हूँ और इसको रिस्पेक्ट देती हूँ। मैं आप सबको ये बताना चाहूंगी कि वी ऑल आर likely to have disability, something which and everyone, each one of is going to face in life. कोई आज कल को 60 के बाद विजन रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम होंगी एंड 70-80 के बाद हेयरिंग रिलेटेड प्रॉब्लम होंगी। इसलिए वी मस्ट हैव रिस्पेक्ट फॉर एवरीवन हु इज लेस बाय। हम सब बराबर हैं और हमें, अगर हम आज सब कुछ कर पा रहे हैं, इट्स गॉड्स ग्रेस ऑफ एबिलिटीज। तो इसीलिए डिसेबिलिटीज को हम कई बार कहते हैं डिफरेंटली एबल्ड, स्पेशल एबिलिटीज हैं उनमें वो जो बारे में नहीं है। तो आई ऑलवेज फील कि ब्लाइंड जो है अगर वो विजुअली नहीं देख सकता तो मैं टेक्चुअली देख सकती। तो इन relation to him or her, I am so disability is an international observance promoted by the United Nations since 1992. और मैंने नेशनल इंस्टीट्यूट्स में जॉब किया है फॉर द विजुअली हैंडिकैप्ड, स्पेशल डे मनाया जाता है। और आज का मैंने लिखा हुआ कि नहीं लिखा हुआ मैम, 21st सेंचुरी स्किल्स में थोड़ा सा मैं लाइट डालना चाहती हूँ, क्योंकि आज की डेट में जो हमारी स्किल्स हैं वो मतलब एक तरह से हमारे पढ़ाने के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से वो को नई डायरेक्शन लेके जाएंगे।
जी आप कंटिन्यू करिए।
सेंचुरी स्किल्स की बहुत इंपॉर्टेंस है जी ने मिनिस्ट्री से रिलेटेड एवरीथिंग इज स्किल बेस्ड। हमारे बच्चों में स्किल्स, हमारे बच्चों में स्किल्स की कमी हो जाती है जिसकी वजह से प्रॉब्लम होती है। they can be trained in skills. Once the skills are developed, they can be better employees than anybody else. They can be self-employed as well. So flexibility and adaptability उसमें पहला है, initiative and self-direction, social and cross-cultural skills, प्रोडक्टिविटी एंड अकाउंटेबिलिटी, लीडरशिप एंड रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, ये सब चीजें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट हैं 21st सेंचुरी स्किल की बातें। तो लाइफ स्किल्स में सब चीजें बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करती हैं। मैंने क्या सर्च करोगे तो ये करंटली प्रिपेयरिंग स्टूडेंट्स फॉर जॉब्स एंड टेक्नोलॉजीज दैट डोंट येट एग्जिस्ट, क्योंकि इतनी चीजें फास्ट इवॉल्व हो रही हैं। तो टेक्नोलॉजी के साथ हमने अपने आप एडजस्ट करना है। मैं मोबाइल एक लेती हूँ, कल मैं चेंज करती हूँ, मैं उसी कंपनी का मोबाइल लेती हूँ तो चीजें चेंज है। मैं इतनी जल्दी, जो टेक्नोलॉजी इतनी जल्दी चेंज हो रही है, तो हमें अपने बच्चों को इस तरह से तैयार करना है कि वो जो नई टेक्नोलॉजी के हिसाब से वो अपने आप को फिट कर सके, इन ऑर्डर टू सॉल्व प्रॉब्लम दैट वी डोंट इवन नो आवर प्रॉब्लम्स येट। इमेजिन करिए, हमें ये भी नहीं पता कि वो प्रॉब्लम्स एग्जिस्ट करेंगी या कर रही हैं, लेकिन हमें अपने आप को तैयार करना होगा फ्यूचर के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से। आज इस बार की इंटरनेशनल डे ऑफ पर्सन विद डिसेबिलिटी का जो थीम है, ट्रांसफॉर्मिंग सॉल्यूशंस फॉर इंक्लूसिव डेवलपमेंट, द रोल ऑफ इनोवेशन इन फ्यूलिंग एन एक्सेसिबल एंड इक्विटेबल वर्ल्ड। बहुत ही
क्या बात है,
ब्यूटीफुल है मैम।
ब्यूटीफुल।
आपका थीम जो है बिल्कुल इससे
सब
मैच कर रहा है।
सब कुछ आ गया इसमें, सब कुछ आ गया।
और इंक्लूसिव डेवलपमेंट के बिना पॉसिबल नहीं है कि हम आगे बढ़ पाएंगे। अगर इंडिया को वर्ल्ड में गाइड करना है तो उसको इंक्लूसिव डेवलपमेंट की ओर ध्यान देना होगा थ्रू रिसर्च एंड इनोवेशन, जिसमें कि
इसी के
जी मैम
नहीं, मैं आप कंप्लीट करिए, फिर उसके बाद मुझे एक बात पूछनी है।
मैम मैंने अपने आप को बड़ा लिमिट कर दिया था, मैंने बहुत सारी, मैंने कहा ज्यादा लंबा हो जाएगा, तो मैं
नहीं,
आप
हम
यही
लोग
आप
आपका ही सुनने के लिए इस समय बैठे, कोई नहीं बोलना चाहता है क्योंकि इतना नॉलेज है आपके पास, वही हम लोग चाहते हैं कि हम लोग को गाइडलाइन उससे मिलती है। तो एक बड़ा प्रश्न है जो कि इनोवेशन और रिसर्च से आधारित नहीं है। हम लोग, आपको सुनाई दे रहा है ना? Am I audible?
या मैम बिल्कुल, I can see. या बिल्कुल
हम लोग ब्लाइंड स्कूल के लिए काम करते हैं, जहाँ पर विजुअली हैंडीकैप्ड बच्चे हैं। तो वहां पर जो मेरे दिमाग में एक बात ये बात आई कि वो बच्चे जब चलते हैं, उनके जो कॉरिडोर्स हैं और जहां जहां उनको पहुंचना है, वहां जाने के लिए क्या ऐसी कोई सुविधा है कि कोई जीपीएस या इस टाइप की कोई चीज उनके हाथ में लगाई जा सकती हो, जो कि उनको अलर्ट करती जाए हर जगह पर कि यहाँ से लेफ्ट मुड़ना है और यहाँ से राइट जाना है? ऐसा कुछ अभी कोई ऐसा डेवलप हुआ है ऐप कोई?
मैम बेसिकली तो जो ब्लाइंड लोग हैं, और इसको आप ओरिएंटेशन मोबिलिटी बोलते हैं, एक स्थान से जाने के लिए।
हाँ जी जी।
बेसिकली तो मैम जो आज के हमारे ब्लाइंड बच्चे हैं ना, जो टेक्नो सेवी हैं, वो तो जीपीएस को भी उसमें ऑडिटरी आउटपुट आता है और वो उसको वो यूज कर सकते हैं डायरेक्शन के लिए।
हाँ।
और इनका डायरेक्शन अदरवाइज भी बहुत अच्छा होता है। द ओनली थिंग दे नीड टू नो द लैंडमार्क्स कौन से हैं, कहाँ से मुड़ना है।
जैसे वो लेफ्ट मुड़ना है तो वहां पर एक साउंड हो जाए उनके पहुंचने पर कि यू हैव टू टर्न लेफ्ट।
मैम आईआईटी दिल्ली के द्वारा काफी रिसर्च हो रही है। उन्होंने एक स्मार्ट केन भी बनाई थी जो कि बिप बिप की साउंड करती है। जब जहां तक डायरेक्शन की बात है, आप जैसे जीपीएस में आपको बता देता है, वो बोल देता है, तो मैम जीपीएस तो उनको सुनने में तो कोई प्रॉब्लम है नहीं, और जीपीएस इज एबल, तो जीपीएस वो यूज करते हैं ब्लाइंड बच्चे, ब्लाइंड जितने भी।
तो हाउ डू दे सर्च? वो तो देख नहीं पा रहे हैं।
मैम देख नहीं पा रहे, लेकिन उनका क्या है कि उनका ऑडिटरी आउटपुट आता है और उनका ना एक उनके पास स्पेशली आईफोन और सैमसंग में ऑडिटरी आउटपुट के माध्यम से वो सर्च कर लेते हैं और उन्हें प्रॉब्लम नहीं आती।
जी जी।
और मुझे अच्छा लगेगा कि आप ब्लाइंड स्कूल से जुड़े हुए हैं, अगर कुछ मेरे लायक काम हो तो बताइएगा, क्योंकि
हाँ करते रहते हैं। हम लोग का एक क्लब है, उसने ब्रेल का पूरा उनको स्टडी सिस्टम दिया है समझने के लिए उस तरह से, और हम लोग भी जाते रहते हैं और जो भी वहाँ हेल्प होती है वो करते हैं। और उनके स्किल सेंटर्स भी हैं जिसमें कि वो बनाते हैं, कुछ चीजें बनाते हैं वो लोग, उनको सिखाया जाता है। अभी और म्यूजिक तो होता ही है, उनका एक इंटीग्रल पार्ट है, बट वो दे कैन अर्न मनी ऑल्सो। इस टाइप के भी वहाँ पे मशीन्स लगवाई गई हैं, तो अंडर डायरेक्शंस वो करते हैं। जैसे दोना बनाने वाली मशीन है, इस टाइप की मशीन है, वो उनका काम भी करते हैं वो लोग, सिखाया जाता है उनको। तो मुझे बराबर ही मुझे लगता था कि इनको ये कहीं मुड़ रहे हैं और इनको कोई डायरेक्शन नहीं है। हैबिट के हिसाब से तो वो चलते जाते हैं बच्चे, उनको वही रहते हैं, उनको मालूम है। बट इफ सम ऐप इज देयर ना, इफ यू आर टेलिंग, तो आई विल फाइंड आउट।
जीपीएस के माध्यम से वो आराम से
और फाइंड आउट करूंगी।
मेरे हस्बैंड आपको पता ही।
हाँ आई नो मैं मिली हूँ भाई साहब से, मिली हूँ।
तो मैम वो उनके डायरेक्शन सेंस मेरे से बेटर है। आप इमेजिन करिए, ही नोज बेटर देन मी।
चलिए, दैट्स गुड कंसोलेशन, या गुड कंसोलेशन।
जो ब्लाइंड बच्चे हैं, जो ब्लाइंड इंडिविजुअल्स हैं, वो हमारा केवल सोचना ऐसा है कि शायद वो हमसे लेसर हैं, बट दे आर बेटर देन अस इन मेनी सेंस। एक सेंस में नहीं, कई सेंस में।
जी जी जी। चलिए, कभी मौका लगेगा, प्रॉब्लम होगा तो आपको बात करते हैं आपसे फिर, राइट? चलिए, बहुत ही आपको कुछ आपको लिख के एक हम लोग को भेजिए हमारे प्रोसीडिंग में पब्लिश होने के लिए, और तो मतलब है, सो दैट विल बी added value to this conference.
Ma'am, I will try to do that. I will try to do it. It's so good. I'm so thankful to everyone, each one of you, especially academic social research foundation जिनके बैनर तले ये प्रोग्राम किया गया।
हिमांशु जी,
आपकी गाइड हिमांशु जी को मैं देख पा रही हूँ, हिमांशु श्रीवास्तव जी को, एंड आपकी जो गाइडेंस है, डॉक्टर निगम की जो गाइडेंस है, और आपका जो ग्रुप है इतना वाइब्रेंट है कि आई कुड नॉट थिंक ऑफ कि मेरे को ना करना है या मैंने ज्वाइन नहीं करना है। मैं कंटिन्यूअसली आपके साथ, फिजिकली आई वाज नॉट देयर बट इमोशनली
thank you so much.
virtually I was with you.
Thank you so much for being with me and for mentoring the conference. May I request Dr. Himanshu Shrivastava ji to propose vote of thanks.
मैडम, क्या आशुतोष जी से आपकी बात हुई क्या?
आशुतोष जी है यहाँ पर?
एक बार अनाउंस करिए।
डॉक्टर आशुतोष, आर यू हियर?
मैम मैं बीच में जा पाऊंगी क्या, अगर आपका, क्योंकि मेरे गेस्ट आ रखे हैं।
Yes, ma'am. I am here, ma'am.
हाँ,
ठीक है।
So, hello.
हेलो, हिमांशु जी वाज आस्किंग, आई थिंक आपसे कोई बात हुई होगी।
नहीं मेरी, मैं कह रहा हूँ कि आशुतोष जी का भी स्टेटमेंट था ना
जी
मैनेजमेंट का अपना।
हाँ सर,
क्या प्रोग्राम था, उन्होंने क्या क्या किया, वो तो अनाउंस करना होगा ना इनको।
यस सर, डॉक्टर स्वीटी के बाद मेरा था। हाँ, our management session was there was two chief guests. One is Dr. Geeti Sharma from Mangalmay Institute of Management and Technology. She speak about NEP and the challenges about NEP, and she discuss about how institute should perform. Second speaker was engineer Soumya Shankar. He's beautifully speak about innovation and entrepreneurship. The session was chaired by Dr. Saurabh Agarwal. Dr. Saurabh Agarwal has a very distinguished name in the field of research in social sciences. He chaired the session and he expressed his views, and his views also in line with the Dr. Geeti Sharma, where he said that the research should be in line with the industry requirement. There were 4 papers presented in this conference. First was Dr. Puneet Chandra Srivastava. He talked about role of innovation and entrepreneurship in NEP 2020. Second was presented by Dr. Arpita Srivastava, factor reflecting on effectiveness of student online learning, outcome in management education, and empirical studies of whom expectancy theory. And third was the national policy and challenges, which was Tamanna Agarwal. She explained it very beautifully and explained all the important factors for education policy. And on last, significance in the communication skills for successful career. Although all papers are very nicely presented by everyone, and entire session was conducted by beautifully by Dr. Nigam, Madam Nigam, and this was the total summary of the entire session.
Thank you so much. I think that at that very time Sushma ji came, so yeah.
Yes.
Anyway, so thank you Himanshu ji for completing the valedictory session.
Actually,
नहीं, that's good.
Actually, आशुतोष भी हमारे ASR ग्रुप परिवार का एक सदस्य है. This is the sentence of Ashutosh. I am a part of family.
Good. I am happy to know.
Yeah. जीवन की पहली कॉन्फ्रेंस कराने में मेरा मन बहुत डर रहा था, कैसे किया जाए, कैसे नहीं किया जाए. इसके लिए हमारे प्रेरणा स्रोत राहुल त्यागी और मैडम की सारी गाइडलाइन इंस्ट्रक्शंस को फॉलो करते हुए मैंने कोशिश करी है कि पहली कॉन्फ्रेंस कराने की, और आप लोगों के अपार सहयोग के बाद हमारी कॉन्फ्रेंस बहुत ही सफल रूप से पूरी हुई. इसमें आए हुए सभी अतिथिगणों का मैं दिल की गहराइयों से स्वागत करता हूं. जितने भी स्पीकर्स, मॉडरेटर्स, हमारे आदरणीय जो लोग भी शामिल थे, साथ में हमारी टेक्निकल टीम, राहुल त्यागी, आचमन श्रीवास्तव, इन लोगों ने बहुत ही हिम्मत से साथ दिया और उस कॉन्फ्रेंस को सफल बनाने में हमारा साथ दिया. और ख़ास तौर पर इसमें हमारे एक बहुत ही अनुभवी तजुर्बेकार आदरणीय पूजनीय डॉक्टर GS निगम साहब का बहुत बहुत हाथ रहा, मोनी मैम का हाथ रहा. इन लोगों के डायरेक्शन और कोऑपरेशन से ही मैं इसको सफल बना सका। इसके लिए मैं सभी का दिल की गहराइयों से बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहता हूँ। थैंक यू वेरी मच। बहुत ही जल्दी दूसरी कॉन्फ्रेंस में हम सबसे मिलेंगे। तब तक के लिए गुड बाय।
और टेक्निकल टीम के लिए विशेष रूप से मैं कहूंगी कि पूरे कॉन्फ्रेंस में टेक्निकल ग्लिचेस एक भी नहीं थे, एक भी नहीं थे।
Thank
you so much. Thank you so much. Thumbs up.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Yeah, no glitches, no glitches. Absolutely no glitches. बड़ी बड़ी कॉन्फ्रेंसेस में हो जाते हैं।
Doesn't make any sense.
हाँ,
फर्क नहीं पड़ता मैम।
बहुत बढ़िया। So congratulations Himanshu ji, your dream has come true, and move forward for higher achievements.
जी, और सबसे बड़ा योगदान तो ऋषि चक्रवर्ती जी का है। इन्होंने फुल टाइम अटेंशन दिया है। थैंक यू ऋषि जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच।
and meetings में भी आए।
जी जी बिल्कुल।
He was there in the meetings.
मैंने कहा ना फुल टाइम, मैंने कि सिंस बिगिनिंग ऋषि भाई हमेशा हम लोग के साथ रहे। अब की बार जिम्मेदारियों के साथ आपको रहना होगा।
ऋषि चक्रवर्ती जी is from Assam.
जी जी।
Yes, yes.
So nice. Thank you so much. Sushma ji, with your permission, should we disperse?
Thank you so much. Thanks.
नमस्कार आप सभी।
Thanks.
Thank you.
हम कर दूंगी।